Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, man. Right when I hit the button, the sneeze hit me. What's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? Good morning. Good morning to y'all. Well, good afternoon to y'all. It was spring ahead, so you lost an hour of sleep last night. That's all right. That's all right. You got me here with you. I'm going to give you the what's up. What's up, family? How y'all doing today? All right. Appreciate y'all for stopping through and checking in with your little brother. Appreciate you, man. I try to shout you out in the chat if I can, man. If I see your names, but I'm gonna do a new thing, man, because I had an issue yesterday, so I'm gonna do a new thing today. I'm issuing a disclaimer. If you say something about somebody in the chat that's on the panel, likewise, okay, don't. Uh, Good morning, Sister Don. How you doing, sis? Happy Sunday to you too. God is good. God is good, man. Another Sunday, man. If I live to be 1,000, if I live to be 3,000, what could I say? How many times could I thank God for all of these beautiful days that I've been seeing, man? Oh my God. How could I do it, Don? How could I thank God? The onlyest way I could try to thank Him is try to live by His words of wisdom that He gave us in His three holy books. But good morning, good to see you, Sister Don. Good to see you in the building. Yeah. So what was I talking about, y'all? Anyway, I want everybody to since Don said I caught the replay from yesterday, brother. See, wow, yeah, man. It was pretty. Oh, I was talking about the disclaimer. Thank you, Sister Don. I appreciate you. I was talking about the disclaimer. Hey, if you are in the chat and you mention somebody, if I have a panel and you mention somebody by name on the panel, don't look for me to be able to control how somebody's going to respond to something you say in the panel. The only thing I could do is pull somebody down. I can't make them apologize for what they say to you. I can't make them not react to you. I can't do any of that. So just know that if you decide to come into the chat and mention somebody by name, either somebody else in the chat, you mention somebody by name and they respond to you, I don't want to be held responsible for how they respond to you if you mention somebody and you don't, because you should be if you address people, you should be addressing people in a respectful manner and in a way. And if you know that there's an underlying issue, you should know better than to even address that person, right? We're all adults here. We should be. We're all adults here. So if I'm just putting a disclaimer out here, I don't want to be responsible. If you mention a person on the panel by name in the chat, likewise, somebody on the panel, if you on the panel and you mention somebody in the chat by name, then I don't want to be held responsible for how somebody in the chat's going to react to you. Okay? Don't hold me responsible for that. That's you as an adult mentioning a whole nother grown person and looking to me, Brother Clarence. I try to be fair. I try to make sure everything is fair as possible. But I got a lot of things to pay attention to up here. So, all due respect, if you're willing to take that risk, take it. But just know, don't blame me. Brother Clarence, somebody said this to me. Brother Clarence, somebody said that to me. Brother Clarence, I'm just responding to this person saying this to me. Okay, whatever. I don't want to be held responsible. So don't hold me responsible. If you step up in here, listen, this is the rule all of us should go by. Treat everybody the way you want somebody to treat you. If you don't want nobody to call you out, slick you, talk to you, cuss at you, holler, scream at you, don't do the same. Don't do none of that to no one else. Don't do none of that to no one else. Let's all be adults. This is the one place I want y'all to have a safe place to talk about whatever. I got Don Frank here. This is my Caucasian sister, and I can talk to her about whatever, man. Right? We could talk about whatever. It ain't no thing, because she know I'm only thing I got in my heart is the desire for the truth. You know what I'm saying? So she know I love her, but I don't have nothing in my heart but the truth. And we're just talking about the truth. So I want this to be a safe place where we can talk about race, religion, family values, whatever. but you are taking a risk coming on the panel. You're taking a risk going into the chat. If you don't want to be nobody say anything to you, don't go in the chat. Don't come on the panel. Just watch. We'll try to educate and entertain you, right? But I'm just putting a disclaimer out there because we got an issue yesterday, and I don't want that issue to ever come up again. I don't want anyone to feel like they're being attacked or anything like that. And at the same time, I don't want nobody on the panel to feel like, oh, I got to clear this up because this person said this about me. We don't want to do that no more. Sister Don said, that's right. These YouTube streets are rough. It is what it is. Walk it like you talk it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I mean, hey, if you are going to be upset that people are going to say something to you, please don't get in the chat. Don't get on the panel. Just listen. Just listen. That way, you take the risk of somebody saying something to you away. Because I cannot watch every single second of the broadcast. I'm doing like 3 or 4 different things. You guys just see me up here talking into the mic, but I got other different things going on, so I got to watch all this different stuff. So there's your disclaimer. And now, if you come up after that and something happens, don't blame me. I will try to address it if you bring it to my attention. But like I said, I'll be like the FBI. I'll probably only get involved after it happens because some stuff I may see coming and I may be able to stop it, but some stuff I won't be able to see coming. It'll just pop up. Sister Don, that's right. I know your heart. We talk freely and openly, but everyone is different. I hear you, Sister Don. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. That's why I appreciate you, because I know you know my heart. I know your heart. So we good. We good. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta discuss this. We gotta discuss some of these things because of other people, right? Other people have these different beliefs and things. So I'm trying to discuss it so that we can come into an understanding. And then eventually, ultimately, a tolerance for each other, and then ultimately a better understanding of each other. But I got to take it a step at a time. We got to take baby steps, Sister Don. You know what I'm saying? People ain't going to get where we're at. You know what I'm saying? It took me all these years to get there myself. I admit, I was not like this at first. I was really on one at first. You know what I'm saying? But I had to get into a deeper understanding of the teachings that I was getting to get to the point where I could say, oh, okay, I got a better understanding for the situation. But anyway, shout out to my sister, Don Frank, always in the building. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you. I got a shout out also. I got to shout somebody out, man, because somebody gave me a cash app, and I want to make sure I shout them out. Sister Don gave me a cash app, too. You see her name at the bottom, but somebody else gave me a cash app. I want to make sure I shout that person out publicly. Let's see. Who gave me the cash app? Who gave me the cash app? Let's see here. Oh well, I'll find them and I'll shout them out. Shout out to that person. I'm gonna shout them out. I'll find them when we get the conversation started. Y'all, come on. I'm starting late. I usually started before 12, but I started late today so that I could do a little more research on what I was doing today. Okay, so let's get into y'all know how we do it. We do the news coming up. The news, the hit parade, and we got a new segment called Death by Simp, and then we got the Black History Minute and Your Money. We're gonna have the job of the week. Well, some of y'all saying, ain't no jobs out there. I can't find a job. I can't find a job. Get qualified. Qualify yourself. Elijah Muhammad said, qualify yourself for every endeavor. Qualify yourself. You can't expect to go into an endeavor unqualified and expect, you know what I mean? You can't go to the government and say, you should give me a job because I'm black. No. You got to be qualified. You got to qualify yourself. All right, so let's get to it. Shout out to JP, the Aspiring Matriarch. If you haven't already subscribed to JP, the Aspiring Matriarch, go over to JP, the Aspiring Matriarch, and subscribe to her page, and you decide for yourself if that's the kind of content you want to support. Let's see, brother George Guy, brother Clarence, adults today can't handle criticism. A lot of them can't, man. A lot of them can't. We're going to be probably discussing a little bit about that today. All right, y'all. I got to get right to work, man, because it's we're a little behind here. All right. Let's start with the news. Husband, I know black people, so this is really not something y'all really need because y'all be having babies left and right. But sometimes husbands and wives and people trying to have a baby, they have issues, man. For some reason they can't make it happen, right? So they start trying to think of alternative ways to create a pregnancy, right? I appreciate your snuggles. I will drop the link at some point. So let's get into. Hold on one second. Let's get into this article. Let me see. If it's an emergency, y'all. Let's see. Okay, not emergency. Cool. All right. So let's get to it. Husband hints at sleeping with wife's sister. Ouch. Instead of doing IVF for surrogate pregnancy. Many people go through great lengths to become parents. If you've dealt with infertility, you probably know that there are several options out there. There are AI, IFV, IUI, and a slew of other fertility treatment acronyms. There are also open and closed adoptions, and there are surrogacy. But any way you go about it, most routes to becoming a parent, at least in the U.S., are costly. Recently, a woman's post on Reddit showed how some men might use a woman's desire to become a mother for their own benefit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The original poster stated that she and her husband were going through infertility. They were considering surrogacy and even had a struggle lined up. While this should sound like good news, the husband's suggestion to go about things the old-fashioned way alerted many commenters to future problems. Mama or auntie? The poster stated that the younger sister had agreed to be the couple's surrogate. What's wrong with that? We're saving a bunch of money, right? After the husband looked into the cost of the amount of IVF would take, he started making comments about having a child the traditional way with the poster's sister. And if it sounds like something out of The Handmaid's Tale, it should, because that's exactly what it is. The poster shut down her husband's suggestion quickly, but he continued to guilt her, stating that she doesn't trust him. The poster has told her husband that she's uncomfortable going to the surrogacy route now. In response, he called her selfish for choosing to back out when he still wants to be a dad like he expected when they got married. She stated that she's devastated for several reasons, but he maintained it's just a quick way for us to have a baby and spare the money and time and use later. Not only is the husband attempting to cheat on the wife, but he's also making it seem like she's being inconsiderate. Holy smokes. The guy's just trying to save money. What's going on? The poster has told her sister what her husband suggested. Holy smokes. Probably wise. And she knows she'll regret it if she decides to go along with his plan. Infertility is emotionally painful, particularly for the mother, and choosing surrogacy is a huge decision. Add on a husband who apparently has no moral compass or compassion. Ouch. And things aren't looking so good for the poster. Legally speaking, many commenters pointed out that technically the child would be the poster's niece or nephew and not her child. Lawyer here and legally that would be the case as well. Without an official surrogacy contract, the sister can claim the baby as her own. Holy smokes. And the husband can be on the hook for child support. You will have a hard time proving legal rights to the child. This is a terrible idea all the way around, stated one legal mind. Holy smokes. Another commented query, what happens if your sister doesn't get pregnant on the first try? Get away from this guy. We hope she does. Holy smokes. See, sometimes women give each other such bad advice, man. Now they're telling her to leave her husband because her husband is saying, I'm willing to, I mean, so he's making a mistake in thinking, right? I agree, man. You can't use your sister, you can't use your wife's sister for a surrogate, and you know, and achieve conception the old-fashioned way. You can't do that with your wife's sister. That's not no. But to have the woman, they're telling her to leave her husband because he made that suggestion. A suggestion. I mean, he didn't even do it. They made it because he made that suggestion. They're telling him to leave her. Now they are encouraging her to jump into the single women fold, and she got a husband. I hope she ain't dumb enough to listen to that. Anyway, what y'all think? What y'all think? Should he be able to impregnate the sister? You're gonna save a lot of money. They think. So you think you're gonna save a lot of money doing it that way, but what's going to end up happening is, like they said, the legal issue is gonna start coming up because what happens when that woman decides, and almost any woman is going to decide, you know what, one day she's gonna say, you know, I want my baby back. I want my baby. We don't have a contract. That is that's my child. You and I made that child, not you and her. So I want my child back. Ouch. How's that gonna work? See, that just makes things a lot messier. It's better to have it with if you're gonna surrogate somebody, and I don't recommend doing that, but if you got to do it, you better have that paperwork together, man. Because that's the only thing the court's gonna look at is the paperwork. And even then they might not keep that paperwork together. So ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Anyway, y'all, let's keep it moving. Where else y'all going and getting this news every day, every Sunday? Where else? I don't know. Okay, let's move on to the hit parade. The hit parade. U.S. pastor who adopted Haitian orphans charged over child sex abuse. Holy smokes! An American pastor who moved to Haiti to teach in private residence marketable job skills, adopting 2 Haitian orphans, and opening an evangelical preschool along the way. Oh man, is now facing U.S. charges for engaging in illicit sex conduct with a child while living in a Caribbean nation. Corrigan Clay, 43, was arrested Thursday by federal agents, according to a newly unsealed indictment first obtained by the Daily Beast. He is being prosecuted by the Justice Department's Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section. Ouch. You know, the feds don't come get you unless they got they got a solid case against you. The feds when the feds come and pick you up, they got all their ducks in a row. They got all their ducks in a row when they come and get you. So the likelihood of this dude walking away from this is really, really low. Documents filed in Pittsburgh federal court state. Clay sex abused the unidentified child from January 2014 to December 2017, the indictment states. No further details are provided in the filing except that the alleged victim was under 18. But Clay's ex-wife, with whom he had 2 biological children, in addition to the pair they adopted, told the Daily Beast on Friday that the illicit conduct involved one of their own children. Oh, Dang. Man, sometimes some of you guys out there that got some these compulsions, man, go get you some help, man. Go get you some help. Man, we all got things we got to work on, man. We all got things. None of us are perfect. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of y'all say, well, I ain't got to pray. I don't believe in God. I ain't got to pray. Okay. All right. Well, go to a therapist. Go to somebody. I mean, ask God to help you. I know I had so many different things going on with me, man. I had to ask God to help me. And he did. And he did. You're looking at a whole new person from what I used to be. Praises due to God. Shelly Jean Clay, who now operates a Haitian-focused crafts market in Florida, declined to provide further details about the allegations, emphasizing that she was not involved and had no idea what was happening. It was my child, but I don't think I am at liberty to talk about it because the court case is in process, she told the Daily Beast. I am not opposed to the truth coming out, but I do not want to jeopardize the case. Yeah, I wouldn't either, man. Let's see. Clay operated his ministry, the Apparent Project, with the stated goal of building future leaders in Haiti, alongside a tattoo and body piercing parlor in Port-au-Prince. He remains detained in Pennsylvania, locked up pending a court hearing on March 15th. Hey, that's Tuesday, right? The grand jury charges. Between in around 2014 and in and around December 2017, the defendant, Corrigan Clay, a United States citizen whose last known residence in the United States is in the Western District of Pennsylvania, traveled in foreign commerce from the United States to Haiti and resided temporarily and permanently in Haiti, a foreign country, and engaged in illicit sex conduct as defined in Title 18, United States Code, Section 2423F, with a minor, one, a person whose identity is known to the grand jury and is under 18 years of age and attempted to do so. What is wrong with these dudes, man? I know what's wrong with them. They got demons on them, but they wouldn't believe me, man. I'm talking crazy. Both devout Christians, right? But you diddling the little kids, right? Devout Christians, how can you call somebody devout Christian? I don't think a devout Christian would be diddling kids. Anyway, both devout Christians, Corrigan and Shelly Jean Clay, left Washington State and headed to Haiti in 2008. There they took jobs as house parents. What's a house parent? Oh, at an orphanage where they were in charge of 25 boys ranging in age from 7 to 17. Oh man, it was boys. Holy smokes. I mean, it wouldn't be no better if it was girls, but damn, that's just a little more worser. After a year or so, the couple began a workshop that taught locals how to earn money by making jewelry and handcrafts. Holy smokes. Their products were sold locally in partnerships with large companies abroad, including The Gap, Donna Karan, and Macy's. The project boasted celebrity clients such as Oprah Winfrey, Ben Stiller, and Kim Kardashian, according to Clay. Currently, in addition to teaching adults, they are sponsoring classes for children, offering lunchtime parties. Lunchtime parties? How do you party? How do you party with kids at lunch? I don't know. Shout out to OG Patrice. Glad to see you in the building, sis. Glad to see you in the building. Holy smokes. Offering lunchtime parties to feed street kids and offering food and, in some instances, shelter to those with little to nothing to call their own. An arts blogger wrote of Clay's in 2010. By 2016, the couple's desire to continue their care increased. They opened the AP preschool, according to the Post. The year was a success, and in 2017, we added our AP kindergarten. It explains the goal was to grow with our AP children and by adding a class to our school each year and to provide quality education along. You know what? These kind of people, they always have a good premise. They always come in with a good premise, right? Oh, we just trying to add, increase it. Okay. To provide quality education along with character development based on biblical principles. Yeah, biblical principles. Okay. But where does the diddling come in? Where is the diddling as a biblical principle? We are working to raise leaders who will be able to bring positive change to the world. By this time, Clay had already been abusing his victims for roughly 3 years, according to the feds. Clay and his wife launched a nonprofit Apparent Project with an inheritance Clay received from his late father, who died in a plane crash in 2003. The two had struggled with fertility issues for years and had decided if they were going to add to their family, they might as well adopt from a country where thousands of children are abandoned each year. Because Haiti requires 2-year wait for international adoptions, Clay decided to move into the orphanage where her future son lived. They bought a house in Port-au-Prince, began collecting garbage from the streets, the profile says, and the Apparent Project soon started to take shape. Once they got established, Clay began working on a documentary about Haitian children living in slavery. Oh, holy smokes. How many of you guys heard about Haitian children living in slavery? No, right? I gotta go get the new iPhone. That's what's important, right? We don't even know there's children in Haiti living in slavery. I didn't know that. Who else gonna tell you? Security boss? All right. Let's see. Abandoned by their parents, most work as indentured servants for family members, but some end up in the sex trade, explained Desert Profile. Clay, who earned a degree in visual arts from Seattle Pacific University, a private Christian liberal arts school, was also building his tattooing and body art business called Attainment. Yeah, because the Lord needs more tattoos, right? Ay, ay, ay. Corgan enjoys training amateur and professional artists in multiple mediums. His Shop Still Live website says he is currently establishing an apprenticeship course for Haitian tattoo artists to raise the national standards for health, safety, and artistic excellence. He strives to change the negative cultural stigma of tattoo art form in Haiti by focusing on positive subject matter, beautiful composition, and demanding integrity and ethical business practices from those he trains. The site now carries a disclaimer at the bottom reading, "We are no longer based in Haiti." Yeah, I bet. You're gonna be in a jail cell. That's where you're gonna be located at. As of late December, the Apparent Project is employed 25 Haitian teachers and support staff, had enrolled 70 plus Haitian children in the school, had more than 25 teens and adults participating in job training programs, and had enlisted a software engineer to teach Haitians how to code. That's a good thing. Too bad you had to diddle. Okay. Officials with the Apparent Project, which is still registered as a 501c3 and has brought in annual donations of as high as $750,000. According to tax record, did not immediately respond to the Daily Beast request for comment. Clay's lawyer, William H. Diffenderfer, was out of his office on Friday afternoon and unavailable for contact, his assistant said. If convicted, Clay faces up to 30 years in federal prison. Clarence. What? Why do you still do the hit parade? Why? Why? We know there's creepos out there. Why do you still do that? Because y'all don't know how close these creepos are to you. You don't know how they always come. They always come under the guide of righteousness. They always come in a righteous person's name or a righteous principle. They always come under the guise of righteousness. I'm here to help. I'm a coach. I'm a teacher. I'm a tutor. I'm a this. I'm a that. They always come in the name of righteousness. And those of us who got small children or access to small children, we need to know what's going on. We need to have the mentality that everybody could possibly be, a creepo. You know, unfortunately, man, creepos don't have a big stamp on the forehead, right? That will make life a lot easier, man. We could say, oh, he got the creepo stamp on his head. I'm not gonna bring my children over there. But these creepos don't have that. They don't have that. They walk among us. They walk among us, and they always usually walk under the guise of, a righteous principle. I'm here to help the kids. I'm here to help women trying to get off the drugs. I'm here to help. I'm here to feed the people. I'm here. They always have a righteous cause that they hide behind. I'm here to. I'm the coach of this team here. I'm the I'm just gonna give her a ride. They always got a righteous thing that it looks like it's good. Remember what I told y'all. How righteous is the man that helps an old lady across the street? When the old lady finally gets across the street, she goes to dig in her purse to get her wallet, and her wallet's gone. See, it looked like the guy was trying to help her across the street, but he was just trying to get close enough to get in her wallet, get in her purse to get her wallet, pick her pocket, right? See, we got to have our eyes open. If you have children, make sure that your children are around people that you got to keep your eyes open. You got to keep your eyes open, man. I'm not saying women don't do this stuff, but it's mostly men. It's probably 80-20 to men. That men do most of this diddling. And you got to and it has a much bigger effect most of the time on the child when it's male, when it's coming from a male. I don't care if they're dealing with a child or a male child or a female child. Is usually much more devastating to the child and to the person when it's coming from a male. Not saying that it's good coming from a female either, but you got to watch out. You got to watch everybody. Man, if I came into your house and sat down with your children, you better watch me. Watch me. You watch everybody around your children, man. Watch everybody. You don't let your children be around nobody you don't know and anybody. And don't say, oh, yeah, can you take this person, take my child here? No, don't do nothing stupid like that. I know, right? I'm supposed to be talking about the beef, right? The people want to say, hey, Claire, talk about the beef. Talk about the beef. I'm not talking about nothing else, man. We did all that. We went all past that. We talked about that. We went past that. We're done with that over here. We're done with that. We try to elevate your mind, put you on another level so that you can protect yourself, protect your family, and increase your with your family, increase your life, make your life better. Who else is doing that? And I'm not saying they supposed to. Everybody got their own lane, but brother, sister, we giving you more information here, especially on Sunday morning. More information here than 10 of their live streams wrapped together. They just talk about everything else. All right, y'all. So let's get to the next topic. Death by simp. Death by simp. High school principal basketball coach charged with murking after a report found wife died from severe injury. Holy smokes. A high school principal in Arkansas was arrested this week for allegedly murking his wife. Law enforcement authorities say Rocky Dodson, 52, was taken into custody on Thursday afternoon and charged with second-degree murking after allegedly slaying 36-year-old Amanda Dodson in their home. the Boone County Sheriff's Department said Thursday in a press release. According to the Sheriff Tim Robertson, deputies in the investigation with the Sheriff's Office on the evening of Sunday, March 6, responded to the Dotson residence in Omaha, Arkansas, regarding Amanda's death. The area is approximately 20 miles north of Harrison, close to the state's border with Missouri. No arrests were made in connection with Amanda's death until Arkansas Department of Public Safety State Medical Examiner Office released a preliminary report which determined that she died from a severe injury. In combination with the investigation and the medical examiner's findings, evidence relating to a severe injury which caused her death was discovered. Sheriff Robinson said in the release, as a result of the investigation, Amanda Dotson's husband, identified as Rocky Dotson, has been charged for second-degree murder. After being taken into custody, Dotson was processed and booked at the Boone County Jail at the Sheriff's Department online records show. His bond hearing is pending, according to the Sheriff's Office. Investigators have not released any additional information in the case. That's all we have for right now, Sheriff Robinson said late Thursday afternoon per the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. We're still actively investigating. Dotson has been identified as the principal of Omaha High School in Boone County. In addition to his duties as school principal, Dotson reportedly was the head coach of Omaha High School boys basketball team, according to a report from Little Rock ABC affiliate KATV. In a letter to his students, parents, and guardians, Superintendent of Omaha District Ryan Huff reportedly said that the district has placed Dotson on administrative leave effectively immediately. We found out today, Huff told the Democrat Gazette, when we found out about Dotson's arrest. When asked whether the news of Dotson being charged for murking his wife came as a surprise, Huff reportedly responded, "This is probably an understatement." Huff also said, "At no time were our students and staff in any danger," adding, "We take the utmost care and safety of our students and staff." Amanda was a member of the Pilgrim Rest Baptist Church and loved her pets and loved ones. Holy smokes. I'll try to see if I can get a reason why he did it. Not yet. Hasn't come out. But we all know that the simps are out there, and to murk your wife, there ain't no good reason to be murking your wife. Absolutely not. Shout out to Jay Takashi. Shout out to Hood Culture and Politics Review. The short answer to the title question is yes. Okay, we're going to get there, Hood. We're going to get there. Don't worry. Hang in there with me, man. Hang in there with me. I got a lot of information to give you guys. Okay. Let's go. Let's move on to the Black History Minute. Black History Minute. You guys know who was a pioneering female American politician? Shirley Chisholm. Shirley Chisholm was a pioneering African-American politician. Shirley Chisholm, 1924 to 2005, began her professional career as a teacher. She served as director of Hamilton Madison Child Care Center until the late 1950s, then as an educational consultant for New York City's Bureau of Child Welfare. In 1968, Chisholm became the first African-American to earn election to Congress, where she worked on the Education and Labor Committee and helped form the Black Caucus. In 1972, she made history again by becoming the first Black woman of a major party to run for a presidential nomination. After serving 7 terms in the House, Chisholm retired from office to become a teacher and public speaker. Born Shirley St. Hill on November 30, 1924 in New York City, Chisholm spent part of her childhood in Barbados, with her grandmother and graduated from Brooklyn College in 1946. Shout out to Barbados. She began her career as a teacher and earned a master's degree in elementary education from Columbia University. Shout out to King. She served as director of Hamilton Madison Child Care Center from 1953 to 1959 as an educational consultant to New York City's Bureau of Child Welfare in 1959 to 1962. But that is don't just take my word for it, dig that. Clarence, why are you always going through the Black History Minute? Because I'm trying to give y'all a sense of your history so that you can know how to fit it all in. American history has a bunch of different people in there, but if you don't see yourself in there, you don't feel as worthy of some of the different benefits of America because you feel like, oh, well, my people didn't contribute. Your people did contribute. So that's why I keep giving you this Black History Minute. And I'm going to always give you the Black History Minute on Sunday morning. Always, always, always. And if you can find another content creator doing better than that, go listen to them. Go listen to them. We got some shout out. Shout out to Mr. Rucker. Prenup. He says prenup first. Always, Mr. Rucker, always. Shout out to One Community. Salute, Brother Clarence. One Community. If you haven't already gone over there and subscribed to One Community, go over to One Community and subscribe to his page. Shout out to him. All right, y'all. Let's keep moving. Because we got a lot. We got a big story to cover. Okay. Your money. STEM C job of the week. What does STEM stand for? What does STEM C stand for? I put the C at the end. What does STEM C stand for? STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and math, and I put the C there for communication. With these kind of jobs, these jobs are growing. There's always going to be a door open for people who can communicate well. If you can communicate well, you can make a living for yourself just getting on stage talking, right? Or being on YouTube talking, right? If you have your sciences down, the technology and the engineering and the math down, the sky's the limit, right? That's where jobs are going. Get your children out of liberal arts. Get your children out of African American studies. Get your children out of English. Take those things as minors. Your major has to be a STEM job. Your major has to be a STEM job. But Clarence, that's not my heart. I don't really follow that. Okay, which one do you want to do? You want to pay your bills or you want to be a starving artist? Which one? Especially you men. You are going to be looked at as to be able to carry most of the financial load. And if you going out and getting a degree in liberal arts or getting a degree in African American studies, buddy, that may have worked for the late 80s, but it's not going to work here in 22. It's not going to work in 2022. You have to have a degree in the STEM fields. Remember what I told y'all. 3rd grade. We need to start teaching Black children in 3rd grade. Other children, they got a little more leeway. They probably should pick it up in the 3rd grade too, but the parents of other children of other cultures, they know already. That's why they get them tutors at 3rd grade. At 3rd grade, they got a math tutor. At 3rd grade, they got a science tutor. You and me, we ain't even thinking about that in the Black community, right? We're just trying to survive. We're going out buying bad food at McDonald's a couple times a week, right? But we ain't got time. We got to work. Some of us got 2, 3 different jobs, right? We single parents. We got a couple different jobs. We got to pick them up something to eat, drop it off to them, and then run out to the second job, right? Why is that? We're going to get into that today. We're going to get into why that's happening with 3rd grade. Men, listen to me, Black men. 3rd grade. You need to be presenting math and sciences to your Black boys 3rd grade. 4th grade is too late. 3rd grade. You need to introduce it to them. Start working with them. Like I told y'all before, I used to buy my son little kits and stuff, little science kit. Some of the stuff he did. Some of the stuff he didn't. It's okay. You're just trying to introduce it to them. The quicker you introduce math and science to them, the more likely they'll see college as something that makes sense to them. But see, we playing. We let them screw around throughout the whole high school years, because we got dudes out there saying, "I was a C student. I was a C student. I didn't know no better, but now I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire now, right?" So they appeal to the laziness of the children. They appeal to their laziness. I'm a millionaire now. I'm a millionaire. I was only a C student. So who they gonna listen to? Somebody tickling their ear on the internet that got more money than you. Here's somebody that say they're a C student and they don't know they don't work that hard, and they got more money than you. Your children looking at you like you the fool. This person on the internet never put a morsel of food in their mouth, but your children looking at them like they are Jesus Christ himself. Why? Why? Because we're not connected to these children, man. We pretty much let them raise themselves. I'm talking about as a group. Yeah, some of us are not doing this, but I'm talking about as a group, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. We got to get back into our children's lives. We got to get back into our children's lives, especially us as black men. Especially us as black men. Hold on, Rico. Let me finish going through these things, and then I'll bring you up. All right, so yeah, we gotta finish this stuff as black men. We gotta finish. Third grade. We gotta get back and reintroduce ourselves in our children's lives. But you black men, you gotta go back. But Clarence, I live in a whole other state. That's okay. Pick up the phone. Hey, I sent you some stuff. On online. I sent you some stuff. Can you look at it? Let's go through it together. Science problems, math problems. But he's only in third grade. I know. But the quicker you introduce him to math and science, the more chances he have of getting a better job that actually, you know how much a house costs in Los Angeles? A fixer up or tear down house in Los Angeles, $500,000. That's in the hood. $500,000 for a house in the hood. Man, how you gonna afford that? How you gonna afford that on a liberal arts degree? You're not. You're gonna have to get a 30-year mortgage. If you're lucky. If you're lucky, you'll qualify for it. I mean, come on, man. Come on. We gotta get busy. I know nobody wants to hear me say that, right? Especially black men. Y'all don't want to hear me say that. Okay, the black woman is the reason why everything's a problem. The black woman, we gotta do like the manosphere. We gotta beat up on the black woman. The black woman she's the problem. If black woman just listen, forget that. If the black woman is not gonna see your heart by watching you with your children, man, let me tell you something, brother. The black woman will fall in love with you if she see that you are a righteous teacher of your children. She will fall in love with you. She got a natural love developed for you if she see you teaching your children, even from afar, brother. But she don't see you teaching your children. She see you running after different women. And you say, I got the money. I put the money there. I gave this person, I put the money in their account. I'm doing good. That's better than nothing. But you know what your children would say? I'd rather have you. I'd rather have you. Anyway, I'm talking too much, man. I'm talking too much. I know I keep running y'all out of here, right? Because I'm talking about what we need to do to fix the community. So, go over there to Angry Man, right? Smoke a cigar and tell everybody how dumb they are, and have people tell the people that are sending you cash apps how dumb they are, and they still sending you cash apps. Shout out to Angry Man. Anyway, all right, let's talk about your money. The STEM Seed Job of the Week. Water treatment worker, advanced water treatment worker. Let's do it, y'all. A project manager. This job is in El Segundo, out here in LA, El Segundo. It's a full-time job, which means probably 40 hours more. starting salary, $140,000 to $175,000 a year. Man, which one of these Negroes is telling you how to get a job paying $140,000 a year to start? Get out of here, man. Ain't none of these Negroes doing this, man. But that's okay. That's okay. I don't want no fanfare. I just want you to realize what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get y'all to change your lives for the better. Yeah, sometimes we have fun, but really, what we really trying to do is sneak up on you and help you have a better life. That's what we really trying to do. Shout out to Be Easy. What's happening, bro? Hang around, man. We almost there. We almost there. We almost there. I'm gonna bring up Rico, and then we're gonna talk about the main topic today, and then we're gonna open it up. All right. Let's get to the benefits. You got health coverage, dental coverage, 401k, paid time off, visit insurance. A full description of the project manager. The project manager is responsible for all operations and technical services activities at West Basin Water Recycling Treatment Facilities, including the Edward C. Little Water Recycling Facility and 3 satellite locations. This position is the primary liaison between Suez and the West Basin Municipal Water District, responsible for maintaining a professional working relationship with client, reporting to the region general manager. The project manager responsibilities include making sure that the facilities maintain regulatory and contractual compliance at all times while ensuring the project is operated in conformance with company policies, including health and safety. Project manager is responsible for preparing budgets, clients reports, and administering financial control of the success of the project. Holy smokes! Goes over the responsibilities of the project manager. Okay, special skills needed. Let's get right to the nitty gritty. Strong verbal written presentation skills necessary for frequent interaction with client. Excellent leadership management abilities with strong planning, organization, and prioritizing skills. Knowledge of financial and budgetary reporting. Must have the ability to manage multiple priorities simultaneously. Ability to communicate effectively, both verbal and in writing. Ability to develop and maintain strong working relationships with other colleagues, subordinates, the client, and other public groups. Considerable knowledge of effective supervisory methods and practices, including team building and conflict management. There you go. You want to be a project manager, right? So, 3rd grade. 3rd grade. Get your child a math tutor in the 3rd grade. Get your child a science tutor in the 3rd grade. If you can't afford it, guess what? You're up. You are up. If you don't do this for Black children, listen, let me tell you something. And I'm only talking about Black children because they're in a worse situation. They're in a very unique situation. All children should be learning about math by the 3rd grade, but especially Black boys. Black boys are most of the time they end up in a horrible situation. They end up having to play catch up. If they're lucky, they can start their own business, be in trucking and stuff like that. But why should they even have to play catch up? Let's get them in a job where they're starting out already. They can buy, like I said, I live in Los Angeles. You go down here and Watts and buy you buy a little small house in Watts, it's gonna cost you about $500,000 out there in Watts. Who walks out of college and be able to afford that? You can't afford that. You have to have 2 incomes to barely afford something like that. And you ain't gonna make it on a liberal arts degree. You're not. Black people, get your children out of liberal arts and your boys. Maybe your daughter can make it, but even then, I wouldn't put none of my children in the liberal arts no more. If they really want to teach, cool. If you really want to teach, do it as a minor. Do it as a minor. Do it when you retire, but don't do it as a way to make money from the jump. No, not unless you don't want to buy a house, you don't want to have a decent car, You don't want to have money put away for your retirement. If you don't have any of those goals, by all means, jump into liberal arts. But the rest of us, if you plan on owning your own home at some point, you're gonna have to be able to pay for it. You cannot pay for it without a STEM degree in the future. It's not. And if you don't guide your children into the STEM fields, you are leading them into a crack house. You're leading them into a crack house. Did I say enough on that? I said enough on that. All right. We here, y'all. We finally made it here. I did it in under an hour. Not bad. Not bad. All right. So, is traditional marriage and Black poverty related? As marriage goes down, does poverty go up? Are they inversely related? The less marriage, the more poverty. Well, let's take a look. First, let me bring my brother Rico up. Shout out to you, Rico. What's going on?
Yes, I'm doing well for a Sunday, sir. How about yourself?
All right, can't complain at all, brother. Rico is our resident vet. Always comes through, a little science on us, man. Appreciate you, man. Okay, Rick. Let me show the people something here. All right, let's share the screen here and let's go through it, man. Maybe you can help me, sir, Mr. Young, or you can help me to try to understand what's going on here. All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is an article by scholars.org. I'm just going to read a few parts of it, a little bit of it. One of the most important social changes unfolding in the United States over the past half century has been the decline of the institution of marriage, a decline especially steep among Blacks. In 1960, roughly 74% of whites were married, and the rate dropped to 56 in 2008. That's a big drop, but not compared to the plummeting marriage rates for Blacks. In 1960, 61% of Blacks were married in 1960, but by 2008, it was only 32. Holy smokes! That's almost half. Blacks also getting divorced. Blacks are also getting divorced more often and remarrying less than whites. Scholars and public observers worry because, after all, marriage has historically provided many benefits. Individuals who are married enjoy better physical and mental health, have more social ties and higher household incomes, accumulate more wealth, and raise children who do better in terms of health and social outcomes than the children of unmarried parents. Or, in other words, single moms and dads. Because the decline of marriage has been so sharp among Blacks, this group has received close scrutiny. Some analysts argue that Black women in particular, here we go, Black women in particular, place little value on marriage. But much evidence contradicts this argument and suggests instead that social deprivations make it hard for Black women to find suitable partners. All right, Rick, what do you think, man? What do you think? What do you think this article has any validity? Have you seen any of this in the street?
I mean, yeah, absolutely, it has some validity, but it's not making any concrete decisions from what I see. It's looking at some of it. I mean, first of all, it's clearly showing that there's a decline in marriage for all races, not just Black races, white races as well, because they had a 20% decline in marriages. We had a 50% decline in marriage, but both are going in the same direction. Fewer and fewer people are choosing to get married. However, it's difficult for me to strictly correlate that to the levels of poverty, because while white families are still decreasing in marriages, they're not increasing in poverty and they're not decreasing in wealth. So if the correlation is strictly towards income, then why is their incomes not decreasing? So they're having fewer marriages, but their income is still maintaining. And that's where I think the second part of it, of the first paragraph, and there's more to read, goes into their social deprivation along with a decline in marriage is probably what's creating the uptick in poverty. Whereas though if a white woman decides that she doesn't want to get married, she's not socially deprived in the same way that a black woman is. That's a key aspect of it. Society as a whole may not look at white single motherhood the same way it looks at black single motherhood. That's the social deprivation part. If you go back to that first statement, you want to pull it back up for me, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just wanted to, and that's why they say that that's the counter argument. Because if the correlation is strictly to the decline in marriage, then you need to show a correlation with the income for white families should decrease, even if at the 20% rate as well. But I don't think the evidence supports that. See what I'm saying?
Okay, so we brought it back up.
Some analysts argue that black women in particular, but much evidence contradicts this argument and suggests instead that social deprivation, which also, it makes it harder for them to find a suitable mate, but it also will increase in a decrease in income. So if you're talking about, if the correlation is, which we all agree that there's evidence to suggest that, people that are married, so you got even social and economic barriers to marriage. And, so I hate for us to end on one thing and then that becomes the narrative. And like you said, all the other additional stuff that's in this article is left out of the conversation. So that's why it's important that we look at it in totality and not just people go into these articles, they grab a portion and there it is. Let me tie a stick to it and start. Right. Exactly. Hey, thank you, Be Easy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, no, you know what? Be easy. You're right. But they're not called single parents. White women are not called single parents. They're called unwed mothers.
Whatever. Whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call them. Like that's not part of the
black women are called baby mamas. Yeah, absolutely.
We cannot act like that's not part of the conversation because it is. It's how society looks at the same thing in a different color.
Exactly. It just a different way, right? All right, so let's Rico, let's read.
That was my thought on it, and so ever since Moynihan presented his argument, other scholars have accumulated considerable evidence that social and economic impediments to marriage matter more than value orientations. So that means it's not that our values are any less, but there are social and economic impediments. Aspirations are not the issue. In this view, so much as the dearth of what William Julius Wilson calls marriageable black men. Okay? So it's not that black men...
Hold on, Rico. Sorry, Sister Don. Your homegirls, man. Your homegirls are unwed mothers.
So,
I love her. I'm just messing with you, Sister Don. All right, Rico, go ahead.
What I'm saying, what that speaks to me is, in reading that, is saying that it's not that, that black women don't aspire to be married, but there is a dearth, which means a shortage of what this analyst calls marriageable black men. And then marriageable black men are defined by a number of things, i.e., are they present? Are they, it's a lot of things. It's not like all men are considered marriageable.
No, right? I would consider a homosexual man not marriageable, right? I mean, I don't think the average woman wouldn't marry a homosexual man, right?
But in actuality, any man can marry.
Yeah, right. He has the option of marrying, but he marriageable.
Right. And then so it's a lot of things they look at. So if you look at this, half of black women said that financial stability should be an important precondition for marriage. but only a quarter of white women felt that way. So they're saying a quarter of white women don't care about financial stability, but 50% of black women said it should be an important precondition.
Well.
And it
Hold
should
on,
be,
Rico.
and we know why.
Rico, hold on.
Mhm.
I got to qualify what you just said. Okay, I don't think that it's white women don't care about financial stability. I think they're less like they feel more confident that the man will be able to overcome whatever, or just
Yeah,
because of the way the world is shaped, you
yeah,
know,
I
and
would
the
believe
way,
that too.
you're
Yeah,
right.
I
So
would.
I don't think it's that they're just like, oh well, we can live in a box.
Well,
I think that,
the statement says that it shouldn't be. Should financial stability be an important precondition for marriage?
right,
Half of black women says yes. Only 25% of white women says yes. And I do believe that that does make a difference. And if I was a white woman, I would think it's a lot easier for me to find a white man that would be able to financially support the family.
right,
I would just believe that,
right.
So, and then
I
they
think
say,
the average black woman would feel the same way about marrying a white man. I feel the
exactly,
average black
but
woman would look at it the same way.
marrying a white man, but
Right,
may not feel that same way or that same self assuredness if they're married a black man.
right.
It's like,
They may
okay, I
be
need
more. They may be more.
more suspicious.
Yeah, exactly. They may want to
I
see
mean,
more evidence of your hard work as
it's
opposed
just
to
the
white men.
reality that
They
you
feel
will
like the white
be,
guy could just connect it to the society and just make something happen.
but society tells us that. You see what I'm saying? Society
Uh-huh.
tell all of us that, and it's not only black women who look at it that way. Society even has black men who will sit there because in the reality, we know certain impediments and barriers that exist for me and you don't exist for people who have less melanin. So if I looked at a group of men, I would think society tells me that the vast majority of the white men would be more successful than the vast majority of the black men. It shouldn't be that way. And I don't like that. And I don't agree with that. But society tells me that because I know, at least here in America, it's structured that way. All the statistics tell me that. All
Right,
the outcome of statistics tell me that more of the white men will succeed than more of the black men.
right.
There's just no denying with that data.
Typically speaking, right.
Mhm.
All right. So, how about this article? This
Yeah,
part of the article here
this is perfect. Yeah.
to boost marriage, help black men. Those who want to boost marriage rates among blacks should focus on improving job opportunities and education for black men. In 2010, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 18.4% of black men were jobless compared to 9.6% of white men. Black men also earn lower wages. Why you on lower wages? I just went over that because you're not pointing your children. You point them into liberal arts. You let them get liberal arts degrees and degrees in African American studies instead of putting them into the STEM projects, the STEM pro. So white men are more qualified typically because they point their children into STEM degrees. Period.
But we got to be honest though, Clarence.
Okay.
Even in the STEM fields, the disparities remain.
But you got more
I'm just
opportunity. Rico. I
right,
know. I mean,
but I'm just saying.
we're never gonna
Right.
100% want to,
So right,
we're never
I
100%
just
get away from it.
right. I
But,
just don't. I'm just putting into the conversation that even if you do go into the right attainable field, the disparities will still exist because too often people easily say race doesn't matter, and I'm like, it always matters because you
of
can
course,
literally
it
you
always
you
gonna
can be
matter.
a lawyer. A black lawyer, white lawyers make more than black lawyers. White
But
doctors make
but
more than
but
black doctors. So
but
even when you
Rico,
right,
what
that's
I
all.
want us to focus on, I
Oh yeah,
know
the
what you're
field,
saying is right.
a
What you
livable
saying is right.
field, right? A
But what I
livable
want us to
field.
focus
That's
on,
fine.
what I
Yes.
want us what I want us to focus on is that
Hmm.
yes, yeah, I want you to focus on creating value. You
Hmm.
have to go out here and create value for somebody. If you can't get a marketable skill and create value for a company that you asking to pay you a certain amount. See, when you can create value for somebody, you can write your own check. I don't care if you're red, black, green, or yellow. Like these people out here right now, they need truckers. They don't care if you're red, green, black, or white, or yellow. If you can deliver this freight, they're gonna pay you. You can
Yeah.
write your own check. So that's
Right.
what I want. I want them to focus on that. Because I hear what you're saying. I'm with you. Race will always come up at some point, quote unquote. It will always come up at different parts. Just because we're here in America and we got different. Everybody was raised different. We all got different ways we were raised on how to deal with people, and then we all got different experiences. So race will probably always come up in America at some
Yeah.
point. But if you can create value for yourself, you can transcend that. You can transcend that. You just have to work hard to be able to create value. That's the thing. I don't want you to run around here thinking that Clarence is saying, "Oh, well, race don't matter no more."
Yeah.
It's what Martin Luther King's dream finally here. No, I'm not saying that.
Right. I would just say this. I wouldn't use the term transcend because that gives a false belief that we can overcome that. And what I'm saying, I agree with you 1,000%, Clarence, is that, yeah, same thing I tell my son. One's a plumber, one's an electrician. I'm like, hey, you just need to make a career choice for a livable wage, a livable earning, something like you said, of use of value. The disparity will always exist, and who cares about the disparity? But you still, as you say, you have to select a field. Like, forget that liberal arts stuff,
Right.
a trade. I'm 1,000% with that. I just try to be careful with our language when we be like, oh, if you do this, everything is perfect. No, things are better, but it's not perfect because it ain't gonna be.
Rico, if I lay it out like that, like if I lay it out like it's a cookie candy thing, please jump in there because I'm not trying to lay it out like that. All I'm trying to say is focus on working hard. You can't do nothing about the racism, but you can do something about what as much power as you can give yourself, which is creating value, being able to create value.
Because like I said, the racism going to exist if you a janitor.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what you do.
If you're a school teacher.
It's
going to exist no matter what.
And that's out of your control. You can't control how somebody else is going to respond to you. The only thing you can control is how much value you can bring to the company. That's what you can control. All right, so shout out to Rosarch. Appreciate you in the building, man. Thank you. What is it? It's Rorschach. I messed that name up, man. I'm bad with names sometimes, so y'all forgive me, especially if
it's not his real name. So you,
what's Russia? Why don't you get a regular black name, brother, like Bobby, Willie or something, man. Why you got these crazy names, man? I'm having problems with you, man.
You picked a name from a movie, The Watchmen. So
I'll get it, man. I'll pick it up sooner or later. I'm a tourist. It takes me a long time to get it. But once I got it, I got it. All right. So we read this article, right? Or did we read this article?
No, we did.
We stopped. We didn't finish.
You gotta read this
Black
part.
men also earn lower wages similar to white men. Racial disparities persist even at the highest levels of education. You were right, Rico. Even after holding education, constant black men are still more likely to be unemployed and economically deprived, causing them to fall short of what black women are looking for in partners. Okay, we're going to talk about this in just a second, Rico. Finally, contrary to patterns found among other race ethnic groups, black women have higher educational attainment than black men. Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah,
but we're going to take their word for it. Yet this adds to their struggle to find the kinds of men they hope to marry. Black women's values, in short, are not the problem. I'm going to disagree on that one. Black marriage rates are likely to rise after America's black men receive more economic opportunities. Okay, Rico, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult discussion, but there are, and I don't think that, like I said, I don't think it's a concrete thing that it gets everything, but it gets a lot of it, because the facts of the matter is the educational gap between, like I make six figures, but I have no post-secondary education. I just came home from the service and I got really lucky that I fell into a very niche field in the legal industry and it pays well. very
Okay.
well. But it's a niche field that you get into, and there's no college degree for it.
Okay.
It's just on the job training, and I fell into a space where someone taught me, and it's computer database, but it's a special niche field in the intellectual property area. Um,
Okay.
and I had no idea when I first got into it how well it paid, but it pays like crazy because
Right.
it's a specialized skill that you just have to learn.
Right.
And but the fact of the matter is, so I worked with all these lawyers and so on and so forth. And in the 35 years of being in the legal industry, I can count the number of black attorneys. And I think I've probably seen more female black attorneys than males. It's not that they and I'm in DC, so it was like I said, 30
Right.
something years ago. It was closer to Chocolate City, but still the vast majority of attorneys in this city were white men,
Okay.
white women by a margin of almost 10 to 1. And then you start seeing more black male attorneys in this city. But I think still black women attorneys far exceed black men attorneys in this city. It's still always a numbers game. So when you look at those black female lawyers, because people try to marry people of the same socioeconomic status. Let's face it, okay? Lawyers
Okay.
are not marrying trash truck drivers. They just don't. That's just some Hollywood criteria. So all of those lawyers look to marry lawyers. Occasionally you hear one lawyer married a secretary and she's a baddie. They do that still. You can pull a game. But usually those black male lawyers look to marry because it's part of their how they rise. When they start going to these dinners and stuff like that.
You talking
If
about
you
social
are
status?
yeah, your social status. If you
Okay.
are a well-attuned, you want to be partner. Your wife got to have something of substance. She
Okay.
can't be, a baker. So it's hard for high level professionals that are black to find. So most of the black attorneys I know, they're married to white women that are attorneys. Because
Okay.
when they go look to marry attorneys, the pool of attorneys is bigger than the white women, the black attorneys. The pool, there are a lot. Don't get me wrong, but if all of them got married, you still have a bunch of black male attorneys that don't have a black attorney wife, so they end up having to go get a white one. It just I don't think they have to, so that's like a terrible choice of word, but you just see that happen. These people, doctors marry doctors. You don't, if you talk to doctors, my next door neighbors, they're all from Cameroon. They're all doctors. They're all married to people of the same set. They are not going to marry an uneducated person. They just are not going to do that. So when you
Right.
get into the education level, probably black women are the biggest group who will marry someone significantly below their educational attainment level. In all other cases, people marry if you got a master's degree, you're not going to hook up with somebody with a high school diploma. It's just not going to work. It just usually doesn't. So
Okay. Oh,
that
go ahead.
that's where I think it starts to touch on the marriageable material, attainable. Rorschach, he's highly educated. I'm pretty sure he'll chime in,
Right.
and I'd be surprised if he disagreed with people don't marry people in similar income and education brackets.
Okay. Da, 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 so that goes to the fact that to the to part of the article where it says, finally, contrary, uh, finally, contrary to patterns found among other racial groups, black women have higher educational attainment than black men. Yet this adds to their struggle to find the kinds of men they hope to marry, right? Because, like you said,
Yeah.
women usually want to marry at least at their level or higher.
Hmm.
That's the hypergamy, right? They don't want to marry the lower, but black women are a lot of times in a position where they have to marry men that are blue collar, even though they're doing a white
Hmm.
collar job, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the article says black women's values, in short, are not the problem. Now, I have a question for you, Rico. If they value social status, yet they see that most black men are not in white collar jobs. Most black men, I would say the overwhelming majority of black men are in blue collar or under jobs. How are
I'd
they
agree
going
with
to?
that.
How are they going to? How is the value that they have that I want to get a social status? How are they going to get there if most of the men that they have to pick from are not at that level or lower? Then most of them are not at the level of education and social status that they're at. They're usually going to be a lot lower.
It
So
can't be
should
met.
they change their values to accept in? This is probably Kevin Samuel's uh, talking point where he said, "Hey, stop reaching for these type of men up here. Reach for a lower type of man, and you can get married. You
But
holding out
that
for this type of man."
here's the pushback, and I would give to Kevin. Why do they have to do it and nobody else does? You know what I'm saying?
Because
Because
of the difference in
let me tell you,
education.
he wouldn't tell that to an Asian woman. He wouldn't tell that to a white woman because they're expected. They're expected to still. Now I get it. They have more men that fit within that category,
That's what I'm saying.
and I get that. But before I would tell a black sister, I'm gonna tell her to continue to work on trying to find a black man that fits within your value. But before I would tell her to change her value, maybe her choice isn't necessarily a black man. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, does that? I mean, because you're talking about having to change a value, then maybe you shouldn't have to be race loyal. I don't think you should be. I don't think you have to be anyway. I'm not gonna say should be. I don't think you have to be. I don't think anybody. You love whoever you love. You be with whoever you want to be with. But it depends on what the value is. Certain values I'm not gonna give up because there's a shortage of black women. I'm like, look, I'm gonna find somebody that fit this value and the hell with it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like it's too much. You know, what if it's your religion? You know what I'm saying? Some people feel very strongly about their religion,
Right.
and that's a value they can't break. So all of a sudden, if you can't find enough Christians, you know, you gonna sit there and stop being a Christian and become a Muslim because all you know what I'm saying? But that's also you're gonna give up your God. I mean, I don't get that, you know. So I think it's twofold. Um, I think they should be open minded to date a blue collar man, but if their value system says that, hey, this is the way because a lot of those girls, you got to remember, they're sent to school and their parents are telling them, look, you didn't go to college just to, to come out and marry the trash truck driver. And I have nothing, like I said, I don't have no higher education, but they send their children to become the best, to be with the best, and so on and so forth. And if that's all, my daughter going to college and that's all she's going to end up with, hell, you didn't need to go to college for that. If you're content with that, you could have got out of high school and just got a job. And then at the same time, they're also saying in that same dynamic, not only should you lower your value and go with the blue collar job, but you shouldn't even. But see, my problem is I hear them say college education comes secondary, and I think that's absolutely crazy.
No,
You know,
no.
so I mean, they're just. It's almost like the only way it
I'm
works.
just talking about the
Yeah.
values that they have as far they place on mate selecting at and and when to do it and who to do it with. The value, that's all I'm talking about. They should go to school. They should get educated. They should create, a space for themselves in the workforce. Absolutely.
Mhm.
I'm not saying any of that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to mate selecting, okay, should they say to themselves, I'm going to wait? Because, see, hypergamy is the fact that they want a more higher level of person as a woman. They want a higher level of person. That's innate in most women, right? What I'm saying is, because
Don't be
of the
hypergamous.
small pool of people, the competition is so high. Some of them are priced out of the game. even though they have a degree, even though they have it, because men don't look at that. Men don't look at a woman's education and say, oh, she's an educated lady. She's a doctor. She's a lawyer.
So in other words, what we're saying is, but in actuality, all we're saying is you're priced out of the market for black men because that pool is too small. But you're not priced out of the market.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying most of them want black men, right? And because of the bad press that black women have gotten, because really most black women are really they're a lot easier to deal with, right? But they've been taught, the world has only seen, what's that what's that show that show lifestyles on Atlanta and lifestyles in LA, and those shows that basically a set of shows I call bad people acting badly, right? Okay, Rico. Yeah, bad people acting badly, right? Black people acting badly. Any one of those type of shows, right? That come into the Atlanta show or the New York show or the Ink shows or any of these bad people acting black people acting badly shows, right? They show Real Housewives, yeah, Real Housewives. But what's the Be Easy? What's the show about the rappers? Love and Hip Hop. Thank you, sir. Love and Hip Hop. They show that and they make a ton of money off of that and pay them guys $7,000 an episode, but they making millions off of each episode, right? But hey, some of them guys are hurting so bad they got to do that. So, but whatever, right? All's fair. But anyway, let's talk about black women's values in short are not the problem. I look at it like this. I think that black women are going to have to make some changes if they want to get married. Now, if they want to stay single and be out there like they're doing now, cool. You don't have to make no changes, because the problem that you got here is that black men are not interested in getting married. That's the new issue that's coming up now, that black men are not interested in getting married. Before, it was the selection process. Black women were putting off the selection process. Well, I got time. I just wait until I'm 30 and see women of different races. They get involved in mate selection early, right? In the college years, when their sexual market value is at its highest, that's when they start looking around and they start trying to mate select, right? Because they know, hey, this is my highest level of market value, highest point of sexual market value. I'm going to be able to go for follow my hypergamous nature, and I'm probably going to get the outcome I'm looking for by moving in while my sexual market value is high. Now, a lot of times with black women is, especially those of them that put off marriage or don't look at marriage, they put it off so long till like 30, 35 years old. Now your sexual market value is not as high, so the selection process is going to be, the pool is going to be smaller for you to make a good selection. That's just normal, right? That's natural. Brother Be Easy said the whole phase has done severe damage to the community. I would tell you, Brother Be Easy, the whole phase has always been there. The whole phase has always been there. It just wasn't put on Front Street like it is now. Now, women don't have there's no infamy for having a whole phase. But before, the whole phase was infamous, and it was just something women didn't talk about. They went through it. They went through it in their late teenage years, college years. They went through the whole phase, and it just wasn't talked about in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. In the 90s, it's starting with Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim kind of made it okay to have a whole phase, and Foxy Brown, those kind of women made it, hey, it's okay. Yeah, Rosarch, I'm gonna open the panel in just a minute, man. Give me about maybe 15 minutes. I'm gonna open up the panel because we gotta go through some of this information, and then we're gonna open it up for you guys. All right, so the whole phase has done damage to the community. I would say the public acknowledgement of the whole phase has done damage to the community. I would agree with you on that, be easy, definitely for sure. JP says true, brother Clint. Yeah, absolutely. Be easy, man. Come on, man. They wait until the car has 500,000 miles and a slippery transmission. They want to sell it at full price because the body got new paint on it. Be easy. You and Rosa. You and what'd you tell me to call you, Rosa? You told me to call you Tucker, Decker, or something. Let me see what you call me. What'd you tell me to call you, brother? Let me see where you go. Oh, you said called Dunbar. Okay, brother. You and brother Dunbar. Y'all, I want y'all up here, man, right away. Shout out, man. Shout out. Okay. Rico.
Yes, sir.
What you think about Be Easy's comment here, man?
I tell you this, be easy. That's not a problem for a mechanic.
Hey, you know what?
That's not a problem for a mechanic. But no, I'm not paying no full price. I'm not paying full price. I'm cheap.
You got to pay full price.
I'm cheap. No, I ain't paying no full price. I give it a tune-up, though.
Yeah. You know what I mean? If you know how to work on cars, hey,
yeah,
have at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, and I'll be honest with you, and I will say this: everything that they're saying, especially about the hot girl summer, all the messy face, can we at least acknowledge? Here's the deal: that's not to say that that's half of Black women is to say it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm trying to figure out. Is like here's the thing: is I hate the fact that we take the Cardi B, the Meg Thee Stallion, and we project them as the I don't know. I ain't said.
Wait. Get JP first, man. Get JP first, and then we're going to go to the jump part.
You can get one half a rebuild. That's it. That's it.
Right.
I'm with you there. Then after that, it's got to go to the salvage yard.
Rico is the best mechanic on the planet.
Salvage yard.
Rico is the best mechanic on the planet, and he still can't even build a How many times can you rebuild an engine, Rico?
No, they go to the salvage yard. Many, and I agree with Rorschach. I 100% agree with you. Many of these women are coming with mileage, children, weight, attitude. Many. I do not dispute that. My question is, are we saying many or are we saying the majority? That's the space we got to be careful of, because the conversation, and I agree with you, if you say, Rorschach, okay, 80% of these women are coming with children, right? And it doesn't say that 80% of Black women have, is it 80%? I think last I saw it was like 70% of Black women are unmarried with children. And that doesn't mean that the children, here's the thing, they're unmarried, they're unwed mothers. 70% right. Is the last I heard. People throw around the 80, but 70, 80, same thing, right?
Right.
But here's the thing. I can't say every unwed mother doesn't have high mileage. She got a kid, but every unwed mother doesn't have a lot of bodies. She might have one body. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we're looking at everything with nuance. And in addition, 30% of white women are unwed mothers.
They're exploding too.
And the thing is they say you look at stats. You don't look at stats. You look at trends, the directions it's going. See, we've been flatlined at that 70% unwed rate for several decades. White women have substantially started increasing in single motherhood, unwed motherhood, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely.
It's expected that they're going to almost catch the same rates. Probably in the next decade, they'll be up to 50%. So
now I'm gonna tell you what's driving that, Rico. Hold on. I'm gonna let you finish.
A
Let
lot
me
of
tell
it
you
is they're choosing to have children out of wedlock.
Well,
And some
no,
are just choosing not to get married.
It's the men, Rico. It's the men that are driving that issue because men were back in the day. Men were looking to get married. They were looking to get a wife. Now in the Caucasian society, a lot of those guys are saying because of the laws, because of the marriage laws, they're seeing dudes get skinned alive on the divorce court. They're saying, I don't even want to get involved with a marriage. I'll do everything that I did before, that you can do in a marriage. I have children
without getting married.
Without getting married. Right?
Yeah.
So they choosing to do it. Same thing in the Black community.
Right, but I can say that's the same thing that happened in the Black community before. So it's not like, so we're going to look up and we're going to see 50, 60% of white women unmarried with children, and then it's going to be like, oh, that's okay. But when it was Black women, they were the scourge of the earth. It's just like, I think that that's a trend that's happening in the Western world. It's not an Eastern world thing. It's the Western world. So the US, you're starting to see upticks in Canada. You're starting to see some upticks in Mexico, Europe, where women, or basically not even women, people are choosing to live like marriage and not be married. So of that 70% of unwed mothers, they don't know what percentage of those live with their baby's father. They're living like they're married. They're just not married. And they don't get counted in the wedded number. So it may only be 50% of the kids live there. Because I think they say something like only 50% of Black children live in a single parent household. Only half live in a single parent household. So, but they're ascribing all the ones that's unmarried. They're putting their children in that. But there's like, no, a lot of those kids, they're living with their mother and father. Their mother and father just didn't get married.
Right.
The institution of marriage is not a big deal. No, and I'm not saying that, it's a good way to look at it. I'm just saying, I think the way that society is now, people are not wanting to get married. I'm not saying it's a good way of looking at it, Rorschach. I just think that yes, and I don't know if obviously white women are destroying their community. Maybe if that's the way you look at it, but I think people just don't think marriage as an institution the way that they used to. And I think it's going to continue to trend that way in the Western society, the same way as this. Look at the institution of religion and look at the numbers. So you say what's killing? Look at the precipitous fall of people who believe in religion.
Yeah.
Atheism is on the uprise. Religious belief is on the decline.
Right.
That has no effect on the community.
It has an enormous effect on the community.
It's a huge drop in people religious belief, no matter what the belief is. Even Muslims that come over here are respectfully, so many people are becoming non-conforming of whatever the religion is, whether it's Muslim, Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism. There are huge drops across the board in all religions, and there is an uptick. I'm not an atheist, but I'm like, there are more and more people who are starting to become agnostic, atheist, whatever the case may be. That's just what it is. So with the decline in marriages, decline in religion, I think there are a number of things, but just to say baby mamas killed the Black community, I'm like, okay. If they were all married, they still ain't going to church.
Right. Okay. We got Rico. It's time for the dinosaurs to be quiet for a minute.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We got to let the young bucks come in and drop a little science on us, man.
Yeah, because they're the ones changing it anyway. So,
brother, be easy.
What's happening?
What's going on, brother?
Good Sunday, sir.
What can you?
What's up, OG Rico?
I'm not an OG.
Hey, no one got a gun to my head forcing me to call him that either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm doing well.
Yeah. All right, brother, be easy. You up first, man. What do you have to say about what we've been talking about, or anything, man, on the subject, brother?
You guys have been pretty clear covering it. I was taking little notes just to kind of expound on some points about just the women in general going back into the workforce. It's kind of a point that just gets glossed over. Before it was just men working in there, and you didn't need a degree to be able to be in a particular field to sustain yourself, right? Sustain your family. But then when more women start getting into the work field, and then even certain like disabled people, you added just like a whole element of more workers, which stagnated the wages for men, and a lot of kind of diversity hires of good positions kicked men. You know what I mean? They elevated women over men. So these same women are turning around being hypergamous, but then they're taking the jobs that was traditionally supposed to be for men. People could call that misogynist, sexist, or whatever, but that's how society was running, and that's how people wanted it to run until women start saying they were oppressed, and you know what I mean. So that did kind of lead to men not wanting to educate themselves as much, because back in the day they wasn't doing that either. It wasn't like they was running to college back in the day either, but they were doing more blue collar jobs, and working at factories and building stuff to where they didn't necessarily need a degree for that. So I think giving them affirmative action and being able to elevate the women in all these positions due to like toxic feminism and radical liberals and shit like that, those policies did also like lead to the disparity of women being elevated and men, and then mass incarceration and stuff too, where these dudes get locked up even if they come out and try to apply for the same loans or whatever special programs. They wasn't offering to that stuff to felons, and I still don't believe they're doing it. So like Rico said, there is a bunch of nuance to the conversation. It's not necessarily an excuse, but it is a deeper explanation that needs to be added in the discussion to unpack. People just act like, oh no, just whatever. So I would say that too. And then also, even, the thing is, when it comes to these black women, most of them is kind of idiotic for them to be hypergamous, because they're reckless with their hypergamy. It's misguided. They'll talk about hypergamy, and then a lot of them will have kids from someone that was perceived below them, from the quote unquote Pookie or Ray Ray type. Now you coming onto the market and saying, because I have this education, you still need to respect me as like a childless virgin with this degree. And that's just an outlandish demand for any race of woman to do. It's one thing for you to go do your black girl magic, get your degree, but you're lowering your chances of finding someone on your level, because hypergamy, you don't want someone on your level, you want someone above your level. And then if you want to just be a housewife anyway, which you said was slavery and oppression, why are you working so hard to outdo the man? That's what I'm saying. It's pretty idiotic when you think about it. You say you're hypergamous because you want a man to be able to take care of you. However, you lead your whole life going a direction. So I don't need no man. I'm going to be independent, but hopefully I find a man that will take care of my independent self. Huh? Like, think about how stupid that just sounded. But it's a stupid ideology as well. And I'll let Mr. Dunbar cook, because I got a lot to say on the matter.
All right, brother Dunbar. Thank you. Be easy, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, brother.
Salute.
You have grace and patience with an old man. I appreciate you, brother, because I'm gonna keep messing up your name. So you know your folks, man. Just give me something easy to say like Willie Bobby,
Man, I told you call him Roro. That's what I would have called him, Roro or Roars. My boy
Well,
Roars.
either one. Let's go with Dunbar for now. But my
I
take
like
on this
Pookie
subject is
better. We call him Pookie.
oh no, never, man, not me, man. But yeah, my take on the situation is sorry, what's the gentleman is it easy? Be
Just
easy.
be
Be
as in
easy.
boy, easy. Be easy.
Be easy hit the nail on the head with the hypergamy situation. The issue we have in our community is the hypergamy the women try to exercise isn't hypergamy in the legitimate sense. There is a legitimate and an illegitimate form of hypergamy. So what we end up with in our community is a situation in which a woman could come to the table at 35 and then use her education in order to try to get a man to value her when the whole purpose of joining together in a marriage is to have children. So the woman comes in with a child. She may come in overweight. She may come in with a bad attitude, and then she may try to use her degree as a form of leverage. And if you don't accept her proposition, despite the fact that she's not offering anything to you from a mating perspective, then what she does is she turns around and says that part of the part of the issue with Black men in general is we don't value education, which simply isn't the case. And another thing I wanted to touch on is we don't have a shortage of Black men who are educated. What you end up seeing as somebody who works in the STEM field is I work with a lot of like ADOS, African, Caribbean Black men who are working in data science, they're working in software engineering, they're working in business, and they're doing very well for themselves. But what I end up seeing at the company gatherings is many of these guys are chronically single. Many of them end up being not showing up with anybody to the Christmas parties, or if they do show up with a woman at a
Because they're
Christmas
considered
party.
lame.
Exactly. So you can't have a lack of something, but also be able to demonstrate that there's a lack of demand for something. And the issue we have in our community is a lack of demand. And part of the reason why we have this lack of demand is because the women themselves don't value education in a man. And we know that many of the women in our community have a track record of seeking out men intentionally that they could control, and part of the reason why these relationships tend to inevitably dissolve is the women seek out control, and then once they're obviously burdened with the situation that they're in because the man isn't contributing like what they ought to be contributing, given the nature of a normal relationship between a man and a woman. The man like obviously has more of an ability to work because the woman leaves the workforce. Then the woman ends up resenting the man and inevitably leaving them. Then we end up perpetuating this conversation as though like there's an issue
There's no good
on both
men.
sides. Exactly,
when
but like
when they don't value the my bad, Ro, I just want to say this part and let you cook. But yeah, they don't value the educated men. They say there's no good men, but there are educated men. It's just those dudes are considered educated lames, right? So they want basically an educated Pookie. But
Right.
so they
exactly.
looking at the educated dude and saying, "Look, you have what it takes in terms of financial stability, but you're kind of corny, bro. I don't like the way you dress and you talk. You sound like you got a stuffy nose. If only you can be Future and Russell Wilson's body. You know what I mean? Like that's
Well,
essentially what they
Exactly.
want, an educated Pookie.
let me throw something out there, fellas. Let me throw something out there to you guys. You guys are the young guys. Even Rico. I want you guys to answer this because I'm asking. Can we really blame the women? The women have an innate hypergamous nature. They cannot help it. They are attracted to the highest level of masculinity in their immediate area. They're going to be
um
attracted to the highest level of masculinity. Now, they
no
will follow
no
that. If that's Pookie, hold on. If that's Pookie, they're going to follow Pookie. It usually is Pookie because Pookie has demonstrated himself to just go for what he wants, even if he's unqualified, even if he's doesn't have what it takes.
Pookie is tried and tested.
Right.
no
So
no
he's gonna try to
I,
get whatever he wants at all costs. That is
I
attractive.
I've I've debunked this exact talking point many times before, because it tends
Okay.
to be the talking point the women use in order to defend obviously their affinity for antisocial men. And what you end up seeing is in other communities, like for example, when I'm working with Indians, when I'm working with Arabs, or I'm working with Caucasians, is many of these men are like they're not the tallest, they're not the most muscular, they're not the most overtly aggressive, but like on staff what we have is a lot of black men who obviously just a lot of black guys like and going to the gym, and these guys are buff, they're either have a runner's physique, they may be a weightlifter, and like they exude just physically looking at them like
They got
masculinity. And
swag.
from yeah, and yeah, and from a social perspective as well too. Like these guys aren't like Urkels. Is the people that work in these fields that are black men tend to be like they're still like they're just average guys in the same way that when you look at like you're like a Caucasian like a plumber. He's not like some of them. Many of them are very squarish in the way they go about doing their job, and they're very squarish and methodical about the way they go through living their life, and they don't carry the same stigma. So it's not about masculinity or an absence of men that exude this very toxic kind of bravado. It's like when you look at who's actually the most. I'll make this short. I'll wrap this up because I've been talking for a while. But if you want to measure who's the most socially competent as a black man, you have to look at who's succeeding the most from a social perspective in their ability to integrate with the society at large. And the man that's succeeding with a society at large will be like many of my colleagues who are able to go shoulder to shoulder with many of these other folks in the workplace. And you look at them, they're physically fit, they're very confident because they went for it. It takes a lot of confidence to go to outside of many of our bubbles in order to and actually get shit done. These guys are driving BMWs, but for some reason they're single, but the guy next to him is like 5'3" and getting married next month.
Can I ask a question
Okay.
though? Okay, because we made this about education, right? But the statistics show that 36% of black women have attained a college degree. So the vast majority of black women don't have a college education. 36% have a college degree, so that means 64% do not. In addition, only 20%, 26% of black men have college degrees, which would mean 74% do not. So I don't even know how it's even an education conversation when the vast majority of black men and women have no post-secondary education. Also, the white counterparts, both of them are more than 50% college degree, men and women. So in what they can have, as far as on the hypergamy, because their race is generally substantially more educated than ours.
Well, I agree. I only humored the proposition because when you look at in science, sometimes you have like a mechanistic study that identifies the pattern that obviously produces the situation as it is now. And when you look at what's happening in our community is if you the pattern of selecting for the worst, not for the worst, but selecting against certain traits. It's not necessarily about the education; it's the traits because you could obviously like Brother Rico, you can make money without a degree, but it's certain traits aren't valued, and that's how you end up at the situation that we're at now. It's selected against certain traits produces obviously men that are undereducated. Not to mention that obviously single motherhood has a different effect on the potential outcomes of a male child versus a female child. That's also why you have that dimorphic kind of outcome between what a black boy raised in a single mother home ends up being versus his sister.
Right, but see, that's why I said, so you say 26. So of the people that you said, these young men that your colleagues that are black, they all seem to be single. Now we know men marry down, or that's the talking point anyway. I don't necessarily know it. I like to think most people generally date within their socioeconomic status, their grouping.
You are what you attract.
Yes, that's kind of how I look at it. But if you want to say men marry down and women marry up, I don't think it's set.
Men have more flexibility of going either way.
Right. I don't exactly. So when we throw out these tropes, it's like that's, and some women, a lot of women do marry down. for whatever reason. I think it is, as you said, what you attract when you're
Well, it's
talking
not.
about.
It's not for whatever reason, Rico. The reason why they marry down is because their hypergamy failed, because they're
Well, that's
bad at it.
right. So what then? I think
That's why they don't
what
want
then?
to marry down. It's just they failed in their efforts of hypergamy. And the thing is, it's an unreasonable demand. And just to answer, bro, Clarence's question, I have no issue with them being hypergamous. I think men need to stop complaining about women in their nature of being hypergamous, right? If you watch any of these movie shows, Game of Thrones, Spartacus,
Mhm.
Troy, like who are they going after? The most perceived masculine, dominant
Biggest, strongest
figure,
woman
the
alive.
person with all of the wealth. I mean, it's not fair. It's not right or wrong. It's just what is. However, we do have to talk about the nuances, and you could expect a woman with, okay, um she has no kids, she's a virgin or maybe a low
Mhm.
body count, she holds herself a certain way, she's educated, maybe she's comes from a certain affluent background. You
Mhm.
could expect hypergamy out of there, but like what brother Dunbar is saying, once you're overweight, you know what I mean, all you do is wear weaves or hair hats or bonnets and stuff, and then you got tattoos all over, and then you're demanding us, and then you got kids, two kids by two different baby daddies, or now you're making a claim and a demand of hypergamy that's just totally unreasonable.
Okay.
So then you
Go
need
ahead.
to just marry who's on your level. But see, since they're getting smashed by these dudes with blue checks due to the
Mhm.
internet, they're able to slide in people's DMs, go to other people's DMs. They're afforded a lifestyle that's like a rock star. Like these chicks that's even average is getting invited to yacht parties and celebrity all-star
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
So then when they get in they guts beat by these celebrities, they believe that that's the level that they're on. They believe I deserve a celebrity, even though they have kids by someone on a lower, so the demands for hypergamy is just totally outlandish and unreasonable. And it's
So,
been failing for them.
but let me ask a question, because this is what I'm trying to understand. Like I said, because this whole hypergamy thing, I think, is something that has come into nouveau. Probably, Clarence will tell you when we were coming up, that wasn't even no shit that was even discussed. It just wasn't even said. I don't even know where this language comes from. So, I even question
The
it, and
media.
that's why we even question it, because I'm like, we've been around the world a few times. We know what dating is like, this, that, and whatever. And I've seen like the gamut of women and men with people. Obviously, everybody wants more. And my thing is, when we talk about the rates of marriages and divorces, who says hypergamy is the best? So that if that's your primary selector, that could also be why you have high fail rates. If your primary selection is I have to have someone above me in social standing or stature, whatever, dismissing all of the critical ingredients that are far more important for a successful union, then hypergamy is shit.
With
Because
respect for
you, when you're looking for a partner, and Bees, I'm gonna assume you haven't been married, and I'm gonna assume you haven't, Mr. Rorschach. Clarence has been 30 something years married. I got 30 something years of marriage between the three of them. Okay. So I believe in marriage, but it's hard as hell. And Clarence will tell you, and I guarantee you, there are days where I'm above my wife and she be like, I'm so sick of his ass. You know what I'm saying? So a woman will pick a man of a hypergamous nature. And if that's even remotely your main reason, your ass can be in for a cruising for a bruising. It can be a horrible lifestyle if you need to pick and select a man, and they may end up being on your level or below your level, where you have a much higher chance of success of a happy,
res-
healthy marriage and family rearing.
No,
respectfully,
like
brother Rico, what ends up happening in a what ends up happening in our community is the women don't actually want to be married, and that the reason why the hypergamy is a valid principle to have, because women
Mhm.
should try to seek out the man who's the most productive that she could get for her level. And if everybody's mating for their given level, then hypergamy creates a pattern in which your society moves forward. But what we have in our communities, a lot of women will even reproduce with guys far below their socio-economic level. But to enter into the institution of marriage, then they expect a man who's making a lot more, because obviously then you're tying together
But see,
finances. But
okay, but let me tell you this for a second. You're making a marriage about a community. A marriage is about a family. Okay, so
oh, no, no,
beyond
I'm,
before the concerns of the greater community must be the concerns of the household. So if you
oh, oh,
strictly
oh,
saying, but I'm saying you said you should be pushing for hypergamy. There are a lot of failed marriages that if that's the sole purpose of, then what good is it to the community if the family breaks up and you have all these broken homes and so on and so forth?
but
Because that principle alone is not a good principle. There is no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with hypergamy. I'm
no,
just sitting
but
there saying is that to discard the far more significant ingredients in a happy, healthy, successful union purely for hypergamy is crazy.
no,
Brother
no,
Dunbar, Brother Dunbar, Brother Dunbar. I'm gonna let you rock. Let me just interject something real quick, and then I'm giving you the floor. Um, Hypergamy is uh, it works in the it's there for a reason. It works in the animal kingdom, right? Because they need to make sure that the male they select
Survival.
can
Survival.
protect, provide, and help them survive, right? But because in the situation we have, in a social situation we have now, especially in our community, the government can come in and do a lot of the things that the man was supposed to be able to do. Therefore, the selection process has been perverted. It's been perverted. So instead of selecting men based on their ability to provide, protect, and teach, you don't have to. Now you can select men just for casual sex. And that's where the perversion has come in to it, in my opinion. Throwing that out there, Brother Rosarch, please continue your delineation.
What I was, thanks, brother Clarence. What I was going to say was, what we have in our community is a situation in which we often argue things more at the extreme ends of the spectrum, but with hypergamy is a valid mechanism, because obviously, if a woman's going to be tasked with raising the children, then the man should make more money than her. So it makes sense just for the nature of what reproduction is and the
Correct.
impact it has on the ability of a woman to obviously perform in the workplace, then this should be a valid mechanism. In other communities where this mechanism is checked, because the women also want to enter into a marriage, they're going to be a lot more realistic about what it is that they're going to get, what their level is, and the type of partner it is that they're going to choose. And then
Brother
obviously within the,
Brother
uh,
Dunbar, I just want to throw it in there. See, that's how come. See, in the animal kingdom, that's how come one male will have 5 or 6 different females, because they will just select the male that's the most productive, right? Now we in this situation where there's a social construct. There's a social construct to the situation. So I want you to speak on that as well, because you're dropping some good knowledge. But I want you to touch on that social construct and how that has tweaked the situation a little bit, if you don't mind. Go ahead, brother.
I the way I see the how obviously you mentioned the government has created a situation in which many of our women have just like obviously the offerings of welfare and Section 8 are offered to all the women within society, but just
Correct.
because of the unique situation that we have in our history in this country and just culturally who we are, the women have now chosen that they've decided that if living on public assistance is also that's also a viable option as well too. So that's created a situation in which they don't necessarily need quote unquote to partner up with a man who's the most productive. They don't necessarily follow the normal kind of conventions for hypergamy, but hypergamy in itself is a good mechanism because that incentivizes men to go out and work, and it also incentivizes the woman to stay within the family because the man is going out to work. But many of our women are actually practicing the opposite because many of them also want to exercise control over men. So I don't want to talk too much. I'll let somebody else get next.
Okay, let me give you one big pushback. Okay, why hypergamy doesn't make sense? Because you said incentivizes, but it's not happening in the Black community. Black women far out earn Black men. So why are the Black men? Because like you were saying, and in a purely hypergamous state in the Black community, the vast majority of Black men would have no mates, because then you said that the women should only pair up with the men who earn more than them. That might be 10% of Black men that would get like the top 50% of Black women, and then the next 10% would get the other 50%. You'd end up with a vast population of Black men because they make so much less than the women. Who are they supposed to pair with? So let's do that experiment.
But that's also because we on average Black men do make more, and if Black women were following that pattern, when you exclude
the number of Black men do not out earn Black women.
Yeah, but the reason why is Black men on average who are involved in the workplace make more. But if you sum up the aggregate of how much Black men make, because we have
involved in the workplace, and what I'm sitting there saying is there's a larger proportion of Black men who are not in the workplace than Black women. Black women are more in the workplace than Black men, so they are out earning these Black men. That's just the fact.
But if those men are the unproductive men, why are they even being added into the pot? See, that goes back to the women though, because they're choosing those men that are unproductive and earning less, and then complaining about hypergamy. Like that's where it gets dicey. Like, so we can concede the point that your numbers are accurate, and okay, cool, y'all the most educated, enrolled, and you're out earning these men. So why are you then procreating with these dudes that you already think is below your level, and expect for some dude hypergamy, right, who's above your level, to take care of your illegitimate kids, and then hope to what, produce more? Because the illegitimate kids now becomes him. So that's why I said failed hypergamy.
Right, but that's what I'm agreeing with you, Be Easy. That's why I said the hypergamy, as you say, even within the Black community, I was like debating Brother Dunbar that I just don't even see. I don't even think it's the most important thing, but I was just doing this whole experiment that in the perfect world, if every woman had to choose a man who out earned her, look at how skewed the numbers would be, and all of those unproductive men just would have nobody to pair with in the community because they're part of the pot, whether we like it or not.
Well, that's why you see Future with 8 baby mamas. I think it's NBA Youngboy. I think he got 12 baby mamas. Nick Cannon got what, like 11?
Yes. But we're saying, and I'm asking Mr. Dunbar, are you saying that we should have to structure it that way?
No. What I'm saying is I've debunked this argument actually a couple of times. What ends up happening is because
I'm just fighting hypergamy. That's all I'm fighting. It's just the concept of hypergamy. That's it.
I'm addressing that point because what ends up happening in our community, the reason why we have such a large pool of men who are unable to participate in the workplace is obviously there's the racism aspect as well too, but also the criminal justice system, which obviously ties into racism as well too. But one of the strongest determining factors of whether or not a young Black boy will encounter the criminal justice system is the presence of a man in the home. And what ends up happening is because we have a lot of women who are consolidating reproduction to a smaller pool of men, and many of these men don't necessarily tend to be the most productive. it produces the outcome of obviously a smaller group of highly productive males that they want to then after the fact clean up for the men who were like less than stellar. And then they end up arguing that, well, if if we were to snap our fingers and attempt to pair all men to all women, then there wouldn't be enough men to go around. But mechanistically speaking, if the women started selecting for more productivity and ended up obviously following a more like a patriarchal nuclear family kind of model, then iteratively speaking, generation after generation, we would broaden the pool. But the mechanism itself would be valid. It's just a way of undermining an otherwise valid mechanism that's universally recognized as something good. Is we end up arguing on the false premise that, oh well, the women need to exercise what it is that they're doing based on the absence of the lack of quality men. But at the same time, many of these quality men don't necessarily see the demand that the numbers would otherwise suggest if the women were attracted to productive men.
So you do agree hypergamy did not incentivize black men to earn more?
It doesn't, because a lot of what we have in our community, when you do earn more or when you do get more educated, you end up not getting, you don't get the same ROI within your own ethnic group. And it's so bad now that personally speaking, as I've observed, women from even the most anti-black cultures whose fathers would frown on bringing a black man into the home, those women actually tend to be more kind of more willing to actually engage with many of our most educated and high earning men.
Yeah, but I mean,
Because
and I understand that, but I still tell my sons to get that bread no matter what. Don't go, well, I'm gonna earn less because I want to be more attractive. I'm like, no, you got to get that bread. The hell with everything else. Do it in a moral and decent way, but get your earning potentials up, get your education up. Don't worry, it'll come later. Get that up. That's the most important thing. And
we also got to talk about, man, the emotional immaturity of most of our black males, because they're being raised by women under a gynocracy. So these other groups, their men are taught to produce, right? Or, you got to do something in society. We're taught bow down to women. Ultimately, your mama, your sisters put women first, right? So then these same women are basically raising their boys to be little boys, to be men that they despise, men that they wouldn't want to select. And it's always about black girl magic. It's always putting everything for women to the forefront. And then it's complaining about, oh, the men are not building. When they say girls are killing it, why would I care if black women are the most educated if they're not using it to build up the community? Right? What does that mean? What does that do for them? What does that do for black? Look at the most businesses they own. Less than 2 people working at the business. Why are y'all not hiring y'all sons? You know what I mean? Like,
let me answer your question, BZ, because the way I hear, I hear people keep saying that, like, another new term, gynocracy. I was like, okay, y'all just come up with names for some crazy shit, right? But I get what you're saying. But I keep hearing people say, and I do think that a lot of single mothers have broken the way they raised young boys. I never saw it as, and being raised by a single mother, she never raised me to bow down. And I mean, I'm look at it now, I'm like, my problem is, I've always thought the problem with the young boys is they're coddled. They're even like I see with my grand, I'm like, stop babying, even my wife, stop babying these fucking boys, because when they grow up, they are irresponsible, unproductive. I came from a culture where, so people say, oh, they can't, I'm like, no, we had to man the fuck up. We just had to man up and be not be a grown man, but you could not accept that at an early age. I had a paper route. You had to work. So people like, and this is the thing I get. We're in this day and age where everybody's on mental health, therapy. Men should be able to express their emotions. I'm like, do you want these motherfuckers to man up, or do you want them to cry? What do you want them to do? Because for me in my brain, and I've had some conflict myself, I'm like, no, you got to man up. You got to go out into this world. You have to be productive. You have to work, work, work.
But were
Nobody's
you
playing.
taught to man up by a man or by your
No, I
mom?
was by my mama. I ain't had my daddy was dead. My mama put foots in mine. And that's why I said I don't know if it
Do
was a
you think
generation.
more of these boys should be taught to man up by
Yeah,
their
I do.
mom?
I know. I think it should be taught to man up from anybody. I think a mother, but I see mothers, they baby. I get on my daughter's ass. She, I'm like, you got the world is going to be what the world is. I even tell
Brother,
her to
it's
teach her daughters, you have to have a strong spirit to survive in this world. People in this world are not just going to care for you, your children when they go out in this world as much as you do. And you must prepare them for that.
But
Work,
Rico, that
work.
coddling isn't, it's not actually coddling. It's when we refer to gynocracy, it's the same way when you refer to racism. Racism more is a pattern of behavior from other people
Mhm.
that's going to produce another a certain outcomes for another group. When you look at what's happening with many of the boys, I'll let the two new folks talk in a second. But when you look at what's happening with the boys, it's not actually coddling. It's a means of sabotaging them. The reason why they end up being uncompetitive is because what's happening is the women aren't like coddling them in order to express their love. What it is it's a form of neglect in order to make them uncompetitive, and it's intentional in nature because many of our women have that overbearing, domineering kind of personality where they don't want men to be in the position to rule over women. So that is what we refer to when we refer to the gynocracy. That is one of the symptomatic social patterns that we're referring to.
Okay, the language I didn't understand, but I believe in. To me, that the sabotage word got me because I'm like, if you don't build these damn boys to go out in this world and endure this world, they're going to fucking fail. They're going to fail. You must build them to survive in this world. And I had to all my life through the military. When I was a single dad, not nobody cared. That was my fucking problem. I had to boo-hoo, suck it up, go to work, and do it. So because of what I had to endure, I told them because I told them when you have kids, I ain't doing it. Nope. They bring my grandkids over. I'm leaving, Pop. Take the fucking kids with you. Nope. Nope.
Rico,
But my mother didn't. My mother
Rico,
wouldn't babysit for me. She wouldn't babysit for me. I had to pay for a babysitter. I wanted to go
Rico.
out. That's it.
Hey,
I'd be
Rico.
like,
All right,
oh, Rico.
Keep it
gentlemen,
real.
gentlemen, gentlemen. We have a lady in the house. We have a lady in the house. We
The
have to
queen.
acknowledge her, and we have a real lady in the house, right? So we have to acknowledge her. Then Brother Jay after her, right? So we got to let our new people get on the panel and put in their persuasion. I'm glad she came up because we got all this testosterone talking about hypergamy. Here's somebody who can talk to us from that side of it, to actually whether it's real or not for her. Sister OG Patrice.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
See, I said
Hello.
OG, and like be easy. Nobody
Wonderful,
made
man.
me say
Wonderful,
it.
sis.
Nobody forced me to say it. No, I just said it out of respect. Out of respect. All right, sis. What's your version on anything we've been talking about? What do you got to say? What jewels you gonna drop on us?
Well, I dipped in earlier, then dipped out, now dipped back in, and I'm hearing some of the conversation, and I think that the hypergamy scenario is for majority of the younger women that are kind of like the socialites or the IG models, or the women that are on social media that are trying to draw men of higher education or higher in the social status, higher with the resources, higher with the monetary things that they can get from these type of relationships and or marriages. Are they working for Black women? Ultimately, I don't think they are in the end, because what they're end up doing is still being single for the most part, still becoming baby mamas, and they end up getting the bag that way by trapping the man into child support, for 18 years. If you, and I mean, it's telltale if you look at especially a lot of the Instagram models that they seek men out of those type of statures for those very reasons. And because especially in sports and in entertainment, a lot of them are just not very well educated and thinking and critical thinking skills when it comes to realizing that some women seek them out just for their very purpose, not necessarily wanting to be in a genuine relationship with them, but just to think that they can gain some social status themselves by being with someone like them or having a baby by someone like them. So that's my that's my opinion on that. But I will sit back and listen a little bit more to what you guys were saying because I just came in about 5 minutes ago. So I'd like to hear more perspective, and just in your opinion, what do you think about the perspective I just gave?
Now, could I ask you a question, Mrs. OG Patrice? And you don't have to put it on yourself, but just in general, do
Mhm.
you think that women are equipped to teach these young males to man up and become the men that are supposed to be the builders of the future generations?
Ooh, that's a great question. For the most part, I don't think I don't think so. I think that unless they were raised uh with a core nuclear family themselves, and those things were instilled in them, prior to them becoming mothers and wives. I don't what I see a lot in the younger generation, especially millennials and Zers, right? I don't see that mindset, in the younger generation for the most part. Now, if their mothers were older and they were raised traditionally, and the father was in the home, with them, and she grew up with a mom and a dad, then I see more of those values in young women like this. But this day and age, it's very rare that I see that. Most of the young ladies I see, especially in the urban communities, right? They're single baby mamas, and some of them have two or three baby daddies, and you just don't see that type of um like just say for instance, like where I go to read to the young men and women on Tuesday, and I go in the urban community, right? And I go into the schools, and I do reading, and I stop at this store. Sometimes I grab me coffee or something, or tea or whatever. Not coffee, I don't drink coffee. Tea or something, or whatever, juice or something. And I see these women early in the morning with the kids, and they, walking them to school, and they fussing at them, and they spanking them, they hitting them, they're talking to them wrong. And sometimes I want to say something so bad, but this younger generation, they mouth is so ugly and nasty. um and I see them talking to them like they don't talk to them in a way of instilling confidence in the young black boys. And that's what I have seen. I've seen them hollering at them and calling them, you know get your big head A, and you stupid. I hear them say, and it breaks my heart that they do that. And the young boys is just standing there and they crying. And these are young boys that are like 7 and 9 and 11 and 12. And I'm thinking, if you're talking to them like that, and they grow up with you talking to them like that, that's what they're gonna believe, that they are stupid and have a big head and ain't got no sense, and like all these things. So I'm not saying all, so please do not misconstrue what my words and what I'm saying. But I'm
But
saying I
Rico, that
see it a
this
lot
is
when
the
I go into the inner city.
no, my bad, OG. I was saying that was what she just said is the part where I was saying that they're taught to bow down, to be docile, to be subservient. It's subconscious. They don't realize that. And then they carry that on out into the dating world. And what's the first thing that women use when they want to shame a black man? It's like it's kryptonite. Your mama is black. renders him just basically helpless. Like, I can't even say nothing. She's right. My mama is black. Like, what the hell does that have to do with it? But as soon as they say that, you don't even want to question her. You don't want to raise your voice. You don't even want to challenge her because of your mama is black. And the next one after that is you on the down low. That's what they gonna hit you with. Your mama is black. You on the down low. So it teaches you to kind of just stay in line and kind of submit to whatever their agenda is. And as long as you know you getting some sex and a good meal every now and then, you cool with that. And you get comfortable with it until you finally become aware. And now you're in your 30s, 40s. And then that's where you see some of these dudes bitter on YouTube talking about how they hate all black women because they've dealt with this with their mama. They dealt with this, all this. I don't agree with them generalizing and saying that it's all black women. I don't even need to deal. Rico talked about it. Is it the majority? Doesn't matter if it's the majority. It's a significant amount to influence the majority. Just like with all this LGBT stuff, that's not the majority. They predict that it's like 4% of the population, and that's of all of them. But they boost it to the front like it's the majority. So it doesn't matter about the majority. It matters how significant it is, and we could all say it's very significant. And
And it,
there you
it,
go, OG.
I'm sorry. It's also a vicious cycle, right? That's been passed down from generation to generation because a lot of times those single moms were raised by single moms that talk to them that way. And they watch them talk to their brothers that way. And it's unfortunate, a lot that happens, but a lot of times the women and the boys become a product of their environment. Everybody don't have the same mindset, and everybody seem to think that just because sometimes you come from the hood you got to remain that way. No, that's not true, but a lot of things affect people different ways. It depends on the mind. The brain is a funny thing, guys. You continuously, and it's just like a prime example. Even in these YouTube streets, you see some people talking exactly with the same talking points as some of these content creators. I mean, they talk exactly like them. You would swear you listening to the content creator because of the
True.
talking points. If you get conditioned by that so much and programmed by that so much, you start to think that way, you start to speak that way, and it comes out in your actions. It starts with the thinking process first, then get programmed in you, and then you start speaking that way, and then you start behaving in that way. And that's what's happened in the Black community, especially the low poverty Black communities where I go into the schools and teach. I see it all the time. I see little broken Black boys, and it break my heart, and girls as well. But when I see the boys, and that's they are the ones that I focus on the most. And I have a son. I have a son, right? And I noticed that I focus on the boys the most because the boys are the one that need my help the most. It's not that I'm neglecting the girls. It's just that you go to who needs the help more. And the boys are reading at a third and fourth grade level, and they are in like fifth and sixth grade, guys. So when I'm reading to them and letting them read back to me and asking them, do they know what that word mean and things like that, I see pain. Um, I see, like you said, a docile attitude where they don't feel good within themselves about who they are. You can tell it's not being instilled in them when they're young. And when you don't do that, when the boys are young, they're gonna grow up and feel less than, and then they're gonna turn that into anger and jadedness and bitterness, and then they're gonna lash that out mostly for the most part on every woman that comes across their path because they angry with their mom and what their mom did to them. If they don't get counseling and get the help that they need, that is the end result of what happened. And it's toxic. And it starts at home most of the time with single moms that have been broken by other single moms.
Can I make one
Patrice,
point for clarity? And I'll make it a short brief, and I'll let you
Okay,
go.
whoever's gonna make a point, we're gonna pass the ball to Jay after this.
Oh yeah, okay. But real quickly, I just wanted to make a point that when I spoke about the not the majority, the only reason why I place emphasis on that because just like I believe you be easy, I don't want us to get to the space where we speak so much about the broken people. While, like you said, there is a significant number and it's too many. There are too many people in these spaces that are doing good. And then
Oh yeah,
when we
absolutely,
and
bro
when we
clans.
keep
Yeah,
talking about the
absolutely.
book, unfortunately, we're, young men and women who are out here doing great work in the life, living correctly, raising their kids, married, they get swept up in it. And I know we're not talking about them, but I think that they get neglected, or, like a young man like you. I don't want you to be like, well, damn, they always trashing, young black men. And I'm not doing any of that. So I only make that point to say that, yes, while there are bad, problem young ladies in our community and young men in our community, I don't want the ones who are not doing that to feel like they're being tarnished. I don't want them to feel like they're being painted with the same brush, because that can be discouraging. That's
Absolutely, but
be careful about
right.
when we.
But bro, Rico, when
That's
I'm in those spaces, I try to encourage the young black men that have that are doing great things, that have a lot of things going. I try to encourage them to go into these inner cities to become mentors to these boys, because they need it, right? Like the mentoring program that Steve Harvey started long ago. I don't know if it's still going on, and I'm connected to the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas. But I noticed when I moved here to Arizona, they don't have 100 Black Men type of program. So I was speaking to
100 Black Men, Long Beach.
Are you all right? So what I said, we need 100 Black men, brothers like that in every state, so that they can, if possible, so that if they can go and be mentors to these young black
Yeah,
boys that
I just,
need the help so much, so that a lot of the men can grow up and they can become pillars of their community, just like these men have.
and I just want the ones that are doing right to continue to feel encouraged, so they can continue to do the work. Because if you start to feel discouraged, overlooked, neglected, and they don't do this for reward, but it's like, if I'm in a space and I'm really busting my tail, and even though, because a few fools or idiots who look like me are out there and they're getting all the attention on the negative, after a while that will wear down on your soul, and you be like, well, damn, you kind of. So I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of the fact that, for all the bad, and like you said, it's not even the majority of, but it's a significant enough that it is a problem, and it's a problem that we need to do something about, that we can stick a sentence in and say, but there are young men like Mr. Rorschach and B.E.'s and Jay Takashi that's doing the damn thing.
Absolutely, and I want to commend them. Absolutely, absolutely, and I want to commend them, because I see their
That's it.
Yeah, I see their actions, in YouTube, and they're consistent with it. When you see people that are kind of all over the place and stuff and sporadic, then that's a different story. But I have met some wonderful young black men on here, and I hope that they are out doing the work for real in real time. In their communities, if possible. I know that one young man that I was on a panel with, he said that I encouraged him to go and pass out books, in the inner city. And I said, man, that's it. That's what you got to start somewhere. Like, you got to do something, start somewhere with the younger generation, because if we passing the torch down to you guys have to pass the torch down to the ones that are coming up under you. So that's kind of the way it always has been in the black community. But somewhere along the line, that gap has definitely been broken. That communication gap, that community gap, all of that somehow have been broken. And I think it's because, of course, we know a lot has to do with media, entertainment, and the way the music turned, and the way black women dress has turned, and the way black men portray black women in a certain light. And we must say that, yes, when we're not talking about all, we're talking about a selective group, but the selective group can still be a detriment overall to the black community, which and for us, it has been hurting us. We're at the bottom, so it's definitely hurting us. We're not doing anything different, and it needs to change.
All right, Patrice, thank you so much. I want to get Jay Takashi in on this discussion, because I got a question to ask y'all. After Jay gets done, we're gonna ask the question. We'll go around the room. Is hypergamy working for black women specifically? We specifically gonna be dealing with black women. Brother Jay, You have anything to say
Yeah.
on anything you heard? We talked about anything, man. You want to talk about it?
Everybody hit everything on the head perfectly. I don't know what more I could add personally. All I'm gonna say is, I mean,
Bad
that
connection.
I don't see it. I see it every now and then, not every day. That'd be exaggeration. Every once in a blue moon, not at work.
Is it just
More
me
of
or
it's
is
not
it
at
a
work.
bad connection, guys?
Yeah, you got a bad connection, Jay.
Do you have a bad connection? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Well, we can hear you now, so why don't you try it again?
Okay. Actually, I'm connecting the internet now. All right. Can you guys hear me now? We all good?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I see it every once in a blue moon. But the whole thing for me is like for the whole marriage thing. I'm like, I'm
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
you freezing up,
for the
man.
guys.
Yeah.
Wow, everybody
Jay,
low. Everybody here?
Jay,
Yeah.
you freezing up. You keep
Can you
freezing,
guys
man.
hear me? Okay, hold on.
We
All
can
right,
hear
hold
you
on.
now.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me go in the house and I'll connect
Okay.
back. Hold on.
Okay. All right. I got a question for y'all. Is hypergamy working for black women? As we saw that Sister Patrice told us that there are black women that are, man, the hypergamy is not working. Now, I made a statement earlier saying that the hypergamy has been perverted by the federal government. The federal government has sort of uh, in trying to help black women, uh, they have sort of incentivized a a non need for a black man in the household. They want black men in a to be able to participate in social settings and casual sex, but it might not be such a requirement to have a black man in the house. And so a certain group of black women have saw it that way and been promoting that issue. Same thing because women are not able to work. The needs of actually, and a lot of them are able to make six figures and up. The need for a man for joint income has dropped, and it's not a need anymore. It's more of a desire. So the focal point of hypergamy is having a mate select. That is the focal point of hypergamy. And let me read you guys the definition of hypergamy. Hypergamy, the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of a superior socio, uh, social, sociological, or educational background. Right. So that's the definition of hypergamy. Basically, dating up. Right. Okay. So, but hypergamy only works if the mate selection and the bond happens. If you just having babies, is hypergamy working? Somebody help me. Anybody who wants to take this question first, somebody help me. Is hypergamy working for black women?
I think the way in which black women are practicing hypergamy is in the toxic way. And commonly, what you see on the obviously the opposite side to the black manosphere is the rhetoric that when black women practice hypergamy, they're seen as gold diggers, whereas other women aren't seen as gold diggers. But the situation we have in our community is such that the women are only looking to pair off with men that are better than them, so long as the situation is severely in their favor and it's
Correct.
exploitative to the man, and the man doesn't get a reasonable ROI on what it is that he's providing to the
Not
table.
always,
So
though,
that's
for
why
sure. Not always. That's true in a lot of cases, but that's not always. Some women
it's
know that they need to bring their wagon to the table as well.
it's true. That's definitely true. I don't want to speak in absolutes and
Okay.
like obviously jeopardize the point, but we've just reached the critical threshold that for the most part it's unattainable. And To my point, I'll make this short. I've been hogging the mic all night, but the last thing I'll say is when things get so bad that I'm going to my office and I'm seeing women pairing off with men from our community pairing off with women from other communities who my parents and like pretty much anybody knows that many of these cultures really just don't like us, but still they're more, the women from those communities are more willing to give these guys a more commensurate compensation for what it is that these guys bring to the table. So that's how you know that we've reached a really strange situation where women who like ordinarily wouldn't like you are more willing to give you a more fair deal, like obviously low body count, still coming to you while they're still young, things of this nature, and coming to you in shape than like even our community. So that's what things have devolved to. Obviously we can't say all, but it's too much to the point where having a community is almost unattainable.
Let me ask you a question. If like you said, if you're basically saying black women bring less to the table, but they expect more. Typically, I mean, of course, you're not saying all black women, but you're talking about the women that have this hypergamous, some of them that have this twisted hypergamous mindset. They come to the table bringing nothing, but expecting everything in return, right? And so what I'm saying is, do you think that's a function of not actually seeing how a give and take relationship works, where maybe they didn't have a father or didn't have a mother in the home, only had one parent? Or do you think it's a function of the media, like I was talking about earlier? In the 80s, in the 70s, in the 60s, men were looking to get married, right? They were looking to get married. Women were looking to get married. In the 90s, you had artists like Lil Kim and Foxy Brown that made they kind of blew the box off of hypergamy, and they gave you a twisted view of hypergamy. Now hypergamy was the dude that had the most clout in the hood, and chasing that type of masculinity as opposed to the type of masculinity that was providing, protecting, and teaching. What do you think was a major contributor to the redirection of the focal point of the hypergamy? Because let me say this: the focal point of hypergamy is survival. A woman is trying to make sure that she can survive, so that she can have her children survive, and that is the focal point of survival. I mean, that's the focal point of hypergamy, right? But it's also a bonding, a mate selecting, right? You have to select the mate that's going to give your children the best chance of survival, right? Which is typically the most dominant male, or the most dominant male you can come across. And I always give you these tough questions, Research, because you're always able to break them down. So I want you to tell me what you think is the main reason why, number one, they are, especially typically in the Black community, a lot of women are, they have this perverse, where the survival goal has been perverted, and now the goal is to just mate, not select, but mate with these different guys that are masculine, and not create a bond and get settled down. And why? Why has that happened? What has been the factors that have caused that perversion to happen?
That's a good question. I sometimes I come off as though like I'm just isolating black women. You're seeing this degradation also happening with Korean women. Japan is also almost on the brink of like a collapsing because of this phenomenon. But we're a very unique group based on our like a historical kind of context in this country, and also just the impact that feminism has had on our women. So normal kind of like almost biological kind of instincts like hypergamy don't really exist, I would say, within our women. They tend to for some reason or another, because of feminist indoctrination and then some of the other factors I alluded to, tend to seek out men who are actually the opposite of hypergamy and tend to raise boys that are also against hypergamy. And they're kind of like they're caught between like obviously the feminist influence and going in this like backwards direction, and then obviously this leads to them experiencing a lot of pain in their lives, and then they attempt to save things and maybe go back into the right path, but often like when they do want to get back on the right path, it's too late. So it's to summarize, I would just say it's an internal kind of confusion between both the personal, the internal forces of obviously their upbringing. Then there's the external cultural force of the feminism. Then there's also our unique situation as an ethnic group with the historical kind of legacy that we have in this country.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Jay. I want you to get in your well. Let me ask you this, Jay. You know what hypergamy is?
I do.
Okay. I want to ask you.
Unfortunately.
But is hypergamy working for Black women in particular? We know that all women are facing dealing with the crisis in with dealing with hypergamy in America in particular. But we're narrowing down to Black women. Is hypergamy working for them?
Well, no, because them, just like every other race, well, I would say, at least race in America, is getting passed around, like nobody's business. And the difference is for them, they're not going to be able to pair a bond or connect with anybody. And I have to be very direct with what I'm saying it, because it, like, there's no feelings involved, there's no emotion. And the thing is, they're trying to like have their cake and eat it too, which you can never really truly have. And that's a true saying within itself. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, everything comes with conditions, and there's a consequence to everything. Like I've always said, you pick this, you know what it comes with. If you do and if you do if you pick such and such this tier guy, don't expect my bad. I guess the best thing to say, don't expect a mistletoe and a kiss underneath it. It just ain't gonna happen for you. You got what you asked for. And it says, well, it's not supposed to. No. This is what it is. You made yourself believe that it was going to be this, but in actuality, it was right. What was in front of you the whole time? You were just. Well, I have to say, pig-headed to see it.
Jay, let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
16, 17, 18-year-old girl, no father in the home, never was taught what a good man looks like, except for watching Love and Hip Hop. That's a good man. Scrappy's a good man, right?
Rico, that's good. Rico, that's me.
Right? That's me. A good guy, right? So they never got taught. They never got shown exactly what a good guy looks like. So therefore, they don't really know. So now they're working off of their hypergamy, which is innate, right? That's an internal program running in the back of their head all the time. And then when they see anybody that looks masculine, they say, "Oh, okay." Now, hypergamy. One of the things that hypergamy is going to leave out of the situation. This is something that you have to have an understanding as a social being, is character. Because see, in the animal kingdom, character doesn't matter. You don't have to have character out there. But now we're in a social construct, and character matters. Character matters True. Here. Okay, so Jay, how can we blame women that's out there that get themselves caught up in different situations that don't even know? Like, they don't know. Like, it's the one thing when they know, they've seen it, they know better, and they still get involved with something like that. That's a whole different issue. We're talking about, I believe, most of the time, that most of these young girls that get caught up like this, or even the older women that get caught up like this, have never even seen what a good man looks like. Their version of a good man is somebody on Love and Hip Hop that stayed in a relationship for 6 months. So how can we blame them, Jay?
You say, how can we blame them?
Yeah. How can we say, you should know better? You should know already. You know what I mean?
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. So my response to that is, they don't know any better. If that's all they're seeing, then that's where they're going to go to. But at the same time, they're still not going to get picked, and they can't be changed. The only way that I see it, Rico, and I want the young brothers. I would say young brothers. I want the old school cats to hear me on this. and this is going to sound evil what I'm about to say. They would have to go into a machine and get deprogrammed and have their memory wiped of all the nonsense. And I mean that. That's evil what I'm saying, but hey, listen, if and the same will go to the traumatized boys who were raised that way, not knowing how to be a man. They would have to start from zero and then get the proper education, both men and girls. And as you show them little by little what it means to be a man and be a lady, that's how it will have to work. Now, granted, they're gonna different experiences. Yes, I never excluded it out. They have the different experiences, but they still know what to look for. Like, okay, that guy's not it, so it'll probably be this guy over here. More often than not Rico. I'm gonna use a different name. Not Bimbo down the street, or let's say Jules downstairs. So they would have a good idea of what to look for. But the thing is, it's like I said, it's just like in a tournament camp. You gotta deprogram some of this crap, and that takes a while. And sometimes it's so ingrained that you can't get rid of it. That's why I say get a machine to do it. I'm not saying we couldn't make anything like that, but that's realistically now with the stuff that we have, we could do that to de-indoctrinate someone. I think we could do it, but it's just
I don't know. I don't know.
Bro, Clarence.
Wait. Hold on. Patrice?
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, just making sure you're still here. I don't want
Oh,
you to
yeah.
go away.
No, I'm
definitely
listening.
want your input. I want your feedback.
Okay.
Okay. Who's next? Let's get Brother Be Easy, and then the old wrinkly dinosaur.
Okay. So before I address the actual question, I know you was it appeared that you was just asking the question, to get a little bit clarity. And when you was talking to Brother Jay, you said something about how could we blame her? Essentially, she didn't know any better,
Right.
right? However, if we're already saying that these males are growing up under the gynocracy, they're not taught to be males, and they're not taught to be men, how do they know any better? They've never seen what a good productive man looks like. The person who they saw, they don't know about hypergamy. They know about hood pergamy. What is hood pergamy? The people that gets praised, the beneficiary of all the benefits, pimps, gangbangers,
I
dope
like
boys.
Pergamy. I
That's
like
what
that.
they know. That's who they've been raised by hood pergamy. And are they to blame? Yes. You know why they're to blame? Because they're told to man up. But what's the female equivalent to man up? There is not one. It's just, oh, she's a woman and she didn't know any better. He didn't know any better either. He was subject to the same conditions, but he's just innately supposed to man up, even though he wasn't taught, even though he had no example of manning up. Well,
Be
actually,
easy.
he did. It was from
Be easy.
the dudes in the hood with guns and drugs,
Be
etc.
easy. Be easy. Let me interrupt you on this. Okay. I hear what you're saying, brother. I hear what you're saying, and it's true. There are many more parachutes for women when they push them out the plane. Absolutely. Absolutely. Women have many more places they can land where the government helps them, this and that. And men have very little places they can land. Either you're going to land on your feet, hit the ground running, or you done. And so, yes, I agree with that. So that is what disturbs it a little bit because you as a man, nobody's gonna say, hey, you got to work to eat. Either you figure it out or you don't eat. Your stomach is gonna push you to do whatever you got to do. All right, brother, be easy. Thank you for letting me interrupt you for just a minute because I want to qualify something you had said. All right, brother, go ahead. Please continue.
Yeah, no problem. And essentially, hypergamy is a complete and utter failure for Black women because usually I say IACM, intent and context matters. What is their total intent of hypergamy? Is it to build a family? Rico talked about, well, what makes communities is family. So Rico talked about you should be focused on your family. Are you truly focused on your family if you're so worried about being hypergamous? If you're looking for someone to take care of you anyways, right? Think about this. You're going to be saddled in debt And sometimes you guys, these ladies have kids and stuff too, which a productive man will have to take care of. He's expected to take care of some kids that's not his, produce more kids, and take care of all the kids. A lot of them are saddled with student loan debt, sometimes in the hundreds of thousands. If you got a master, what, he's supposed to pay for that too? Even if he doesn't pay for it, the woman paying for it is taken out of the household. And ultimately, you're, by you being hypergamous, but you're draining resources by going to get a meaningless degree. Now, it would be different if they were getting degrees in stems and stuff, but like bro Clarence said, y'all going or getting psychology degrees and liberal arts. Nothing to demean those, but just look at the median income for those and compare it to a STEM job. At least get in the medical field or something like that. And you get like bro Jay said, you can have your cake, but you ain't gonna eat it. You ain't gonna be able to eat. You got to be able to pick. You can be a lawyer. You can be whatever you want. You have the freedom to exercise your black girl magic, till the cows come home. However, it comes with consequences with that. And the consequences may be favorable or unfavorable to you. But in that regard, regardless of gender, you just need to man up because this is what you chose. So it's not working for them because it's also an ineffective approach to it, because you're saying that you want hypergamy, but they engage in the hood pergamy, right? Especially black women, they want hypergamy and hood pergamy.
Be, be easy.
They want, what was that?
Be easy. Give us a definition of a hood pergamy. Give us a definition of that.
Pookie, Ray Ray, Tyrone, Junebug, Lil Man. Shall I continue? Because this the reason why these educated women with PhDs, beautiful black women, smart black women, and then you like, oh damn, she got her master's degree, and how the hell did Tyrone knock her up? Like how did he been in and out of jail? He got multiple bodies on his rap sheet because they want hypergamy and hood pergamy. They want you to, the hypergamous male that's earning a lot in the corporate world, with the Pookie mindset, because they associate masculinity with a Pookie. They look at the educated dude, it's like, yeah, he's going to be able to provide, but he's not going to be able to protect. They don't see one man as being able to provide it all, right?
Brother, be easy. They don't need him to provide. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's a perverted situation. In the animal kingdom, they need him to provide. He doesn't need to provide. Here, in this situation, the reason why they're going after that Pookie is because they don't need him. They don't need provision from him. They don't need protection from him. They just need casual sex or just social interaction with somebody like that at that level. That's where the perversion comes in. So that's why I just wanted to qualify that as well, Brother B.
Yeah, I will agree with that. Most of the times, Pookie, because there is something like I call cultural clout, right? Pookie has a lot of clout, in the community, so they'll choose him for that, but also it's a little bit of a trump card, because Pookie can't make these demands of her because he's uneducated and he's just happy to be there. Some Pookies are homosexuals, right? They homosexuals. They bounce wherever they can go and get a home. They're uneducated, and they have like certain felonies and certain records that allows them not to be able to navigate through society as they should be able to. But they're able to provide a certain level of currency sexually, right? And with the status too, right? They're able to get on Instagram and take great couples pictures, and he can't really raise his voice the same way, right? He can't raise it. He can't be yelling at her, and because this the thing, when he beating it up good, this is our house. But as soon as he get out of line, Negro, this is my house. Negro, this is my house. So she always has the education as a trump card. And look, this is what they'll say. Oh, I built a man up. Like, did you do it genuinely, or did you do it to throw it back in his face? But that's what they do it for, to just say, look, these men are dusty. I built him up. Why were you even building a man up to begin with? Why didn't you properly vet the dude? See, this is the thing. They let him go inside the womb, and then they say, oh, he didn't even have a job. Like, you didn't find that out before, he slid inside you. So on one hand, the dude should be critiqued for like, damn, bro, you didn't have a job. That's a separate stream. And then we got to have a separate stream to say, how'd you let this homosexual with no job in an extensive criminal record slide in you, right? We can't just only have one side of the discussion.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Rico.
Thank you for that, brother. Be easy. That was enlightening, hilarious, and it was good.
Appreciate you, bro.
That's funny. That was real funny.
Yeah, it was. It was hilarious.
Wait, Rico. Before you get started, what did you say? You said not hypergamous. You said hood pergamous. Okay, I gotta remember that.
Hood pergamy.
And the thing about it is, it was enlightening. It was hilarious, but every word was true, factual. And I know we all have experiences of people like that. I know many of homosexuals, couch, just that, whatever. But there's a couple of things I wanted that came across my mind when I was listening to Jay, Be Easy, even Rorschach earlier. We say hypergamy, right? Let's unpack. Let's just look at hypergamy. Hypergamy, in essence, is a woman choosing the highest available mate she can, usually based on income, resources, whatever, right? We all agree that, right? But don't men engage in hypergamy as well? And what I'm saying is this, here's the thought. The thought experiment is, we do it too, but it's not for income or resources. It's for beauty and looks.
Yes.
We do the exact same thing. No man goes out and say, let me get the most busted down, ugly woman I can find. We shoot for the highest. Every man on here, we engage in a form of hypergamy as well. The value is not finances or resources, it's beauty, it's looks, it's low body count. All of that is currency to a man.
Respectfully,
yes.
Respectfully, I think it goes without saying that anybody is out there is going to be looking for the best that they could get. But what we do see among Black men is, generally speaking, they're more willing to take on much less than what their value is. So although that general mechanism exists in people, even outside of the mating sphere, what you end up seeing is Black men have the almost universal reputation of being willing to take far below their value, to the point that it's almost become a meme that what they're willing to
the lowest
take
mating
on.
Standards.
Average.
Exactly.
I'm gonna get to that. But I'm just saying, I'm setting the stage that they don't go looking for it. They go looking for, everybody's looking up there. Everybody looking for the bad bitch, the Beyonce, come on, you gotta be honest, right? They don't go looking for it. They settle for it. We will eventually. These Black women end up having to do the same thing too. So that's why I just wanted to say, we got to be honest that Black men are just as hypergamous as Black women. We settle for what we can get. Because dude can be fat, out of shape, whatever. He be in the club sweating, got a pocket full of money, buying bottle girls and everything else. You look at every dusty dude in the strip club. I'm like, come on, man. They not looking for no broke down women. We're not doing. I ain't never looked for no busted one.
Nah, Rico, you right about that.
You're funny, Rico.
I can't get her, and you just keep shooting, and then oh shit, I can get this one. That's just the man's nature. We all go.
That is part of hypergamy too. Hypergamy is desiring someone of a higher socio-economic status. The socio is the social part that he's talking about. So there is a hierarchy in beauty, and I've seen countless dudes that I know that's upwards of 300 pounds, and they believe that they should have the IG model.
Yeah, me and my boys.
Okay, that's what we gonna deal with. We're going to deal is hypergamy working for Black men after this.
But all I'm saying is, me and my guys, it would be like 5 or 6, and we would go to the club, and everybody would see this guy like, damn, and everybody shooting their shot at the same girl. And we all a different stat. I'm with a dude 6'3". He's shooting his shot at my little 5'7" ass shooting my shot at the same girl. So we all want the same thing, but then I end up, okay, I can't get her. I'm gonna settle for her friend. You know, that's how we used to date. What your girlfriends look like, things like that. So you still are wanting that, and you hoping her girlfriends look similar to her. You know, oh Lord, she got a big girlfriend. I guess I'm gonna have to take her tonight. Whatever the case is, that's just how it's. And what I'm saying is, it's always been that way. It's not a 2020 thing. Hypergamy has always existed for men and women because you always want the best viable choice for what you're looking for, no matter what it is. So when I sit there and say, when we made the example about what do the women do who go out there and have a kid and she's burnt, she got to fucking learn. You can't, the young lady who didn't know and she went out there and she made those choices. It's what I tell my kids. Life can teach your ass better than I can. So I can go through and I can try to, you know, give you all these preventative lessons to make sure that you don't go out and you don't make these bad choices and bad mistakes. And you gonna listen or you ain't gonna listen. But eventually, you know who y'all gonna listen to? Life. Yeah. Life is the ultimate teacher. So when your decisions and your, you know, create outcomes that's less than desirable for you, then you'll come back and you'll be like, Pop told me that. You know, Pop told me before I did this, and now I'm dealing with this woman that got my kid. She's unruly. And you know what I tell them? You got to deal with it. If she tear your ass up in child support court, it's not like I didn't tell you before it happened.
Rico.
So now you have to walk that path.
Rico.
Yes, sir.
Rico.
Yes, sir.
A lot of good information, but you ain't answered the question. Hold on one second. Shout out to Black Man.
Your brother Clarence, I love you, man. You sound like a lieutenant.
Blame Rico. Rico told me yesterday, Clarence, if I go off, man, you gotta stop me, man. You gotta pull me back.
Rambling Rico.
I love you, man.
But
okay, you answered the question. Is hypergamy working for Black women?
No.
Are Black women getting something out of it? Why not?
The answer is it's not working for Black women or men. We all
No, we don't. We ain't talking about men right now. That's a whole other issue.
I know. And what I'm getting Brother Dunbar. And the reason why I said it goes back to the conversation, it doesn't work.
Who's Dunbar?
It's an aspirational goal. Hypergamy is an aspirational goal. And everybody would like to believe that you shoot, you know, what's the saying? Shoot for the moon, and if you fail, you fall, you settle among the stars. That's all it is. It's like it's an aspirational goal. But to believe the concept that you always get your highest, as Mr. Dunbar said, return on investment, you know, we're settling for less than what our value is. Are you?
Hold on, let me ask a question this way, Brother Rico. So instead of a hypergamous mindset, what do you believe these women should be focused on instead? Since you said hypergamy is bad and that's out, what type of mindset should they have?
Wait. Hold that thought, because I want Patrice to get in here. She might get a call from the president. Come and do a show or something, man. So I want to get her on the panel before she get that call. She got to go. All right, Patrice, are you there?
I'm here, sir. I'm listening to you men cook.
All right. Now we need to add the spices to the pot. We need you to tell us what you think as a female. Are we off or what do you think? What is your thought about is hypergamy working for Black women in particular?
Well, I've heard different points of view. I agree with some and some I don't. But I answered the question already. Remember when I first came up, I said I didn't think it worked, and I said why. But because I think, you know, as a whole, I think that whole even back in the day when I was coming up in you know, in the inner city, in the neighborhoods, the hypergamous that women that I grew up with practiced with men were your local neighborhood drug dealers, right? They thought that
Right.
they were coming up with guys like that. And that's just real. They thought, because they were getting money and buying the clothes and getting their hair done and their nails done and taking care, they some of their kids, and they were having kids with some of them. And
Hood pergamy.
look what happened with that. A lot of they baby daddies are, are
No,
either
he said
incarcerated.
hypergamy.
They're either incarcerated or either they're 6 feet under,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because caught up in the game. I've seen so much of that. They were lucky if any of them got out alive. But and then in on the other sense, like I said, you get the Instagram models, and the women that got all these accounts where they target these men specifically just so they can get money out of them, and they end up having babies with them, and then they become baby mama of these men, and they know that they on the hook for 18 years for child support, 18 to 21 years depending on where you live. And it's not working. It's definitely not working for black women. On the only way I see it and have seen it in certain spaces working for black women is if they date out and date of a higher stature of a man outside of their race. They're not doing it too much with targeting black men, unless they targeting sports figures, entertainers, rappers. I mean,
But I got a
then.
question, Patrice. I got
Hmm.
a question because statistics say they have a lower success rate dating outside. So do you still recommend that or?
I don't necessarily, now I don't recommend it. I'm just saying what I've seen
Oh, okay.
in real life. Like I've seen this in real life, right? Even when I was touring, I told you, I've admitted I've definitely dated interracially, because when I was
Okay.
touring, it was not a like black men in certain areas. Like when I was in Asia and China, it just was Japan. It was just not a
Right.
lot of black men there. You know what I mean? So you when you on tour and you touring and you gone for 6 months, a year, that's a long time, right? So
Only
it,
got one night in town.
I've seen certain spaces where that a lot of the women have end up marrying. I got actually got a few of my family and got some girlfriends that even though they may have a bachelor's degree, maybe even a master's, and some of them not even that, but they are with men that are outside their race, and they are successful in those relationships and marriages, and those men made a whole lot of more money than they did, and were higher on the social status. And I got one cousin, actually, she met her husband. They both worked for the Board of Education back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, and they got married, and they still married. So
Okay.
when I see that happening, and he was on a higher stature because he was the vice president or the district manager in the engineering department. So even back then, he was making a lot of money, and she was just a teacher's aide. So she didn't make a lot of money.
Right.
You know what I mean? And back
Right.
then, when they got together and got married in the 90s, and they don't even have any biological children together. She went in that relationship. She actually had three kids at the time. She had three kids, and he met.
That weren't his.
What's that?
They weren't his
They
biological
were
kids.
not his. They were not his children. And
Okay.
he married her, and they still together right today. And they never had any kids together. But now the kids are all grown and out the house. So he helped her raise her kids, and they are all out the house, and all of them are very successful and doing well. And
That's a
and
good
you know,
man.
but she came up in the ranks in the Chicago public school system. Went from a teacher's age, then she ended up getting her education. She got a master's degree. She became a teacher.
Wow.
Then she became a principal. But this man stuck by her and put her through school and the whole nine, and they still together right today.
Well, I always say this: any woman can raise a sexual market value just by knowing how to treat a man in a relationship. You can raise your sexual market value, whether you're a single mother, whatever. You can raise your sexual market value if you just know how to treat a man and give him the time to recognize that he will just like Magic Johnson. He will come back. Marcus,
Mm.
thank you, Sister Patrice. I appreciate you, brother Marcus.
Oh, magic crazy.
Let me add a little cilantro to here because I'm Mexican. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, I was gonna change it to Latin women, but I think we all know that
Oh,
Marcus,
I'm an equal
Marcus,
opportunist.
Marcus, I dated a guy from Cuba.
but I know Marcus is probably a man of the world, so he definitely can speak on this.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm
Marcus,
saying?
Marcus, is that
so
you in this new avatar?
Yeah, that's me.
He too damn nice looking. I don't believe you.
What are you talking about? You a catfish? You call me a catfish? How dare you? No, I'm playing.
Tinder.
Hold on, Mark. Shout out to
Yeah, that's on his Tinder page. That's on his Tinder profile.
Rigo.
I never used it. I never used it.
Shout out to Moments with Mickey Red. Shout out to Hood sort of
Shout out to Mickey.
Culture. And yeah. Okay, so Brother Mark, we sit here trying to figure out if hypergamy is working for Black women. Now, you could tell us, what do you think based on what you're seeing?
I think the women that I dated that were Black, it's been a handful of them.
Right.
Not want to brag. I'm not bragging, but you know,
more than all of us, huh?
Just kidding. I don't know. I don't think I've had a problem with the women that I've dated that they date like the so-called Pookies or Ray Rays. Well, I know like one or two of them, but there's been a couple girls I met that were white, that were Mexican, that were Black, that dated Pookies and Ray Rays. So it doesn't just stop at Black people.
Right.
Another thing that I noticed that people leave out to look for, because we look in hypergamy. I believe in hypergamy in both ways, like you guys were saying, for men and for women, just in different values. I think one of the things that men sometimes don't focus and they get lost in the looks of a woman is if she's family oriented. So if she's family oriented, a woman, she's close to her family, how she treats people in her family. I understand that maybe there can be stuff that's happened in the past, maybe there are family issues. I'll understand it to that extent, But I think for the most part, I think, I know we're focusing on hypergamy for women, but we also got to focus on hypergamy for men. And
we're
the ways
going to
to
talk
look
about
for
that next, Marcus. We're going to talk about that next.
All right, I'll stop myself.
Right now we're focusing on just women. Our women, the focal point of hypergamy is to have a mate and select a mate and stay with that mate. That is the focal point of hypergamy. Is that happening for Black women in your vision? On a mass scale?
On a mass scale?
Yes. If you were to take a cross-section of all Black women, in your opinion, none of us have seen all Black women, but from your vision point, if you was to from just what you've seen already and extrapolate that out to 100%, how much of hypergamy is actually working for Black women, meaning that they are successfully mate selecting and like Patrice described, they're staying. Rico, stop it. They're mate selecting and staying with that mate for a significant amount of time. When I mean significant, maybe over 5 years, 10 years, something like that.
I think the majority is not working for them. I'll answer it like that. Majority is not working for them.
Okay. Now, why, Marcus? Why, in your opinion, why is that not happening?
I think the supply and demand is low.
Okay. And
what supply is low?
And which supply of what is low and demand for what is low?
Well, because if their standards are high, of these said men, then that means the supply will be low of these type of men, these levels of men.
But are their standards really high though? If they're still fornicating with Ray Ray, but demanding a Poindexter?
Okay, so let me qualify what you're saying. Be easy.
So unrealistic is better.
Back into it.
Their standards are unrealistic.
At certain points, because I've heard women say this a lot, and it's the truth. Certain point, they had this big long list. You got to be 6 feet tall. And when they get to a certain age, they start knocking stuff off that list. Well, you don't have to be 6 feet. Well, you don't have to make $200,000 a year. You don't have to drive a BMW. They start knocking stuff off the list. So it depends on what point and if where they perceive their sexual market value is, in my opinion. they perceive their sexual market value to be high, they'll have their demands high. When they perceive their sexual market value to be a lot lower, they will lower their demands, in my opinion. They're very closely related, in my opinion. Now, go ahead and back and cook.
Can I finish real quick? Look, I have to step away.
Yeah,
real
man. Sorry, Marcus. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, brother.
I think also you got to understand. I have no problem with women having higher standards, but with those set higher standards, if you're gonna have them, then you got to make sure it goes both ways. So if you want all this stuff from a man, if I ask, hey, I got to make sure this kind of woman can take a joke. Is she funny? Is she chill? Can she be around people like my family? Will she be respectful around my family? You know, when we have people over, will she be able to be the host and serve for the people? You know, things like that. Like, I'm not asking for her to cook all the time. Can you at least cook 50% of the time? I'll take that because I like to cook myself.
Right.
But you know, things like that.
All right. Did everybody get a chance to answer? Is hypergamy working for Black women?
Yeah, no, I did. I think we all did. Did OG go?
I don't think I answered this one. This
You did? I thought you did, man. But go ahead. Come on.
I answered the previous question about the government and the impact on that, but I don't think I answered this specific one. My take on it is hypergamy isn't working for Black women because Black women aren't practicing hypergamy in a normative sense. And it's fallacious to suggest that Black women have high or low standards. What they have is chaotic standards, and you see that reflected in the fact that on the one hand, the women that go on Kevin Samuels' show who ask for men making 100K, obviously that is a high standard. But if you look at the fact that many of these women are reproducing children and literally put it, like when you think about the biological process of reproduction and the toll it takes on a woman's health and her long-term mating prospects and the quality of life, they're actually giving that to a man who's very, very low quality. So you can't say they have either high or low standards. What they have is dual standards. And a lot of the time, analyzing these dual standards is where just by the fact that we don't have necessarily a culture of deep analysis, we end up being confused. And the issue isn't whether or not hypergamy. And then you also see this reflected in the notion that, well, the woman shouldn't be focused on hypergamy, but no one is saying that the woman should be focused on hypergamy in the absence of all the other factors involved in choosing a mate. What we're asking for is symmetrical mating, which you see in functional societies where a woman who's a 3 mates with a man who brings a 3, and obviously a 3 in what a man should be bringing, a woman that's a 10 and what a woman should be bringing, mates with a man who's a 10 and what a man should be bringing. So and what you end up seeing with Black men in particular, because of the weird social dynamics we have, is we have a large pool of Black men who are highly functional, but they're not getting the commensurate compensation for their level of productivity. So whenever we talk about the supply and demand assumes that the social dynamic.
Right, Brother Dunbar.
Yep.
What do you mean compensation for their amount of what did you say, production? What would be compensatory for their production?
For example, many looks, attitude, the woman should come with a friendly feminine disposition. And when you look at the women that are going on Kevin Samuels, if this was a legitimate enough source for not to call out Brother Rico, but if this was a legitimate enough source for Brother Rico to cite, when you look at many of the women who are going on Kevin Samuels, they're not bringing to the table what anyone in any other community would. Like, they would get laughed at if they went to like an Arab, an Indian, a Chinese, or a Caucasian man with that. And what you end up seeing is saying, well, oh, Black men have an innate kind of a self-interest, just like any man or any human being, or even any animal for that matter. And then we end up equivocating between two things that are otherwise they're like unequivocal in the sense that oh well, black men value beauty, even though it's demonstrable that the black men are undervaluing themselves in their mate selection. We end up coming up with the fallacious excuse that the same mechanism exists on both sides in order to normalize so as to seem as though we're not hating women. And one last thing, I'll address something Patrice said about these women. The only time they're looking to be hypergamous is when they are chasing athletes or certain kinds of men. That is true, and that's the exact problem we have in our community with a dual kind of nature, where they're hypergamous with useless things like the street thug nonsense, or they're hypergamous when they're choosing men later in life when they have no business chasing those higher quality men. Or what they'll do is they'll choose a man of a different race, but not maintain the same standards and choosing heuristic that they did with black men. And that's what black men are frustrated about.
Bro, let me just pick it up right there, bro, because I actually, you gave a perfect segue. The standards are ridiculous for black men. Like bro Clarence said earlier, 666 is what they want, right? That's what they prefer. But
Yo,
it
he's
doesn't
so the devil.
it doesn't it doesn't stop there, because I've seen it used to be just 6 feet. Now they talking about 6'2" and up, right? It used to be a 6 pack, but now you got to have a big chest too. Not only do they want a 6 inch Johnson, they want you to perform like a triple X adult star. So all of the standards is ridiculous because the media has so much sexualized and objectified black men. Who runs the adult film industry? The most popular film is like a black dude pounding like some blonde haired girl and stuff like that. Who is putting it out? It's not no black people doing that. So then even black women overly sexually objectify black men. Like as a black man, they're expecting you to have like a pole and be able to perform like a star. They're expecting you to be able to match up to the perceived masculinity as Pookie, right?
Yeah,
So
acrobat.
it's the standards is ridiculous. Meanwhile, they'll go pick a bottom shelf Brad who has a beer belly and golfs on Sundays, right? Wouldn't bust a grape at a fruit fight. But they're like, oh yeah, but he has this community and he has a picket fence. So so then they'll submit to that, but refuse to and this is why they purposely choose people like Pookie and Ray Ray, because they could use the trump card as saying, hey, I don't have to submit because he's of a lesser status than me. He's not as educated as me. So it's like, why would that dude even be inside your house or inside your womb? Why is he in your
Exactly.
room? Why is he in your womb?
I agree. Yeah.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm through playing around with y'all. I'm through playing around with you guys.
What just happened?
You guys been playing around. Oh, we got Mickey Red join the stream. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, Mickey?
All right. So
What's happening?
How you doing, Mickey?
let me back up for Mickey since she came in. She didn't answer the question. Mickey Red.
Yes.
I was just about to drop a serious question on the guys, but I'm glad you're here. We're gonna drop this one on you. Is hypergamy working for black women?
It depends what group of women you ask.
Okay.
What group of black women you ask. That's
right. So I'm gonna set a standard
But if
for
you say as a mass collective, no, because everybody isn't upper class or middle class. So if you say as a mass collective, then the answer would be no.
Okay.
What class of women is it working for?
Upper class black women.
Okay.
That come from 2-parent households that have a legacy, that have a family crest, that have multiple generations of married people, and it's expected. It's usually, you can find a lot of them in the South. You can find them all over the United States, because that's what's expected of them. They see it growing up. You can see it in a lot of military families. It's just, it is what it is. It's whatever's instilled in you and what's expected of you. Just like rich, crazy Asians. If you know you're expected to bring a certain caliber of man home, then that's who you're going to bring. And if you don't, then you know you'll be shunned. You'll know you'll be out. You know you're going to be on your own. And that's just how it is.
I got an even better question for you guys after this question. So Mickey Red just popped it into my head. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you. All right.
Break plans.
I'm through playing games with you guys. You guys are going to explain this to me. You guys are going to make me understand what's going on out here. All right?
Yes, sir.
No. Is hypergamy working for black men? Now, this one, I'm going to start on the other side of the room. I'm going to start with Brother Rico. Are you there with us? I think Rico had to go do something, you know what I mean?
He went to the bar, didn't he?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
He went to go.
A great joke.
I was doing some business with my youngest son for my birthday.
He went to go replenish his libations.
Was that what it's called? His Gatorade? His H2O?
Refill.
Yeah. What I missed? What I missed?
All right.
Reset the conversation for me.
Sister Mickey
Oh,
Red.
by the way, how you doing, Sister Mickey Red? Nice to see you again.
Hey,
I hope you're doing
man.
wonderful this beautiful Sunday day.
Strong answer. Patrice is back, and also I'm through playing with these guys, Rico. I'm through playing. I want some serious answers. Tired of you guys dancing around the situation. Except for Be Easy, you guys are dancing around the situation. I want you guys to come straight, hit me straight between the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Rose Search as well. Hit me straight between the eyes. Is hypergamy working for black men? And if so, why or why not?
Hell no, it ain't working for neither. I keep saying that. Because hypergamy, I no offense, Mr. Dunbar, I know you believe in loving it. The same reason it's not effective for women, it's the same reason it's not effective for men. Because, like I said, the hypergamy for men is you get caught into the looks, the beauty, all of these things. And these are not the most important and relevant factors for a concrete, lasting, and fulfilling relationship.
Well,
So,
Rico.
yes.
Let's look at the definition. The definition is
So if it's a woman, it's gonna be, like back in the day, you said, oh, she got childbearing hips. She, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was the thing, was her sexuality, how many children she could bear for you. It was all of these physical things. It wasn't.
But let me. I hear what you're saying, Rico. I hear what you're saying, but I just want you to. I want you to work around the definition if you can. The action of marrying the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of superior sociological or educational background. I don't think men approach it like that. They have I think you're just not using the right word. There's a word for
sociological, or what's the second word? Sociological, or what else?
Sociological or educational background. I don't think men are floating around the library saying, I want this one, I want that one, I want this one. I don't think so.
No. But
probably
so it says sociological or educational.
Yes.
It doesn't say and, so it says one or the other.
No, it says one or the other. It's probably could be
we're let's face it, beautiful women, attractive women with better bodies in our society is looked upon at higher value by everybody. Let's knock it off, and we can't. So when you're looking for that baddie in a club, she has,
especially by simps.
Yeah, simping and pimping.
By everybody. I would say by everybody.
So,
No, but especially higher by simps though.
But you don't see big, you know what I'm saying? They have beautiful, gorgeous, sexy, low body count women have a far superior social society value in society than those that are lesser than. Right. That's still a form of hypergamy. And why in the hell do you think Kim Kardashian? That's just that. I mean, we all hate it, but it is what it is. That's how that was able to exist. For some, they looked at her as this particular value in society, in spite of what she did. She ain't have no 50 million degrees. She wasn't very smart. And we know how she came to be. And there are, and in America, blonde hair, blue eyes. Blonde, we look blonde.
There was a certain tape.
call it the
a
missing
certain
white
tape.
woman syndrome. If she's
Hey,
blonde
but
hair
shout,
and blue eyed, she's looked
hey,
at of a higher importance and value in society. It
but
just
hey,
is
but
what it
Rico,
is. Yes.
shout out to Kim Kardashian, man. I think her and her sister freed about 10 or 12 dudes that was wrongly convicted, man. They got them out of jail. So black dudes.
That's
No,
facts.
I got a couple of other dudes as well. So shout out to her for that.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I'm not knocking that.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's
She
good.
did that. I
And
appreciate that.
And I'm pretty sure that there are hundreds of other people that are doing work equal or greater
exactly.
that just unheard of. That get no accolades. So
Right.
I'm not taking nothing away from her. Not doing that. But there are probably about a couple hundred that we should be shouting out. Ain't nobody give a damn. The
We
work
don't
But you're
know
that
about
making
they're
the
doing.
point too. The people
What's that
that's
called? It's called hypergamy.
Right.
yeah, the people that should be shouted out, you also have to look at them too. I bet they're not super desirable. Think
Yeah.
about it as Hollywood.
Yes.
How many times have people got a role because of how they look? There were better actors, but because they have a certain body, I see women do it all the time. When that movie Thor was out, they were like, he's so fine. They said nothing about his acting. Aquaman, he's so fine. Denzel, oh, look at Denzel. They don't say nothing about, did you see the way he was acting? That's all part of this social construct. There's a racial hierarchy, which we all know, right? Which means there's a social hierarchy. And the people who's elevating these beauty standards is not men. Men actually just kind of bow down and accept the beauty standards. It's the women. They're the ones who try to shape and recreate the standards. And now that's why if you're a fat man, you're just slovenly and out of shape. But now if it's you Lizzo, you can't say nothing because it's body shaming and it's fat phobic. Who is
But
shaping those standards?
But here's the thing, though. But see,
But Rick Ross lost weight.
But still, the issue is it's still
He's still fat.
hypergamy for men. The hypergamy is the currency is the appearance. The currency is not the finances. It's the appearance. Every man wants to be. We all say wants to be walking down the street with that baddie on his arm. You want, even if you're not even in bed with her, when you're
Trophy
seen out in
wife.
public with them, you desire. You desire the adulation of your male friends who thirst for your woman to say, damn.
May I interject?
Yes, Mickey, go ahead.
I think we really need to understand hypergamy for real. And back in the day, they used to call it marrying well. Okay, so yes, pretty privilege exists. Yes, handsome privilege exists. Yes, all these isms and unfair issues. That's not the word I'm looking for, but all of these things exist. Cold world. That's what it is. But hypergamy is practiced in upper middle and the upper classes that you go, because it's different social circles, different social levels. See, the thing about the Black community that you have to take in context is, although we have various social levels and economic tax brackets, rarely do the bulk of us move away from the community. We might have, take for instance, I'm in Atlanta. I am in Southwest Atlanta. Okay. The area I'm in, it's very affluent. However, you drive 15, 20 minutes down the road, it get bad. So as we are products of our environment, we still intermingle. As far as other races, the more money they make, the more they move away from the lower tax brackets. And they don't interact. It's a social level. So the hypergamy, when you get in these different social classes, can work both ways. It's what's your aim. If you're a man and you're a rapper, and hey, you just happen to meet so-and-so's daughter that owns a record label. For a man, he has an inside connect into the record label. Or what if he's going into politics? If you're going into politics, you got certain families, a certain look, a certain appeal, because you're going into politics. So you have to keep your nose clean. These are people that attended cotillions, that join sororities and frats, and they have a network and a brotherhood of people. That's the only thing I wish I would have done, and I would have followed the path that was set for me, is to go down to a HBCU. And I would have, of course, I would have joined the sorority, because once you join those networks, there's various networks outside of school for Black people that we have used to build a ladder and catapult ourselves up to success. But once you get in those levels, if you're not in that level of society, you wouldn't understand hypergamy. And hypergamy works both ways. And it is frowned upon if you do not take the path that was set for you, if you do not pick the men that you're supposed to pick, if you have the audacity to fall in love with the man you see before you, regardless of how much money he makes, regardless of where his family is from, regardless if his family doesn't have a family crest and yours does. If you have the audacity to fall in love with that man, you're on your own.
Beautiful.
Facts, Sister Mickey.
Great
Facts.
points.
Yeah.
Great point.
Unfortunate, but it's facts.
All right.
Yeah, I give Mickey her flowers.
Okay. Definitely dropped a few bombs there. Okay, we're going around the room. Brother, be easy. Is hypergamy working for Black men?
I guess it depends on which context are people using it in. If you're using it in more of the sociological aspect, I would say no, because Black men have the most lenient dating standards. According to the CDC, the majority of Black women are either obese or overweight. And I mean, most Black people are, the marriages, I think, is like 83 to 87% rate of Black, Black on Black marriages. So they're pretty lenient with that. So when, if a Black dude is accepting of a fat Black woman, and then he goes over the fence and gets a fat white woman, I mean, it's pretty lenient, right? In terms of attitude. And I think a lot of them, they're being lenient because a lot of them have a low sense of self-worth, right? They get out of jail, know like, man, I'm uneducated. I can't really demand certain sense. So maybe I do have to settle for a woman that's overweight or has an attitude, or maybe she's in great shape and has a degree, but I have to be subservient to her because I feel a little bit inadequate in some aspects, whether they admit it or not. And in terms of the like kind of dating up, it's just the hypergamy is pretty much non-existent because the men are typically valuing looks and a woman's femininity, and her allowing him and basically securing his masculinity, versus some chicks is trying to little boy the dude at any given chance, right? When they're having intercourse, everything is good, but when they have an argument, then that's where the shaming tactics comes in. And the verbal, there's a lot of talk of the domestic violence, but it only talks about the physical aspect, when the psychological verbal aspect has been said to be just as powerful, if not even more powerful. So all of these things lead to most of these men are not even thinking about hypergamy when it comes to the dating and mating standards, because a lot of them have a low sense of self-worth and feelings of inadequacy. So they have certain coping mechanisms, whether it be drugs, other vices, even women, right? Because there's a lot of women that are sexually liberated on OnlyFans. So a dude could smash a bunch of chicks. It may not be purposeful to his life, but it's almost like a status symbol, a coping mechanism to where he could say, look, I can't even demand the highest and most upper echelon of women, but I can smash a bunch of them it begins to become quantity over quality. And women are always looking to, be hypergamous naturally, right? They want someone that they perceive above them, especially financially. Now, of course, it's not all, but that's most in any ethnic group, right? So if the men are not earning as much, does he truly really feel like a man? So the only times he feels like a man is when he's performing like sexually, or do something to defend the honor, like beat a dude up or something like that. Outside of that, leading and house and community building, he's operating at a deficit, and really has a lack of confidence. And I don't think the women in those positions are able to or willing to instill the confidence in them, because ultimately that would usurp their position of ruling and governing over the relationship. So no, the hypergamy is not working for the man. I don't think it's even a thought, is non-existent. I mean, I think subconsciously, like Rico was saying, there is the thoughts of the sociological hypergamy, where they're trying to, get the baddest one that they possibly can. But in terms of the finances, no, because the dudes are looking like, look, I don't have as much as she have. I may be riding in a cool car, but she getting hit on by dudes that driving Benzes and stuff. So a lot of dudes know when a woman is quote unquote out of their league. They'll still try to smash, but just as well as she's not taking him seriously, he's not really trying to take her seriously either, because he knows that she's just gonna most likely leave him due to hypergamy.
All right. Man, you hit on something that I was gonna hit on as well. That hypergamy for men really has nothing to do with the social. They're not looking for the social status typically, and they're not looking for the educational level of the woman. Based on the definition, they're basically looking for their perceived um, their perceived what they view as valuable, or it looks wise, the attractiveness and the sexual tension the woman can build up, the sexual tension he can feel building up in him and her attractiveness. Those are the main points he's looking for first. Now he may explore her character after he actually has a conversation with her, but just from the eye test or visually, to select somebody to even engage, he's looking for the attractiveness, and then next will come the sexual tension that she can build up inside of him. All right, let's move on to Brother Dunbar. Brother Dunbar.
Yeah, sorry, my mic was, I was on mute. I want to start off by first defining
wait. I'm gonna make sure you answer this question, especially you guys. You guys, well, not you, but you and Be Easy are pretty straightforward. But I still want to ask you straight out, Brother Dunbar: is hypergamy working for Black men? Are they getting something out of it? Yes or no?
No, I think most Black men don't actually practice hypergamy. Most men of other cultures tend to, other races tend to practice hypergamy. And the way in which a man practices hypergamy is getting the most bang for his buck, given what he is as a man and what he brings to the table. And too many of us.
Research. I'm not saying they're practicing. The women are practicing it. Is it working for them?
Oh, no, I'm saying if we did do it, it would work for us.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
So when it comes to the women, I won't, my position before was they aren't practicing. What they're practicing is chaos. You can't just say I want like a millionaire when I'm like 300 pounds. But well, with regards to men, more and more, I'm of the opinion that more and more Black men need to practice what's been coined as SYSBM. So we know what it is that the women in our community want to give us. We know the preferred familial structure that they want. And for most men, that familial structure isn't beneficial to them. You're just going to be paying for a family that you'll never live with, and kids that you'll never get to see grow up. So the best course of action for most Black men, given the familial structure that the women want, is to go do what's called SYSBM. And what SYSBM is, it's Save Yourself Black Men. So the premise of SYSBM is to go out and find the best the best woman available for you as a man, and live your life that way. And because we've now, I'll let the next person, but because we've now popularized this term so much, what we're seeing now is the women now want to copy what we're doing, but they don't actually have it. They're just hooking up with guys on Tinder. But yeah, if we practice more SYSBM, then yeah, we would get further. And more Black men really do need to practice hypergamy so that they get what they want, given what they bring to the table. That's it for me.
All right. All right, Patrice.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
still with us?
I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay. A lot of women practice hypergamy, right? Which they try to date up. Meaning
They
they
do?
according to the intranet.
Spoiler alert!
Right?
Shocked.
Wow.
I love you, OG. That was funny. She said they do.
You see how she tried to act like a little lamb. I don't know what you're talking about. I know. All right, but just humor me for a second, sis. All right, so there are women that actually practice this hypergamy, right? But
Mhm.
on the flip side, is it working for men? Is they're chasing this animalistic hypergamy? Are there certain men that it's working for, or are most men winning, or what's going on out there, sis?
Listen, guys, I'm just gonna be real. I'm really not sure as far as for the men because you guys gotta remember, like, I'm in entertainment, right? So what I see on that side, I definitely see it from the women. They always trying to come up. Uh, uh, but the opposite side,
They
I
got
don't
them
see
NDAs ready, those non-disclosure agreements.
I don't see it so much because a lot of them are wising up in the entertainment industry. Most of them, like the prenups. This is just stuff I hear. So I don't think they are as much in the entertainment side. Now in the real world, honestly, guys, I'm gonna tell you, uh I don't I don't see it. I don't see it working for them. Even because most of them they fantasize and they go on the IGs to look at those women that they can't have, right? And then in their real life they have to come down back down to reality and just, you know what I mean? And just go with a regular smuggler, if you will, kind of woman. Especially, listen, and I'm speaking like for my age. With some of the younger ones, I see it. I do see it if I go out in younger space, especially like when I lived in Las Vegas. I saw it a lot. I saw it a lot. Like a lot of the younger generation guys, they were these guys, I guess, of high, value when it came to what they portrayed as far as how they were flashy. They said they own businesses. Some of them were like owned barber shops and a chain of barber shops. It depended. And then the young girls I saw on their arms, were the chicks that, had a lot of work done. They had the boobs, the derriere, a lot of work done in that department so that they can practice they have hyper per I can't pronounce the word right now. Um, on these type of men that were seeking a certain type of woman, hypergamy. Dang, there go the word. Yeah. So I guess for the younger generation, especially when I lived in Vegas, I'll say I saw it a lot. I saw it a lot with the younger men. Is it working for them? I don't know because I'm not really in them spaces that often. But um, in Hollywood, yeah, they'll practice it. They'll get it too, but it comes with a lot of conditions. So I just don't see it in real life as much as I see it, in the entertainment industry. And I'm at certain parties, and every guy that almost there, at certain parties I'm at, got them type of women,
Right.
got them type of women by their side, and it's just, yeah, that kind of everywhere.
Oh,
So
geez, giving me flashbacks, man. I can already imagine the cocaine on the table. Oh my
Oh,
God.
well, that was way
easy now.
back in the day. That was that. Now I will say that happened a lot, like in the 80s, 90s. Not so much now, guys. Like seriously, that's not happening. If that's
Yeah,
happening, they're not doing it so openly as they did back in the day. And yeah,
right.
you're right. Back in the day when I was touring, man, it would be big bowls of it, like sitting on the tables and stuff. But
Drinking
it's
that
n-
sugar.
it, it's not like that anymore. It's a little bit different. You know, I go to like certain sector of parties. I'm not at all of them because certain things I don't get down with. you know.
I
So,
feel you.
and then there's the after party, and then there's the after. But anyway,
After
um,
party.
so it depends on what you subject yourself around to. But like
Yep,
I
yep.
see a lot of the younger girls that's coming up in the industry, whether they are models, whether they are dancers and stuff, that are on tour with some of these celebrities and stuff. I see them definitely trying to come up off of guys that are already high in the
Absolutely.
industry. It doesn't
Absolutely.
usually happen the other way around, but the unfortunate part is these black men, they do want those type of women around them. They want them type of women around them, but it
Well,
doesn't always work out that way.
they
But in
want the
real life,
big thing.
yeah,
They want
in
the,
real life, it depends on where you are. Like I said, when I was in Vegas, I saw a lot of it. They were
But
practicing it. I don't think it was working so much though, but they were
but but
practicing it.
but Patrice, isn't it doesn't that speak to the fact that when we talk about it though, the cosmetic surgery industry has fucking exploded
That's
Oh,
so true.
absolutely.
Real
all
true.
over. So what I'm saying is like again, and I was saying like they talk about like the BBLs, which it took me a while to figure. I was like, what is the Brazilian? But like you hear women that it's like
Oh, it's a
I.
norm. If you go to the airport, I'm sure Mickey can vouch for
But
this.
this is what I'm
When
saying
the
is,
women in Atlanta that flies into the Dominican and
but yes,
Tijuana and all of
but
that, it's the
Patrice,
the airports be packed.
I got a house in the DR. I'll be there in
They
2 weeks.
come back with some extra baggage.
No, yeah, literally, I'll be there in 2 weeks. Not even the ones that come back, the ones there, they're all walking around with it. It's like they look like lollipops. You got the skinny legs and the big old behinds and whatever.
Exactly.
And what I'm saying is, it's like I remember back in the '80s, as you said, Patrice. The first thing that blew up was it used to be because the white boys started was the breast implants, and you would have a white girl, they ain't had no backside, but they had them big old Dolly Partons and whatever. Remember that was the rage. It was
Hmm.
the breast implants, the silicone, just that whatever. And now, but what I'm saying is, you're seeing. I'm in the DC area. I'm watching regular smegular women
Regular
running
smuggler.
around with BBLs.
Oh
It's
But
yeah.
permeated
that goes back to
into
you talking about the
to regular
sociological
suburbia.
aspect of hypergamy. They're just
Yes,
responding to that. If you're saying the men are choosing them
yes.
based off, because while the dude
Yes.
will accept a BBL,
Thank
it's
you.
not a dude that's laying down and saying, "Baby, I think you should get a BBL." They're doing this to impress other women and to
Yes.
attract a higher value man. That's
Yes.
Absolutely
all
they
they're
are.
doing.
That's
Yep.
what
Absolutely.
I'm. That's
The
why I
It's
call
billboard.
gotten
The
myself.
it's gotten
billboard.
so bad with the women. They are in competition with each other to see who can get the highest value of a man that they can get. So they're definitely still practicing the
But
hypergamy.
doesn't that mean
No,
I'm
that's
watching
the
women?
chaos.
But here's the question: I'm watching women with 3 and 4 kids getting work, competing with the younger generation. So I'm like, it's just this vicious, wicked cycle. So you got the men, as you said, aspiring for that because when you go to the parties, that's all they got on their arm is these Builder Barbies.
Yeah, I'm
They
there.
got them
That
on their
is.
arms. It's not like
That's all the
Build the
media
and
build the
promotes.
Barbie. I love that.
that's what they got. And then the women who are going and enduring all of that it's like I'm like, when does this shit end? It's
It'll
on
never end,
both
Well,
Rico.
genders.
unfortunately, the way things are now, and everything and everyone is well, not everyone, but in those certain sectors are very superficial. nobody likes their real self anymore. If they
Nobody
if they
does.
if they
It's
can
it's it's
get a
an
bag and
IG.
always get that nose job that they wanted to do because they never liked their nose. If they can get that bag and get their
They
ears
get in
pinned back because
cheekbones, lip
You
the
know
injections.
cheekbone.
where
Yeah, exactly.
it's spilled out to IG, Facebook, OnlyFans. Anybody can get an OnlyFans. I can take my little fat self out there and get an OnlyFans.
Man, I'm leaving the chat. I am leaving the chat.
literally have these
I want to
And,
pages
see that.
and,
where,
and honestly,
Definitely want to
most
see
women
that.
that are already in relationships
hey,
with men,
Definitely want to see
they
that.
already
I
in these
expect y'all all to
relationships with
sign up.
men. And if you ask the man will
Yeah,
tell them that
right.
they really don't want a woman to get all of this work.
No.
They really prefer they women naturally, but it's the women
They
that's
don't
pushing it.
care.
The women,
Exactly.
they pushing it.
Exactly.
Right. And what
So
Can
I
I
gotta
can
say
I
is
add
it's
something real
not
quick?
so
Real
much
quick.
that it's natural. It's like you don't want them. It's not, I mean, it's like, yeah, I want my woman to get in shape naturally. I don't want her to be fake. If you got fake boobs and fake abs and fake behind, I don't want that. If you
Yeah.
got it naturally through the gym and working out, sure, that's what we're asking for. So what they're
Yeah.
looking for is it's creating an environment of people looking for shortcuts in science and doctors. And, oh, you want to look like Kim Kardashian? I can do that. Pay me XYZ dollars. You ain't got to go to the gym. And that's the problem because this body dysmorphia, they will tell you a lot of women who go through all these multiple elective surgeries, they're literally saying they need fucking therapy. Something's
well,
wrong.
Can't disagree with that.
All
Let me
right,
say
y'all.
something real quick. Let me say something real quick.
Let me move the ball over to Jay. Oh, you got something to throw in there? Okay.
No. Let him go. Let him go. I'm curious to what he has to say.
No, well, I think the thing is too that like I think the men that pay attention to the women that tell them to get these things or they watch the videos, the video vixens. I think the men also pay these women when they're on their chats, when on their OnlyFans, like Rico said, not tuning into that. I think also women also conflate sexual attraction with relationship attraction. That's an issue as well.
Two different values.
Amen.
Do different things, and I think man, I know like a lot. There's, I guess I don't know how accurate this is, but there are the lowest high number of men that are virgins are not getting any play in all-time history. I guess recorded.
They said close to 30%.
Yeah.
Right, and that's a record high, right? Isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the issue. So those 30% of guys, I give you a good amount that are going to these Comic Cons for the cosplay girls. You know,
Yep.
they're going to camp. They're going to that Camp Soda. They're going to that Camp Soda website.
They look good at cosplay.
They're paying these girls cash apps, Venmos, flying them out, and then hey, they might not even get to touch the girl. They might even just get a handshake, and that's it.
Oh,
Hey, what's up? I'll take you. You know,
That's all they get.
I'm going out and fly you out. We hang out, and that's it. You know, I got to say I gotta tag her in my Instagram post. I gotta hang out with her, and that's it.
That's all they don't ever get, to be honest.
They
It's
get
sad.
to FaceTime them.
Oh, because man, that just makes it so much worth it.
That's troops. Yeah, right. It's
Those are what
terrible.
you call incels, involuntary celibate.
Yeah.
Aren't they the same guys who also get butt hurt how the world is as well? Like the guys that like
Yeah, they
complain
do.
about it later.
They get butthurt about it. I've seen them complain, and I'm like, yeah.
Okay, guys. We got to move the ball. Jay.
Yes, sir. I'll go.
Jay.
I mean, I don't know what women
working for Jay. Is hypergamy working for black men? Is
no, sir.
Women's current practice of hypergamy working for black men?
No.
Nope. Are black men getting something out of it?
They're not getting anything out of it. The only thing, I have to be dark when I say this. All it's gonna do is put them in a dark, deep depression. That's gonna put them in the ground even quicker, as far as I'm concerned, and where it looks like it's going actually. And if they're going, and I'll say this, if it's going to go to that road, then some of them are already in that ground. It's not productive for them to really go off of that Now it's not all guys, and I think I can speak some of the guys here. Like none of us are really like that in the sense like, yeah, we like what we like, but the difference is I think we're not putting ridiculously laundries of lists of like this, and this. I'm like, I'm not doing all that. It's like three simple things. If you can't fulfill that quota, then you got to get out. Compared to my significant others list, my opposite gender, but it's not working for them. Just like how they've not been taught how to.
You in mute, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Sorry. No, I said they haven't been taught how to properly vet a woman, how to just interact with one. And that goes to show you that they think that they have to, well, have to say it, simp for these women who are so above the totem pole, and they believe that if they actually pay for them and actually they'll get a chance to actually meet them and actually do the, take the deep dive into the ocean, which they're gonna hit the concrete and not the actual ocean itself, and be in the hospital for it. So they gotta. So it's very poor faulty on it. It's like I said, it's very falsified and it's very fallacious from how I'm seeing it. And the reason why I say it's very fallacious is because you're trying to sell an idea to someone that is wrapped and shrouded in lies, as if it's normal. So, and it's not. It really isn't. So, it'll never work for them simply because of those reasons that I just listed. And the difference is I don't even do that. It's the funny thing because I don't have that problem. And also, let's be real. I've named stars that I liked, not currently. I'm talking about women of like past, but and none of these here fit that criteria. But even then, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to build a Barbie or build a bear in this case. but but for me, it's just a matter of like having to know like what you like, but also know that you have to put aside good looks. Okay, I can't say put aside good looks. You have to put to the forefront, is that person family oriented? Are they ladylike? And can they actually
Marcus
can they
crazy.
actually well, what did he put? I'm sorry. I'm trying to put my point. Yo, bro, yo, Marcus, I'm gonna get you later, bro. You missed out my concentration. but yeah, it was basically, cause she family oriented, she ladylike, and does she care about building a family? Those three things. Even though that third one sounded like the same thing as the first, it was different. I'm talking about, is she in the mind of it? Is
Okay.
she in the mind of it more often than not?
Okay.
But no.
No.
All right. Now what Marcus say?
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So who's going first, Marcus or Ricky? Mickey, because both of you guys are trying to concede to each other. Who's gonna go first? Mickey says she wants to hear your thoughts, Marcus.
Is hypergamy working for black men?
Yes. Are they getting anything out of black women's innate hypergamous nature, and how they are following how they're following, in my opinion, a distorted version of hypergamy at this point?
No, I don't believe they are. And I'll answer it this way because I think even the average people now have a higher standards, and they're not looking in their levels. Even though it's how do you say, you have a right to your standards or principles, but and realistically, percentage wise, like Mickey broke it down real well with the tax bracket and stuff. Rare individuals, low number of individuals. I'm talking gay men, lesbians, straight men, straight women, child stars, teenage stars, whatever. There's only a certain small amount of people that are making this amount. Now, for specifically black men, no, like they're trying to, like they're settling for sure. And I think a lot of men, and black men specifically, they try not to. They try to be more humble, realistic about it, logical about it. I believe, I think. Are they sometimes the best choice? No, because I've seen some very toxic ways where it ends bad.
Yeah, I think that a lot of black men settle because of what Patrice said earlier, where the mothers have beaten them down so much, they feel like that they don't feel worthy of a woman that is at a certain level of understanding and precision. They don't feel worthy of that, so they look for women that are pretty much like their mom, beating them down and stuff like that. So I think they settle a lot of times because of the way the mother has treated them. And the woman, because the first woman in their life is going to be the mother, and she sets the expectations for what the boy is going to. She sets the framework for what he's going to be looking for in a woman. All right, so let's go over to.
I was just gonna add a real quick small point to it too, right before you switch. The thing about hypergamy and the top black men, we're gonna say the top black men in the industry or whatever. Even these men have to watch out now and be more careful because, certain allegations, payments, going for the pockets, going for your legacy, your empire, and it's funny because like that the system how it is, it's just gonna work against them a lot of times, even though may have money. You got Kelly Clarkson crying about having to pay her husband child support, I think, or no, spousal support, like $200K or
Mary J.
something.
Blige too.
Mary J. Blige. And then on the other side of it, who was it? Dr. Dre. I think he had to pay her how much?
Like 500 million or something.
There you go. But she was there from the beginning though. Right. But that's my point real quick.
Right on. Thank you, Brother Mark. Appreciate you. Okay, sis. You up. Sister Mickey Red. You're up.
No, hypergamy as a collective is not working for Black men. I don't even think it was a goal or an aim. The only men that hypergamy would be for that upper class that I spoke of, which would be, the percentage of men making, 6 figures or more. Of course, they might, or a man that has a plan. That's when he would even consider hypergamy. And when you think of hypergamy, it's more so for a man, it would be networking. It would be what, you could see hypergamy like in the corporate sector when they get married and you see the corporate executive with a beautiful wife and the wife works the room and does fundraisers and joins the PTA and they're in the community. You know what I mean? And so it's more of a networking for those men. A man with a plan, a Black man with a plan would practice hypergamy per se, but I don't think that's the goal or the aim. The man's goal and aim is to be a provider and earner. And so he's going to put himself in those rooms, if you will. It would more so, I think hypergamy works better for entertainers and again, politicians, the people that have to shake hands and kiss babies. That's where hypergamy would work. But for the average Joel, that's not your goal. That's not your aim. Your goal and aim and what you're told is be a man. A man works hard, get a job, provide for your family, do X, Y, Z. So I don't think for the average that it was even taught, spoken of for other people per se. That's my
Hey, Mickey, could I ask you a question? So you said the upper class gentlemen, you're saying they do seek out hypergamy?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that they seek it out in terms of wanting a woman to earn the same as them, earn more than them, or
No.
a woman just in terms of the beauty aspect?
Networking. No, beauty,
Okay.
beauty, of course. Well, not always. It's the networking. It's the social status. If I am like perfect example, one of my cousins, he's the vice president of a big bank. His wife, they went to school together. Most of these alliances happen in college when it's and you're looking at social class networking. Who does her family know? Who is she connected with that can help my vision, my plan, my purpose? That's for a man. That's the qualities in the woman. Not only is she going to be beautiful, but how can this woman benefit me? Who does she know, or what parts of her personality is going to benefit me? If we're in college and we go together and you have aims or goals to be a high power executive, you would want to pick the woman that is a social butterfly that knows how to maneuver in those sets of society, so that when you have a black tie fundraiser, when you have this, when you have that, and you go to these different events, you can go there and she can bring you back intel. She can, work the room for you while you work the room. And that's how it works with those, in those circles.
Do you think they consider earnings? How much the woman is earning? Like, how much of a factor do you think that is? Is it a little bit of a factor or a huge part?
I don't know per se, because I've never really got in a man's pocket or asked those questions. I don't believe so. From what I hear on YouTube, I don't think the woman's earnings matter that much to him, unless but every man is different. And so I don't think so. I think when a woman earns, and this is just my opinion, I feel as though when a woman earns too much money or more than her man, it becomes an issue. And so I just believe that becomes an issue. So I don't think the money factor would be something that a man considers, because truly, in my opinion, there's a saying, if you want to be the boss, you got to pay the cost. So men want to be the boss. And so I think when you're dealing with hypergamy, they expect to be the boss, and they know it costs, and they expect you to fall in line or exit stage left.
I had a quick side question, real quick too.
Go ahead, Mark.
Real quick for Mickey, is that I'm just wondering, because is that how the royal families, or like the UK, or like the sheiks in the Middle East, or maybe like in Africa, the royal families, is that what they do as a network to pick their spouses for a certain look?
Well, it could be for look, or it could be for alliances. Like when you get up to those levels, it would be for alliances, like the sheik and the royal families. Well, the royal family, they can't mess with anyone really. They're not really supposed to mess with anyone outside of the royal bloodline, but sometimes they do. It's supposed to be, if you mess with a royal, you're supposed to mess with another royal from another family. It's not supposed to be commoners, if you will. You know what I mean?
I get you. I hear you.
And then with the sheiks, you would think of it as it's families coming together. Like in the Middle Eastern, you would think of it as families. Like, so it just depends. But it's also that way here in the United States. It's families that come together. Like if you think about the movie Fools Rush In, and he married Selma Hayek, but they had like groomed him to marry Kathy Whitworth, I think that was her name, the blonde-haired girl. And their families had been connected over the years and intertangling, and the mom and the father were always trying to push them together. That would be kind of an example of hypergamy.
Oh, okay.
All right, y'all.
Thank you for answering the questions.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate everybody on the panel. All right, so just want to say a couple things about hypergamy. Shout out to One Community. Shout out to Mr. Rucker. Appreciate y'all. Okay, so hypergamy is practiced by women, right? It's a survival system that most of them are pre-wired for. Females in the animal kingdom are just pre-wired to look for the best mate that gives their offspring the best chance of survival. That's typically what they look for when they have to select. Now, there's many animals where the women don't have to select. All they have to do is put out a scent, and men come to them. So they don't have to practice hypergamy. But the women that do have to select have to practice this hypergamy. Okay, so including humans, right? Okay, now we have proven that we have a little distorted situation because we don't need the men. You don't have to pick a very masculine man to survive in a social construct like America. A woman can have her own money. A woman can have her own car. She can merely pick a man based on his ability to perform sexually and his looks. Typically, she can do that because in this social construct, a woman doesn't necessarily need a man, right? If she needs protection, she can pick up the phone and dial 911. If she needs a job, she can go put in that job application and get a job and get money. So necessarily the things that a man provision, protection, really not necessarily don't have to be provided by a man. So that kind of skews things a little bit. Now the value of to place value on a man's ability to earn is not so much, and it's going to depend on each woman and the value system that was set up in her head by her parents, right? It's not going to be a all across the board thing. So let's take an intermission and let me show you guys some numbers. Let's take an intermission. Let me show you guys some numbers. All right. What is the poverty rate in 1960? The poverty rate, it's worth noting that as the geography of, you guys can't see this. Hold on. Let me fix this so you guys can see this. Let's see, let's stop that. Let's share this. Okay, let's black poverty. Okay. All right. What is the poverty rate in 1960? It's worth noting that as the geography of poverty-stricken areas has shifted, the nation's official poverty rate has declined over the past half a century from 22.1% in 1960 to 14.5% in 2013, according to the Census Bureau data. Even in some of these nation's poorest regions, the poverty rate has declined. What is the percentage of blacks that live in poverty as of 1980? The new study of poverty and characteristics in 1980 found that 32.5% of the nation's blacks live below the poverty line, as 25% of Hispanic people and 10.2% of whites, right? All right, so let's take a look at some other data here. I got some other data here because, see, you don't come to Let's Talk to Better Black Life just to mess around, right? We're gonna send you home with something. All right, let's see. Okay. All right. The new child poverty rate in Impact America, 11.6%, 0.6 million children, 16% of all kinds were nationwide were living in poverty in 2020. 16% of all children, holy smokes, were living in poverty in 2020 in America. In calendar year 2010, the poverty rate for African American persons was 27.4%. Remember, I showed you in 1980 it was 22%, right? This is up significantly from 25.9% in 2009, but it is below the recent peak of poverty rate of 33.4% attained in 1992. Thank you, Bill Clinton. Actually, George Bush. In the calendar year 2020, the poverty rate for all Hispanic persons was 26.6%. Okay, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question. Is black marriage and poverty, in you guys' opinion, are they inversely proportionate? What I mean by that is, as marriage goes down, does poverty go up in the Black community? We can start with anyone who wants to answer that question, wants to take that on.
I believe so.
Okay, how? Explain it to us, Mickey.
Because if we're not getting married, so that means we're not pulling resources together. Some are.
Good
Some
point.
are that are engaging in partnerships. So it's easier to survive when you got two people trying to do the same thing and trying to achieve the same goals. So if we're not together, I have my household, you have your household, and the way with cost of living, everything is going up. And so the expenses are more. So if more families came together, you would have one big pot because, as of, the economy right now, it is kind of in a space where both parents have to work, but hopefully the mother can work from home or something like that. So you have two incomes coming into the pot, so you can accomplish more. You can knock off debt. You can do business investments. You can do those things and really gain ground economically. You can start businesses, and I believe that having your own business is where you secure your economic freedom. Your boss will never pay you enough to be his neighbor.
Wow. Wow.
That's facts.
That should be on a t-shirt. Be easy. That should be on a t-shirt.
Oh, I actually already got the designs too. You just gotta send me the. I'll get with you if y'all just drop your emails in the back chat. I'll let you know about the sizes, and
Okay.
I'll get those pressed up. But
No.
to answer what was your question again, just so I could answer the specific one you posed.
Oh man, she blew me away with that one. Are Black marriage and Black poverty inversely proportional? Does if Black marriage goes down, will poverty go up?
Yeah, correct. Just expounding on the point that Mickey just alluded to. All of these resources are fractured and separated versus going into one household. They're going into separate households, which ultimately is not in helping fund or build the Black community. And you think about it too, because the hoods are, apparently disenfranchised and kind of downtrodden, but Asians, Indians, they're very strategic people. If there was no money in the hood, why would they keep setting up shop there? Right? They set up shop there because there is money there. They ain't gonna live there. They're just gonna extract all of the resources. And the thing is, instead of us uniting and coming together to build resources, we remain fractured, give our resources to other communities, and complain about them not liking us. One thing about these other immigrants, a lot of them, they don't like each other either, but they unite in their nationality, their skin color, or their standing within the social and racial hierarchy. So they'll be willing to live with 10 people in a house that can't necessarily stand each other, but you know what? They know it's for the greater good. It's 10 incomes coming into one house. Versus Black people, it's going to be 10 people, 10 different houses, none of them owned by Black people, or maybe one of them owned by Black people. You know what I'm saying? So we divide our resources too much. Do we have less resources than other groups? Yes. And we can go down a systemic reason of by that, but we have enough resources. We just don't have enough unity. We don't have enough intention. We don't have enough direction. And then when we do have intent, our intent is to move to another community. And once people move out and go to whatever affluent community, you can say a white community, whatever community, that they put the community in that, in the rear view. They'll pay attention and tune into the issues, but no one is going to try to go back and build in there's no Jewish community where the Jewish leaders don't live in the community. There's no white community where the white leaders don't lead in the community. So you can't necessarily be leading and say, I'm a leader of this black community, but you live in another community. If you want to do that, that's okay. But it's just like trying to lead your football team, but you in another state. You trying to lead your team through Zoom. Like, nah, bro, you actually got to be out there on the field for you to have an impact. It may not be your obligation, but if that's the change that you claim you want to be, that's what is that you want to see, that's what it's going to take.
Right on, right on. Patrice left. Okay. Let's go with Brother Dunbar.
Hey there. Can you re-ask the question again?
Are black marriage and black poverty inversely proportional? Meaning that we got so many single black people and we got such high poverty. Are the two related?
Oh yeah. I would say that the strongest predictor of poverty, incarceration, and pretty much all manner of dysfunction for which like we're generally known for in the U.S. The strongest predicting variable is single motherhood. That's what precipitates most of the dysfunction that you see in our communities. And what I somewhat begrudge the idea that this is we're divided, or this is like a zero sum kind of blame game. What we have in our community right now is most of the men disproportionately want nuclear families, whereas like most of the women, generally speaking, don't necessarily want nuclear families. And as a result of that, we're always going to be, as Claude Anderson kind of famously said, a permanent underclass based on this familial structure. And you see this in Hollywood, and like the way many of our women have kind of moved towards like being pro like alternative lifestyle, pro anti-family. You saw it in the Black Lives Matter movement. You see it pretty much everywhere. And when even though most women are very like overt about it, then we still end up in a situation where we try to save face by describing it as like kind of a both sides issue, where it's not necessarily a both sides issue. Is generally speaking, like most of us do want like a more kind of stable nuclear family structure, whereas the women don't necessarily want that as much, which isn't like to like ascribe any negative kind of like a stigma onto them. It's just I say this to say that this is just a matter of fact, and it's not necessarily as nebulous like the arrow of causality for this matter as some might paint it to be.
Thank you, Brother Rosart. Appreciate you, man. Brother Marcus. Brother Marcus, you there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here.
Okay. Are black marriage and black poverty inversely proportional? As the black marriages go down, does poverty increase?
I believe so. Similar to what Mickey said. It's hard to have it where if you have people apart as opposed to being together as a community, part of building up your community is having families together and building empires, building legacies. It gets passed down generation to generation. That's why it's called generational wealth. I think that's part of the issue. So, yep, just keep it real short.
All right, y'all. I thank all of y'all, but we unfortunately we got to close at some point. So I want to get some closing remarks from everybody. We talked about a lot of different things today. We talked about hypergamy. We talked about marriage. We talked about poverty. And now, if you guys have any solutions, how can we get around the high poverty rate? And how can we get around the high single parent rate in the black community that we all know, we don't want to admit it, but we all know that the single parenthood and crime are related. They are not inversely proportional. They are absolutely proportional. So how can we do this?
My closing remark is I know that what it is to expect with many of the women in our communities as it relates to family structure. Even when you openly advocate, even among women who don't have children themselves, They don't necessarily want to be in favor of nuclear family as the default organization of a family structure in our community, even women who don't even have children. So it's like I'm kind of at the I'm with the previous gentleman who was talking about the SYSBM path, and if folks want to go about doing things one way, and like that's up to them. But I won't be like reaching out in order to volunteer for any like youth programs or things of this nature. I'm out. Like I just don't want to be a part of it. If that's what they want to do, if they kind of want to wallow, yeah, if you will, doing that, then I'm not going to play the negotiation game. I'm not going to be a part of that.
Sarge, wait a minute, man. You mean people helping the community and reading books to little kids are wallowing?
Not necessarily that. It's the issue I have with it is the normative like kind of strategy for teaching children to read should be having both parents engaged in the home, whereas like too much in our community, what ends up happening is many of the men in our community are expected to be an ad hoc or surrogate father. So you're expected to father these children from an ad hoc in an ad hoc capacity, meaning you're not actually the biological father and you're not actually in the home. Therefore, it is a form of wallowing in the sense that there's a very productive way of going about doing these things that's going to yield a good outcome at the macroscopic level. Whereas like now what we want is the default to be for people to be doing what should otherwise be facilitated from within the family. So I don't I could commend people for being like good and going out there and actually like doing helping these kids if that's what they so choose. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be helping my children and kind of migrating from where like-minded people live.
Okay, that should be your first stop, right? Your own children, your household. That should be your first stop. But you don't know how many. I mean, just her reading books to those kids, she might be taking a murderer off the street. She might be taking an arpist off the street. She might be taking a carjacker off the street just by doing that. Just by doing that. So I think I hear the way you're looking at it. It's a very manosphere type of look view at it. Hey, I'm a man with no nation. I just go, I roam around. You know, I roam. I have no ties to nothing. I can go where I want. I can do what I want. I get it. But please don't shame the people that's trying to help get these criminals off the street. Bro. That's what Patrice is doing, actually getting criminals off the street. If understand.
My point wasn't to shame any like particular person who goes out and does this kind of thing. I was more speaking to the fact that this is now being defined as the expected norm, which is extremely abnormal. And in order once you've kind of devolved things to such a state, then you end up in a kind of like if you will, a social cesspool of sorts.
Yeah, but like I said, what's our option? Should we just stay away from all of these young kids and let them grow up to be criminals, and or at least we have some people trying to cut that number down?
Degenerates of society.
I'm not saying it should be a duty of us, but it should be not. I'm not saying it should be expected of us, but we should at least do whatever we can, get involved in it if we got the time. Your own children.
I don't want to hog the mic during closing, but what I'm personally going to do is I could respect anybody who goes out and does that kind of thing, but what I've chosen to do is just use my resources in order to get as far away as that as possible. And generally speaking, that's not going to affect me. I'm so far away from that. Therefore, I'm just going to affiliate with like-minded people. But if you're living in proximity to where that's going on, then I could appreciate like being a little bit more engaged than I'm going to be. But personally speaking, this has become so pervasive that it's now the overwhelming kind of expectation, and you're fighting a very uphill battle when it's almost like putting out a fire with a bucket when like fire prevention would have been like the better strategy, and it's like a drop in the bucket at that point.
Agreed. But
I hear what he's saying.
We got to put some of these fires out so that some of the people can walk around and not have to deal with it. Because if we just all take that if we all take the mentality that none of us is going to get involved, then the criminals are going to skyrocket. They're already high up out there now. So people that's doing in these little programs trying to help, they stopping these people from pulling your mama out of a car or holding up your dad or my dad or whatever, right? So we just got to understand there's both sides, it's two sides to this situation. You know what I'm saying? Your personal children should come first in your life. And then if you got extra time, a lot of people don't have extra time, so they can't even get involved like that. But if you have extra time and you have a heart to do it, it's like I say, most of you guys should not be single dads. You guys should not marry single moms. Most of you guys are not cut for that. You don't know how have the patience and experience. At least before the age of 40, you shouldn't even be talking to a single mother because you don't know. You're just going to bring pain on her children. You just don't know what you're doing. So most of you guys shouldn't because you're not cut like that. But if you are cut like that, cool, do it. You know what I'm saying? This is the same thing I'm saying here. If you cut like that to be able to be out there, cool. We just don't want to discourage the people. I see your point, Brother Dunbar. I see your point, man. But I'm just saying, man, we just got to make sure we see it from both sides. All right,
yeah, I see both sides, Clarence. I see both. I see both sides of what you're both saying.
Thank you, Brother Dunbar. I'm gonna bring you down, brother. Appreciate you for coming on the platform today, and appreciate you. I always love your pushback, man, because I always laid out like a royal table, man. Very laid out there. The spoon to shine, the plate to shine, the fork to shine, the knife to shine. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming up. All right, let's see. We're gonna move to who else? Who wants to take the question? Who wants to put their closing remarks up there?
Oh, closing remarks. Okay, you said
closing remarks, Jay. Jay, you always come right when we about to pull the curtain down. You or Patrice will come in.
For real.
Right.
Hey, listen, it fell off. Not my fault.
All right, brother. We still love you, brother. Okay.
At least you still hear me now.
Yeah, it's true. True indeed. Who's gonna go?
I'll go. I don't mind going.
Okay, Marcus.
All right, Marcus.
Yeah.
Real quick, just to add on to your point, what you did right now with Brother Rojak. I believe I looked this up myself, but about 90 to 95% of the mass shooters in history in America were coming from single mother households, and regardless of race, they were obviously Caucasian, but they also had some mental issues as well, obviously. And I believe, I don't know if it was OG or Mickey that said therapy is much needed, and also a strong male figure presence. And like you said too, Brother Clarence, you can't just be making babies with people out of nowhere at a wedlock sometimes. And even though it happens, you shouldn't really be doing that. I think you should, honestly, in my opinion, you should only have kids after you're married. Honestly, that would make them. That would happen.
You guys, thank you, Marcus, but let me explain to you guys real quick what marriage is for. Marriage has one purpose, and that is to create offspring to pass down generational wealth. That is the only reason why you should get married. If you're not getting married because of that, for that reason, you and the person you're marrying have the same goal, then it may not work, because you guys, you got one person that's really invested in that, and the other person is not invested in that, and that's where the gaps in understanding happen, and then people can walk off the reservation, right? So that being said, I'm gonna let you talk, Marcus. Hold on, man, because I know get an old man some grace. I'm gonna let you talk.
You're good. It's your platform. It's your platform.
So in the process of getting married, you're looking to create descendants, to hand down your lineage, hand down your bequest, to hand down your hard work to them. And so you need people who you can have in the house so that you can teach them how to handle what you are. You can bring them along and try to, just like the royals, they're bringing them along a certain way to learn. They teach them how to be a royal, teach them how to be kingly, teach them how to be, teach them how to have that kind of understanding so they can handle this kind of business, business deals and deal with leaders of other countries and stuff like that.
Networking, business.
Okay, so I'm gonna hand it back off to you, Marcus. But I just wanted to throw that in there, bro.
Yeah, no, that's a great point you said. So, but you know, I also dated a single mother, a mom. This was years back, and
We
the
all
issue wasn't the issue wasn't the kid. I love the kid, you know. I love trying to be a dad. That was awesome, you know. But the issue wasn't the kid. It was me and her. We were the issue with each other, and
right.
that's why it didn't work out. So, you know, obviously Jay knows the story. She had a lot to do with it, but there are things that I could have stopped it way before, and I chose to ignore these certain red flags. But just want to throw that out there because you know, as men, you know, uh, part of us we love to be fathers. I think in general, a general number of men like to be fathers because
Right.
it's something that we feel proud about. You know, it feels great when you pass wisdom to somebody. Hey, I taught this little child, this little being something, and I passed
Yeah.
wisdom to him, and I showed love, patience, and understanding. So, you know, I've been wanting to have a kid, but not yet. I want to maybe have in the next couple of years, but eventually that'll be awesome. But you know, other than that, I appreciate you letting me up on your platform. Shout
Yeah,
out to
man.
Jay. Shout out, subscribe to his channel. Shout out to Better Clarence. Let's talk better Black life. Shout out to you. Make sure you get them subs up on the road to 1K.
On
Be
the road to
easy. Be easy.
Be
Moments with Mickey
easy.
Red.
Be easy.
Shout out to Mickey. And everybody else who's up here, OG Patrice as well, and Rico, you know. But you know, yeah, great convo. And hopefully this goes out better because like the way the world is going right now, certain issues happening, not just on this, you know, domestic scale, on an international scale, things are hitting the fan more than ever. So
Hmm.
All right, man.
Shout out
Well,
to my man
appreciate
Marcus,
you,
man.
Mark. So we all want to give Marcus a salute, man, because
peace.
we always acknowledge the vets on our program. Appreciate
Thank
you,
you.
brother Marcus. Thank you for your service, man. And
Thank you so
you know,
much.
you family here, man. So come back and see us, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you
Pull
for
you
having
down,
me.
big Mark. Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. Who's going?
Mickey, go first.
Okay, let's let it happen.
I
Ladies
really,
first.
I really enjoyed this conversation. Um,
We thank you. We love having you.
Now, I will say this. Since I came to the manosphere, like it shocked me to know how many men really did want to get married because I thought you all just wanted to have sex. Pretty much.
They do.
I mean,
I
I know
mean,
they do.
as a result, probably yes, but
I know
overall,
they
you want to be
do, but
fathers.
I thought the goal and aim of men was to be a player for life. You know what I mean? I knew there was some that wanted to be family men, but I didn't know how many. And I think now that more women have, kind of stumbled upon the manosphere and we hear your thoughts and we hear your ideas, we're shocked at them, but in a good way, because all information is good information. It just depends on what you do with it. But I will say that's what I thought. And it's good to know that a lot of guys want to get married. Yeah, I'll say that. It's good to know. And I think where we are is because I think so many women had the perception that men didn't want to get married. Well, they were like, well, if you don't want to get married, well, we don't want to get married either,
Yeah, but Mickey, it's not that they don't want to get married. They don't want to get married to you. It's you.
No.
There's something wrong with you.
No,
That's why they're not marrying you. I mean, not you personally, but I'm just saying the woman that's out there.
I just don't think the opportunity presented itself to the people. The people that wanted to get married, they got married. The people who want to be married, they're married. The people who want to get married that aren't married, they have some work still to do.
Okay.
And that's the reason why they're not married. When man or woman, they still got some work to do, or they're fishing in the wrong pond and they might need to go to a different lake. Maybe might need to use some different bait and they might catch them a catch.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
Wise
agreed.
words, sisters. Wise words.
You know what I always say? You're trying to catch tuna, you can't use bait to catch that you use to catch bass to catch tuna. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to be the bait to catch the tuna. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Right. And you got to have a mean cash. You got,
yeah. You can have the best phone. You can have the best phone. You can be strong enough to reel it in, but you're never gonna get nothing because you're using the wrong bait. But I appreciate you, brother. Sister Nikki. Mickey, you have is that it for you?
That's it. I just enjoyed the conversation.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming. I appreciate you, and you're welcome to come back anytime. Please come back. Because a lot of times we need a woman's touch, and sometimes we just don't have
and perspective.
And perspective, yeah. So we appreciate.
Don't forget that.
And thank you all for being gentlemen. It was my pleasure. You have a good night.
All right, you too.
Arigato.
Arigato.
That means thank you in Japanese, girl. But yeah, Sister Nikki hit it on the head. Be Easy hit it. My man Marcus did. OG Patrice, Marcus, Rico, even your brother Cars. Like I said, it's been good. Like I guess wisdom and knowledge around, which is very useful. And that's how, honestly, even though we have differences of standards, we can still each see and hear each other's point. Even my brother Warshak up here too, and I saw what he was saying. But I said my thing is yeah, the thing is, I'm glad you pointed that out because the thing is, sex is a result of us being married. That's not my main thing from you. It's one of the pleasures I will experience, like that goes in within marriage. But in itself, of what I'm really trying to do, honestly, I'll say this: I consider that an achievement more often than not. Once I've gotten to the point where me being a father, me having you, that's an achievement after all my long stride of hard work and my journey that I've taken. I'm not saying like I need it now, because I'll be honest. I technically don't need it now. I really don't, because I'm still working. I'm still discovering myself, and I'm still crafting myself into the character and man that I need to be in order to take care of a family. I could have the character, but if I don't have the provisions to provide that, that means absolutely nothing.
Well,
and
brother,
I mean it. And that might tick some people off, but it means nothing if you don't have the resources to back it up.
Brother, let me tell you one thing. You can have the resources. You can have a house. You can have a car. You can have the job. If you don't have if you're not mentally ready for that type of leap, that is a very big leap to now say, I have to consult with someone else every time I do something. See, that's a mental leap that a lot of guys don't understand. When you get married, now you basically telling the state we're one person, right? So the woman looks at it the same way. So both people, you're gonna have to consult this person. Hey, I'm thinking about buying a car. Like now, Brother Jay, you footloose and fancy free. You want to buy another car? You can just go buy a car, right? When you get married, brother,
if I wanted to, yes, but the thing is,
you can do it.
I come around that,
hardship on your family, right? So you're gonna have to at least consult the person, right? But my point is, the biggest thing you're gonna need is the mentality. That's the biggest thing you're gonna need. All right, brother. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Brother.
No. I need to hear that. I want to hear this.
That's
getting wisdom from our
parents. Mentality, brother. You need all those other stuff. You're right, Jay. You're important. All those stuff is important. But if you put all that stuff together, it's not as important as the mentality going in. If you have the right mentality going in, you have a better chance of lasting a longer period of time. But if you don't have the right, and then you got to be willing to take on cable company. You got to learn how to have. Yeah, they call you.
I got you, bro.
Bill is almost due. All right. So anyway, you got to have the flexibility, right? So when you're in a marriage, because people change, right? The girl you married today, 5 years, she's gonna be different, right? So you got to be able to go with her and change with the times, so that you guys can stay on each other's radars. All right, brother. I talk too much because I can do a whole lecture on this, but let me let you.
Well, I actually don't mind the lecture. That actually might be needed sometimes. But no. But the thing is, I agree with you. And the thing is, like I said, I have a tip from my grandmother, my mother, and father. So I have all that there to look for. But the thing is, they still conformed and changed, but still kept to the program that they did. They adjusted a few things. They adjusted those few things in order to make it prosperous. But it still came with hard work and perseverance. Which, and I don't want everybody to hear this before we close out. None of us cats up here, we men, we don't want slaves. I need to get that. I need to get that out of people's heads. When we met just a lady that's cooperative with us, the one that talks to us, the ones that when we talk to them, they can come back and talk to us and communicate things to us. Communication is key. Is key to me. I love English. That's my main thing. Communicate with me. Simple enough. I'm not gonna say, "Yo, f you." I don't want to hear your thoughts. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. I'm all about, like I said, I'm all about different perspectives. I'm all about hearing and getting the important stuff done. I knock out the important stuff out. Now, when it comes to something that's small, that might not be small to me, but might be big to you. Talk to me. It is simple. Just do that. I'm not above. Sorry about that. I'm not above. Not listening to you. And the thing is, how we get by is how we communicate with others. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know if I was thinking a lot, but no, but all in all, like that's how it's got to be, and it's just how you both prosper and get things done. And I do want to get married in terms of legacy because I believe in legacy more often than
That's
not.
the
I
only
believe
reason
in it
why you should get married. You got
because
to
I believe
find
in legacy.
somebody
Yes,
that has that the same desire. Because if you marry somebody because they're hot, you marry somebody because they got a nice body, you marry somebody because the sexual tension is very high. That's gonna be fun for a little while, but when that stuff don't, when disagreements reach a certain point, and this person is not as invested in the relationship as you are to maintain a certain level of respect, ouch, ouch.
I agree with you. And the thing is, we got to work really, really hard to make sure that that doesn't happen. And
Right.
you got to persevere and hard work and rely on your partners. What you have to do. Like she has to do her part, you have to do yours. I'm always gonna do my part no matter what, just because I keep myself busy regardless. But the thing is, I don't want to sacrifice all my work and not hear her out because that actually is a thing of men that we hear a lot for ladies. He always works too much. He doesn't spend time with me. But at the same time, and I know some people use it as a scapegoat where it's saying like, would you rather be on the street by yourself and him not work? Because trying to provide for both of you. So you have to do what's necessary.
When you hear a woman say, "You're working too much," he doesn't spend time with me, that should instantly let you know that the conversation that they were supposed to have in the beginning, they didn't have. There's certain conversations you got to have with women, childbearing, workload, all this stuff. There's
Workload
things you
and
got
the
to have,
hours.
yeah,
Yeah.
business dealings, and ultimately uh, 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 self protection. You got to have a talk with this person. Hey, I don't want anything bad to happen, but let me. I've structured things so that I can protect myself in case something happened, and you can also be protected too. Because you can't just go to a woman and say, "I protected myself." No, you got to go say, "Hey, this situation, this document protects me, and it protects you." Right? So therefore, we got to have these discussions, man. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. I got another page that I'm starting out, and trust me, man, I'm gonna have you guys come over there after I load it up with some content. All right,
Okay,
brother
I
Jay,
got you.
thank you for coming through, man. Thank you. I'm gonna put
Thanks.
you down. Peace. All right, brother, be easy.
All right. So I want to just I know Miss Mickey had said something about how she thought all men was players, etc. before she came on here. I just wanted to touch on that real quick. Most men don't have the capability or the propensity to be players, even if they wanted to, because they don't have the opportunity or the access to these sexual encounters and proclivities that the women do. So although they may want to, they don't they just don't have the opportunity or the access. What's giving them more opportunity and access is this sexual liberation thought culture, right? OnlyFans, Instagram. So the men who didn't have access to these women before, now they're being introduced to it. So when it seems like, oh, they're just players and stuff, they're just trying to exercise and take advantage of options that they never had. And the women are just saying, oh, they're players just because they've been getting these options since as soon as they hit puberty, right? They've been dealing with older men, they've been dealing with men their age, men younger than them, etc. Meanwhile, if you're a freshman high school dude, you're not going to be able to holler at the senior prom queen, but the senior will holler at a freshman. You know what I mean? Like so we just haven't had those opportunities like that. Even now, the opportunities we have, they pale in comparison to what the women have. And I'll touch on marriage, right? I'm not married. I haven't been married, but I do actually talk to a bunch of married people. I ask them, constructive questions to help better educate and enlighten people who do want to get married. And the common theme, which is should be common sense, which is not that common, is you have to be moving with intention. So what I call you need to have courageous conversation and daring discussions. What that means is you got to talk about all of the ugly, messy, convoluted stuff that you don't want to talk about, right? They say the one thing that's supposed to be forbidden on dates is politics and religion, right? You can be feeling a girl and shorty is bad, and then she say she's MAGA to the death. Now you like, waiter, check please. You know what I mean? So you need to have, and otherwise, or you might want to put a ring on it because of that. But if you wait until you slide inside her, shoot the club up, now she's 9 months pregnant, and now you're figuring out that she's a Democrat or a conservative. Now you figuring out she's a Muslim, but you're a Christian. But you avoided the uncomfortable conversations, but you saying your intent was marriage. You're saying your intent was to build a family. If it's going to come out anyways, like, why are you prolonging it? So these conversations do need to be had. Like, what if a guy wants 3 kids and she's saying, I only want one? Right? Instead of arguing about that and letting that break the marriage up, have the conversation. If you don't have the discussion, you can't advance the cause, right? You never brought it up. And then if you bring it up too late, then whose really fault is that? Is it someone else's fault because they didn't read your mind? That's why you need to be intentional.
But to be easy, let me qualify some of the stuff you said. Which is right on. But let me break it down even further. Okay, when men meet a woman and they say, "Hey, let's have coffee or let's have dinner or whatever." The first, upon meeting them and having that date, then he decides, puts her in one or two categories: marriage, non-marriage. Non-marriage means you're just going to be a person that they're going to try to engage in casual sex on a regular basis, right? But if you are marriage material, the guy's going to walk a little slower and try to ask questions later. He's going to make sure, first of all, I can have sex with you on multiple occasions, not just this one done bang bang, but I can look at you and still be aroused on multiple occasions. Okay, once I got past that, now most men are going to give a woman two values: there's sexual market value and a long-term relationship value. If that long-term relationship value is zero, then you know what category she's going to be in, right? Sexual market value is high, long-term relationship value is low, based on her having some type of ding to her sexual market value, her mouth, a whole bunch of children, just now one of my pet peeves is cleanliness. I do not like messiness, and I'm a messy guy. I have to constantly stay on myself to try to stay clean because I'll be thinking so many different directions at the same time. But
When you say cleanliness, you mean cleanliness around the house or
yeah,
bodily cleanliness?
both, both,
Okay.
both, where you should be clean as in your body, and you should as well be clean in your in what surrounds you, meaning your car, your room, everything. Because if you find a woman that keeps her place dirty, usually her body is not that clean. At the same time.
No,
So
that's true. They say if you want to look at the direction of someone's life, look at their car and their room. Usually, if their room and car is messy, you got a messy mind.
exactly, and I have to. That's something I have to fight. After every once in a while, I have to look at my car and say, "Man, this is ridiculous. I know better than this," and I have to go through it, throw everything away. You know what I mean? Get clean everything out. So I understand that, but you have to do that part. Some people don't even do that, man. They get into such a place and they just it looks like they're living in their car, right? You don't want to be around something like that. So anyway, I was just trying to qualify some of the stuff you were saying, man. And so please continue, brother.
Okay, just so we clear, were you disagreeing with me or were you just adding to the
No,
point?
I was just adding spice to what you were saying,
Okay, okay. No, no, because I was like, bro, it sounds like you agree with me.
yeah, I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I'm trying to integrate it more. See, Brother Beezy, I'm the type of dude, like they say, go do it. But what do you mean? Like somebody said, go pray. How do I know what you're talking about unless you show me? So I will try to integrate it down. I'll try to break it down to a fifth grade level for the people listening. That's all. You see me do
Oh
it with
yeah,
Mark,
yeah.
you see me do it with Jay. I just try to break it down to a fifth grade level so that we all can understand what's being said. Because you're a player, so you talking at a whole nother level. I got to bring it down to the regular people that's listening so that they can say, "Oh, okay, I understand what Beezy talking about." Some
Yeah,
people
no,
will.
I got you. For the people that can't comprehend the
Yeah,
spectacular vernacular, right?
may, they may, brother, but I just as insurance, when I hear something and I feel like maybe they wouldn't have understood it, I will break it down even further.
And thank you so much, bro, Clarence. I really appreciate that because over here on the Better Black channel, it's all about betterment and enlightenment. So any story, anecdote, or advice you can drop is just always valued. And
Yeah,
so also let me say this too, since this ties into what we were saying earlier. Anyone that wants to know what this effects and ramifications of unwed mothers, illegitimate children, um, etc. Just go back to the Moynihan report, which was in some of the articles that you guys cited, and this is in the 1960s. So the information was gathered between 63 and 65. So just go, and anyone that wants it, man, y'all can email me. I got it on PDF. You could read it, you could break it down. And in there, I'll just read two quotes. And this is from the 60s. Actually, one is from the 60s, and he made another family community book from the 80s. And it says essentially the institution of family is decisive in determining not only if a person has the capacity to love another individual, but in the larger social sense, whether he is capable of loving his fellow men collectively. The whole of society rests on this foundation for stability, understanding, and social peace. So if we don't have families, right, we really truly don't have a community. So even when we say the community and community is actually inaccurate, what we have is a black population because we don't have any none of those stores are ours. We don't have a black hospital or any black grocery market, black dentistry, none of those things. And this is the next one that he said: there is one unmistakable lesson in American history, a community that allows a large number of young men to grow up in broken families dominated by women, never acquiring any stable relationship to male authority, never acquiring any set of rational expectations about the future. They have no expectations because they haven't been taught to lead. They haven't been taught to be men. They're males. So even when some of them are 30 and 40 years old, they're suffering from Peter Pan syndrome, a perpetual little boy mindset. They're emotionally immature. There was no black boy magic. There was no black boy building. It was just black boys submitting to the gynocracy. Black boys told that you ain't ish. Black boys saying, oh, you can't read. So the only semblance of respect they got was when they went out and became Pookie. Right? He was hitting the books, got no respect. He was confused and got clowned for it. He became a Pookie and got praised for it. Now that's very dysfunctional,
yeah,
but
you're right.
hey, look, that's what I'm saying. That's what our community has turned into. And Aristotle said poverty is the parent of revolution and crime. Most of these crimes are from economic standpoint. We love to talk about capitalism, right? And how these other we do it all the time. We go to other countries, bomb them, and take them over, right? But then we're so surprised when these dudes go to a hood in Chicago, do a drive-by, and take it over. It's not right, right? It's not right for them to be drone striking and doing that just as well as is not either. The only difference is the government is doing it to extract resources from someone else and capitalize on it, and the other people in the hood is just doing it because they're uneducated and poor, and they're gaining cultural clout from it, like they're getting praise from it, whether it's like they make a song about it and it's like, damn man, this song slaps, right? And that song soars to the charts, and then they're having success with women, so it's not an incentive to change. And like Dunbar was saying earlier, when the men do are educated and put in the work and say, hey, look, I'm the high value person, is still not good enough because, you know what I mean, he doesn't have the street attributes to go along with the education. And the men that are taught to lead, and it also comes down to the women too, they really don't, because there's a racial hierarchy and black men are at the bottom. Even when there is a man who has high value potential and capabilities and finances, they still see him as less than because it's under a gynocracy. So yes, you are high value, but I'm your equal. But that's not hypergamy. Think about that, right? They're demanding hypergamy, but saying we're equal. No, we're not equal. I'm better than you. Oh, that you're saying that's sexist, but you want me to be better than you, right?
You know
That's the
what?
whole West. What hypergamy is: choosing someone that's better than
Hold,
you.
hold on, be easy, bro, because you just blew my mind. You're absolutely right. Hypergamy and feminism are they're against each other. Yet you want them both at the same time. Holy smokes! I'm sorry, brother.
That
Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, 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 no. That's
Either way,
exactly, you said it. You want them both at the same time. See,
yeah.
that's what. See, if you want a partner, then that's what 50-50 is. So that means when we go to the gas station, I'm not pumping anything. When it's trash day, I'm not taking it out. If somebody breaks into the house, I'll protect the kids and you run down there and fight them off. But what are they going to say? Oh, you're not being a man. Like, no, I'm being a partner. You said you want a partner. Do you want a partner or do you want a leader? Because as a leader, I'm going to run out there and jump first. But then when you're talking about a partnership, then we're equally responsible. See, that's what I'm saying. This is where it's that reckless hypergamy or selective conditional hypergamy or feminist hypergamy, which is not really true hypergamy, because they want a man that's perceived as better than them, right? By all metrics, like he's more educated, has a higher social status, he has more earnings, but then
Pre-wired.
you also want to be equal to him.
Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense. So
Right.
we need to so we need to just stop all of these deluded thoughts and have, because I say delusion is most people's drug of choice, right? And this is men and women, but women tend to overdose on it a little bit more simply because they've had more opportunities and access to these celebrities, ball players, blue checks, get invited on yachts, but they're not always realizing the two categories of separation. One is fun and one is family. Family, you get married to. Family, you're introduced to your family. Family, you bring around the fellas. Fun, yeah, I might take you on a trip, but it's just a smash and dash. I'm not, you're not meeting my mom. You're not meeting this. And then this is where men slip up because they sometimes illegitimately impregnate the fun chick. And now she is your family, but that wasn't your intent. Now it's a forced family. And there are a lot of men that say, hey, look, my bad. You were just in the fun category. I don't want the kid, but there's an incentive for the woman because she has government daddy to still have the kid, even though she knew that the dude was unqualified to be the father that she expected him to be. So now she's blaming him for being the person that she knew. She already knew that he was a deadbeat, but now since she got knocked up by a deadbeat, she's wanting him to suddenly transform into a productive citizen of society. but a
Well,
tiger doesn't change his stripes.
well, like you said, brother, whether he's going to be productive or not, the government is going to. She's banking on the government to step in. If you know, that's the unfortunate problem. That's where the hypergamy has been perverted, because now I don't need you. I'm a you know, she's gonna win either way. If she has the baby and he doesn't kick in, the government will step in. If he does kick in, if he does get a job, let's say he hits the lotto and wins $1 million, she's gonna get that. So it's a win-win situation. You know, the one who's gonna lose the most is the child. The child is gonna lose the most because the father's not gonna be in the home. All right,
Bro,
brother. Sorry,
that's
cut you
no,
off.
no, actually, I'm so glad that you said that because I meant to interject that point in earlier, but everybody was cooking and it was going different directions, but you hit it exactly on the head. See, we talk about the dysfunction of the parties involved, which are typically the man and the woman. But who is the casualty of war? What is the war? The gender war, right? People talk about casualties of war all the time, but we don't talk about the casualties of the gender war, which are the children. They are the ones who grow up broken, dysfunctional, disfranchised, just in delusion, right? Because they haven't been taught to be the leaders of the future society. These women haven't been taught to be helpmates to the leaders of the future society. It's been reversed. It's been, hey, the women are going to be the leaders, and men, you're going to bow down to the women because they are the mother goddess, high priestess, right? That's literally, whether it's said implicitly like that, that's the vibe that you get. That's why you always hear your mama was black when it has nothing to do with most arguments, but it does like render a man helpless to where there's really no rebuttal to come back from that. And there's no other civilization or society where the women are the leaders, right? Asian women don't want to be leading ahead of their man.
Well, not no
What was that?
society that's doing well.
Yeah, no, that's what we're measuring it by, the success of it, because that's what they're measuring it by. Anything else they consider dusty, right? So we're only talking about the successful stuff. So, and they want to compare us all the time, right? The white men are doing this. Okay, well, let's look at the white man, the white woman. There was a gentleman had a discussion, and he said black women are the worst gold diggers because they won't shut up long enough to get to the gold. Now, it doesn't mean that these other, and I believe it's true, doesn't mean that these other white women and Asian chicks are not gold diggers. The thing is, they'll play the role, suck it up until and then when they divorce, they take in half. See, the black woman wants to be the strong, independent woman while saying, hey, I'm hypergamous and I need someone to be a dependent to. Like, how does that make sense? You're strong and independent, but you
Right.
want someone to be a dependent to. Like that's not very attractive too for someone that has resources, right? If I have resources and I'm supposed to be the leader, the king, the man of the house, I want my family to depend on me for provision, to depend on me for tutelage, protection, etc. If you're
Hey,
not depending
how about
on
this?
me, what
How,
was
hey,
that?
how about this, man? I'm strong and independent woman. I don't need no man. I don't need you. I want you. Okay. So the man say, well, hey, if you strong and independent, I don't need to have no job. You can just work and I just live. You know, you can take care of the bills and I just, you know, be around the house. I'll be a
A
shady
house
tree.
husband, right?
Right. I'll just be a shady tree mechanic working here and there. Right. Then when she pulls that dude in and he don't have no real like taxable employment, she gonna say he dusty. Right? It's like you
Facts.
were saying, man, it's a dichotomy. You're strong and independent and don't need no man, but you want a man, and then the kind of man you want is a man you can control. But when you control him, he doesn't have no ambition to go out and get. The only kind of man you're gonna be able to control is a man that don't have no ambition to go out and get his own. And then you're gonna be mad at him for not having ambition, but that's what attracted you to him.
And then holy smokes, because also you're mad at the high value person because you don't think that he has enough authority. Because back in the days, where I don't remember the time period, but Rico said it was like a 60% marriage rate, and I think and then even further back than that, it was like a 80% marriage rate, and they. Now, of course, due to segregation, they made it very clear that you couldn't be interracial dating. However, the issue wasn't building. Now, let's say that I am a high value man and I'm earning. Now, when you got like the Sin G type of minions, now they'll be saying, "Well, black men ain't built nothing, so that's why I'm not submitting." Hold on, if me individually, personally have accomplished, I'm earning six figures. I'm doing this. I have a kingdom that you can take care of. And now you want to bring up black men collectively and say what we haven't done in a race war. So, like I said, it's not about the man per se. It's about submitting to a black man's control, because we've been so devalued and demeaned in the racial hierarchy that our women don't respect us. Now, there is some validity to the arguments when they say, "Oh, you guys haven't built certain industries, etc." But it's a disingenuous argument, because when Pookie was hitting it front to front, back and side, you wasn't saying, "Oh, you never built," right? They didn't choose Tyrone because he was a builder of community. So now, why are you trying to throw that on to the mechanic and the cleanup guy? You want him to be you're actually, and that's why I said you're demanding more from the cleanup guy than you demanded from your baby daddy. You knew he was a loser, and now you coming in and saying, "Oh, I have an education, I deserve this." So you're raising the standards and raising the price for me, but you didn't do it for someone who was of a lower status than me.
Yeah. Ouch.
Ouch. And man, I could cook all night, but bro, I know you probably got to get out of here and get some curry.
Yeah. I was like, man, you know what? Should I just have be easy on another? That's what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna hit you up, man, and we're just gonna have we're just gonna do a cookout, man. You can just cook, and we're just
Bro, we got to, because I actually got a couple videos, bro, that I want to send to you, and then we can just do the review of them. And I've
Right.
already, and they're things that won't get copyright struck,
Okay.
but even if it was, I know how to do little things to like transform it. You know what I mean? And I can add like little music in the background to make
Okay.
it transformative. But not only that, we'll be reviewing it. So, when it's a certain point, you can just stop it and talk over it. So that also eliminates the prospect of a copyright strike. A lot of this stuff is super old too, right? It's some
Okay.
gems where I know you know about this. Phil Donahue.
Yeah.
I know you brought up Sally Jesse Raphael or something, but yeah, there was like the Phil Donahue Geraldo before he went on to Fox News. Yeah, exactly. I got some good clips of those, and a lot of these issues are from the 90s that are still very pervasive today. So that will be dope.
You got my email? You got my email?
Yeah, I do got the email, and if you got the same number, I'm gonna just send you a text too.
Okay, brother. Okay, brother. Thank you, man. We got to do that. We got to do
Yeah,
that.
we got to
within
do
the
that.
next 2 weeks, brother. Within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because the longer you don't do it, it becomes less serious and less likely to happen. And I'm super serious about this, because you actually are like truly helping people, bro. Like I know some people.
Right.
I know some
People
people.
come to my page looking for you. They come here looking for you, brother. So they want to hear
Oh
what you
wow,
got.
I didn't even know that, man. Shout
Yeah,
out to the
they come here
chat,
looking
bro.
for you, man. They come here looking for you. You know what I mean? So they know me and Rick are gonna be talking, but eventually they know they're gonna see you, probably Marcus, maybe OG Patrice, but definitely they're gonna see you here. Because me and Rico, man, we made a deal. We were like, hey man, we're gonna let these young guys cook. If they cook, they cook it. We're gonna let them cook, because too many places y'all go, man, people don't let y'all cook. I saw you on, man. I saw be. Let me tell y'all something, man. I saw Be Easy on one place, man. He just sat all these people down. Just sat them down. They couldn't say nothing. Nobody wanted to go after him, man. But I like to think that was because he got all of that training from here, where he was cooking with us, and then he just because he gets better and better and better and better and better laying out his case. So, and I ain't got enough time to let him cook like he really want to, and he know that. So we gonna hook up. Hook up with me.
Yeah, we definitely gonna hook up. And before I go, see, this is the thing. No one knows everything and everyone knows nothing, bro. So I'm a sponge. Wherever I go, I'm soaking up game. You can learn from a baby. You know, I know a lot, but I can still always learn more. No one knows everything because new information is being created and disseminated every day. So I'm always looking to learn from you, Rico, OG Patrice, Mickey, Marcus, Jay, anybody that comes up here, even if it's somebody that I like dislike or don't particularly support. If they say something substantive that I can learn from, I'm learning a new piece of intelligence and information. It doesn't have anything to do with me liking them. So that's all I'll say. Shout out the whole chat, and bro Clarence, you're changing lives day by day.
Brother, I appreciate it. That means a lot coming from you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. All right, brother B Easy. I'm gonna take brother B Easy down. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. What y'all think? What y'all think about today's show? Star-studded lineup. First of all, we have Rico Young. He didn't even cuss nobody out. Shout out to Rico Young. We have Brother B Easy. You just heard him. Solid performance. Rico's solid performance. They both had solid performances. But I think B Easy kind of he stood really tall today. Really tall. Snuck me a couple of different things. I was like, what? Hypergamy. I never heard of Hypergamy. Shout out to Brother B Easy. Shout out to Brother B Easy, man. Yeah, he put a couple of different things on me, and I didn't even. He made a good correlation. I didn't even realize a lot of women want the same thing. They want feminism plus hypergamy, and they want them to work together, and they oppose each other. They oppose each other. The pre-wiring in women's head of hypergamy is opposed to the social construct of feminism. They're opposed. But yet a lot of women try to do both the same thing at the same time. Holy smokes. We had Sister OG Patrice. Thank you, Brother B. We had Sister OG Patrice on here. Strong performance, as always. Came in, dropped it. She was, man, we had two ladies came on here. They act like ladies, but, don't mess with Sister Patrice because she can put them earrings off and ball a fist up at you in a minute and then pop back into that dress, right? That's my sister. Shout out to OG Patrice. Came in, strong performance. Jay Takashi. Shout out to Jay Takashi. Go over and check out the chill out session over on Jay Takashi. Holy smokes. Jay came in, strong performance. Always a strong performance. My brother Rose Sarge. Or we can call him Dunbar. He said, man, call me Dunbar, Clarence, because something wrong with you, Brother Clarence. Here, just let me give you something easy to say. Dunbar. I told him, I said, man, Brother Rose Sarge, man, why don't you got a regular black name like Willie or James or, Bobby or something like that, man? So he gave me a name I could use, Dunbar. Shout out to Brother Dunbar, Brother Russ so much. He came through strong today. Strong as always. Strong. What about Brother Marcus? Came in strong. You know what I like about Marcus? Marcus is that guy that he doesn't have to have the ball every time. But when you throw him the ball, all net. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have to have the ball the whole go up and down the court. He doesn't have to have the ball. He's just that dude. He gets in the corner. You throw him the ball, swish. Who else came up? Oh my God, my sister Mickey Red came up. First time on the panel. Appreciate you, sis. Thank you for stopping in. Strong performance. Strong performance. Strong performance. Clarence, you say everybody does strong performance. They always do when they come here. I don't know what they do in their other places. At least I've only seen a couple different people. Marcus is always strong. Jay is always strong. Everybody's always strong everywhere. So I can't say that enough. But I seen Be Easy just handcuff a panel one day. I was so proud. I was like a proud papa. Like, yeah, Be Easy went on one of them cooking sessions. Nobody wanted to say it was quiet for about a minute or so because nobody wanted to go after you. No, what else could they say? Right? Shout out to Be Easy. All right, who else came on the panel today? Did I get everybody? I think it was about that. Yeah, I think I got everybody. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Rico. Shout out to Marcus, our vets. Thank you for your service, gentlemen. Let's see. Okay. So what do we talk about today, y'all? What do we talk about today? We talked about black poverty, black marriage. Black marriage is going down. It went from 62%. I was gonna show y'all the numbers, but we got to talking, man. And when you know me, when I got people that really start cooking, I'm gonna let them cook. So I didn't get a chance to get to all the stats, but 62% of married people, black people, were married in 1980. I mean, no, 1960. 32% of black people are married as of 2010. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Crime and poverty going up. But they say, oh, no, it hasn't. The only reason why poverty is going down is because they instituted government programs to assist. That's the only reason. It's not because people are making more money. It's more government programs out there to assist people in the poverty, and they're just pushing them above the poverty level. They're just pushing them above it. But we talked about that. We talked about what else we talked about? We talked about Shirley Chisholm. Black History Minute. We talked about Shirley Chisholm. We talked about the job of the week, which was water service worker. Telling you, 3rd grade. Black boys, 3rd grade. Clarence, 3rd grade? Hey, how can you teach math and science at 3rd grade? They can handle it. 3rd grade. 3rd grade. 4th grade is too late. 3rd grade. Black boys, you should be in there. Black girls should be taught too, but I don't think it's as much of a rush on it as black boys. Because black boys are looking for leadership 3rd grade. They're looking for some type of leadership and who they got in front of them. If they live in a single mom household, they got their mom and they got the teacher, and teacher's usually what? Female. Teacher's usually female. They don't run into a male until they start acting up so bad and they get passed up to dean and to the principal that they might run into a man there. And so when they run into men, that's when they start running into consequences. But they shouldn't run into consequences shouldn't be the first time they run into men. They should run into men exposing them to math and science 3rd grade. 3rd grade for black boys. 3rd grade. And if you want to try earlier than that, try it. But you got to put the expectation out there, 3rd grade. 3rd grade. If you wait till the 4th grade, they're going to be behind the guys in the 3rd grade. That's it. 3rd grade. Oh, no, but you want to go to E Black's channel and watch the cooking session over there. He's going to be cooking another content creator. That's really important. I'm telling you about black boys, what grade you should be jumping in there and saving them. But E Black is talking about beef. That's where you should be over there. That's where you should be, in the beef sector. Go see what's going on. Keep up with that mess. We just trying to help you over here, man. We just trying to help you change your life. put your child in even if you are a man, and I'm going to put this out there, because some of y'all say, I don't even live with my children. I don't care, brother. You got to pick up the phone. Hey, little man, I'm just calling you to make sure I sent you some math questions. Do you understand how to do this math? Okay, get on the StreamYard. All of us got StreamYard. Get on the StreamYard with your child and start doing the math problems with them. Man, what are you talking about? I got a date tonight. Okay. All we got to do is just take care of your own children. If we as men just took care of our own children, that would solve a bunch of different problems. There'd be many more resources out there for children whose parents, the father passed away, a father passed away at war, the father passed away in an accident, something like that. There'd be many more resources for children like that. But we got to overload the resources for children out here, because why? We just ain't involved as we should be in our children's lives. We putting our social life in front of our children's lives. Easy for you to say, Clarence. Easy for you to say. It ain't easy. It was a sacrifice all the way around for all three of my children. It was a sacrifice all the way around. So children come with sacrifices, especially black boys. Black boys are some people say, well, why are you even talking about boys in general? I'm talking about black boys. But black boys are in such a unique situation. They're in such a unique situation. Black boys have this major problem that white boys don't have typically. But this is a common situation that black boys have. Black boys will be ostracized for being a good student. That only happens in the black community. That only happens in the black community. So they learn from their peer group, and usually this peer group has not had the support of their math and science skills, so they're behind, and they ostracize other guys that are trying to get on top of that. They ostracize them. So black boys feel like, hey, they're going to make fun of me if I'm a good student, so I'm not going to be a good student. It's really a sad situation. We got some really unique problems. That's why the fathers got to get back in there. Third grade, got to get back in there. You can get in there at any grade, but third grade, that's where we need to start. Introducing them to math and science. Third grade. Anyway, I'm glad all of y'all came. Glad y'all stopped by. Glad you guys stopped by. And we're going to try to do some better content. I'm going to definitely have to do something with Bees, man. I have to cook and let him cook, because 5.5 hours just ain't enough for Bees. I got to let him cook. But thank you, everybody, for coming out. Appreciate y'all. I'm about to close the program. Now you can go over and watch E-Black do his roasting session or whatever. And I appreciate y'all for stopping by. And thank y'all.